This kid's bullied into nonstop gaming. If he refuses, his teeth get smashed in. But it's also how he got close to the girl with the most stunning curves at school. Heads up, things get wild soon, so stay tuned. He even ends up sleeping with her, the top girl, right in the loser's bed. By then his body's actually in great shape, and he owes it all to the games he obsessed over. He played hard, maxed out in tons of games. Now he can mirror any skill from every title he's ever tackled. With this, he shifts from bullied nobody to a total catch. Strong, hot, and wanted by every girl. Every girl goes all out just for a moment with him. So who's he going to choose now? We'll see. Would you go for the chic, long-haired brunette or the cool, short-haired one? There's also a fierce contender with white hair and more girls on the way. Stay hyped. Games put him in the same orbit as the hottest girl back in class. But today, someone else totally stole his focus. When she called out and said Darwin, he froze. Total shock. Queen Bee knows Darwin by name, but his focus jumped again almost instant. His gaming character died mid-convo. His King of Justice's sword was wiped as punishment. He knew Chol Woo, the unhinged bully, would rage. Too late, someone's about to get crushed. Dane just shrugs and offers his own collectible sword, assuring it will smooth things over. But Chol Woo says that's not enough, so he pounds him again, softening up the meat. Afterward, the kid's dumped on the floor, rethinking his whole life. Then the thug brags he's into a new RPG. Dwan the outcast has 1 week to get the Fire King's broadsword. Definitely not happy. To push our loser gamer even more, he claims he saw Dwan blush over Aaron Ju and threatens if he doesn't bring the sword in a week, he'll strip and beat him in front of the girl. That's bad. Cholu's friends call him, and the MC stands there alone. Games disgust him. Or more like, he enjoys them, but not under force. With his mom gone for work, he takes the chance to hunt for the sword. Cholo ordered his in-game self to hit level 100 for power. The catch, the enemies got tougher too. Now grabbing the Fire King's sword is far harder. After 18 hours, he finally beats the Fire King, just needs the drop. After 37 hours, he only scores a simple fire sword, not the King's. After 64 hours, he spends all his savings chasing chest drop. It all gets worse, and exhaustion destroys him. At 144 hours, just 1 day is left. If he fails, he'll be humiliated and beaten in front of Aaron. He's about to quit when suddenly a knight comes to help. It's another player, level 200, way beyond Davin. The player suggests teaming up with a day to spare. Out of options, he drops and begs for help. A few hours later, he lands the Fire King's sword, plus the Fire God's blade. He's got 2 now, and that one's God level. He thinks of selling it, but abandons the greed. Instead, he gifts the Fire God's sword to the knight in gratitude. Finally, he gets a few hours sleep. As he stands, he collapses. Simple, 7 days with no sleep, barely eating, and overdosing caffeine. His body breaks down, he dies. A system screen flashes in front of him. It scans his life, and Darwin gets tagged as powerless and average. The system offers a search event. He absent-mindedly agrees. System accepts and throws MC back to class, right before disaster. Gowan is lost in confusion. Was that a dream? Why is the info screen still here? Could he actually be inside this game? A pop-up says it will rate him by games cleared. He'll earn abilities from completed games. The system lags, and Chol Woo Min creeps up behind. It's a repeat of that same ugly scene. This time, Dwin glares hateful, remembering Chol Woo who killed him. Cholu sees and snaps in anger. He snatches Dwin's shirt and starts the beating. Dwin realizes it's all real this time. The punches genuinely hurt, and they don't stop. Fist after fist lands, Choli won't stop until the rage fades. Whenever that, Erin returns for her phone, walking in at the worst time. She's about to witness Darwin getting brutalized. For Dwin, the shame stings worse. He's smashed in front of his crush. Erin intervenes, but Chol Woo yanks her by the hair. Dwin freezes, clueless about how to react. Should he fight, run, call help, or yell for a teacher? He just can't. He's frozen with fear as Chol Woo rears for another punch. MC finally throws back, but Chol Woo blocks it. Is this the end of him? Just then, the system finishes tallying his experience. After analyzing him, he's bumped to legendary class and gets a new skill. It's called Devastating Blows. Darwin unknowingly uses a skill from his favorite game. The administrator's message tells him not to freak out. He gets this boon as thanks for the Fire God's sword. MC realizes the admin is the knight. He earns 200 XP after the fight, maxing out his XP bar. With that, he hits his final class. All his game-based skills unlock. Aaron, stunned, asks Darwin where he learned those moves. Questions can wait. He urgently needs a nurse. He's stunned. He just used game skills for real, like a story from his childhood. His stat streak sky high. That thrill crashes, the system will lock all power. His stats and skills get sealed and chopped down. Checking stats, his mind and body sit at 0. Maybe beating Xia Wu Min triggered those skills. But after taking down Xia Wu Wo, he grabs a gold key. Now the key is real, tangible in his hand. Leaving the infirmary, he realizes the key might open something if turned. He holds off using it for now. First, he needs to uncover the real identity of the system administrator. Another message pops up. It's an invite for tonight. He must accept the risky quest. A guy leaving the bathroom collides with Davin. The guy blurts an apology, but he's the one with a bloody nose. Maybe the bump did it. The boy shrugs it off and leaves. Davin steps in. Jamon Shin greets him. He says hi after seeing the protagonist hit Chu Min. No revenge. He asks MC to sing karaoke with girls. That fits the mission perfectly. Clearing it means a reward and strength, but he wavers. He can't ignore the danger warning. Jamon gets it and suggests maybe next time. Because Davin says no, he gets punished. Agonizing groin pain forces him to bend over. The pain's vicious and lasts an hour. Taking the quest is the only escape. That night, Jamon Shin meets Da and H. Hai. He briefly regrets showing up. Jamon's invited girls soon arrive. The short-haired girl catches Dan's eye instantly. At karaoke, Jamon Shin tries to pour him a drink. Things feel good, and Jaime's covering the bill. Someone then comes in. It's John Yu. He asks if they've met. The protagonist says, just once. John Yu Shin tries to hand a drink, but spills it on Jan. Dane spots Jan is just a pawn. A girl asks John Yuan Shin to sing, so he grabs a ballad, making John dance for him. It's obvious they want to embarrass him. Before it starts, MC heads to the bathroom, thinking about next move. He wonders if he can just ride it out since the quest's done. He thinks of escaping, but then remembers he can't leave Yan. They're alike. Both get picked on for being weak, so when he returns, he questions John Shin about Yan's pants. Jamin says they got soaked, so he's washing them fully. Da's voice sharpens and he demands them back. Suddenly, a huge bloodied guy walks in. Turns out he's Jamon Shin's friend and looks nothing like a student. Fearing for himself, Darwin insists he only needed the mic to sing. Suddenly, a new mission shows up. He must hit Jamon Shin on the head with the mic. He's got just 30 minutes. Fail, and he'll get the same harsh penalty. The penalty strikes. Manun, the big guy, uses John as a seat. Curious, he asks Dan if he beat up Chol Woo. Dan stays silent. If only he had his strong hit skill, this would be simple. But he still lacked the key. Just 15 minutes left. Jamin questions why Darwin hides his strength. He doesn't need to respond, but Jamon brought him here for a reason. He wants MC to join his crew. If MC joins, he can get whatever he wants. Dane refuses. Jaime mocks, saying he'll stay a gamer forever. Jaime says joining could flip his whole life. Still, MC doesn't have to reply yet. When MC's alone with Jihan, Jihan returns the key. Dane collapsed in the hallway. Ignoring that, he warns to stay away from Jaime. He knows the protagonist isn't decent, but there's just 3 minutes left. Darwin said his decision. He entered a storage room, bracing for the pain. He wouldn't hit Jamon, since joining the gang might truly change his fate. Only moments left before the torture began. Meanwhile, Manchun went to sing, but the microphone had vanished. Jamon stepped from the bathroom. Dao slammed the microphone on his head. Once Jamon was out cold, the task was done. Dane meant to hide the body, but first, he had to rescue Jihan. He took Jami's phone and shot a text to Manchun. Manchun received a mean text that seemed to be from Jamon. Doan wanted him gone, but he popped up behind him anyway. Then a surprise mission came: beat Manson. Manchun kicked Doan, grabbed his shirt, and socked him. He calls him cowardly for betraying Jaime, but the real coward was Manchune. He flung Dao aside and, crashing into boxes, MC spotted the key. He wonders where the key fits. Suddenly a window appears. The key unlocks a skill. He opens the skill lock, unlocks it, then dares Manchune to fight. Manchune charges. Daoin leaps right at him. The unlocks card is named Falcon Descent. It needs 120 mana, but Dan lacks it, so he gets punched in the face. He curses the system, still can't use it. About to give up, he remembers the mission to hit Jamon should reward a copper key, but it's missing. So the key's by the bathroom, but Manson won't let him escape. He totally blanked that Jamon was still around. Desperate, Darren shoves the door and only ends up slammed by the elevator. Manson crushes him, so he fakes calling his crew from inside the elevator to save himself. It tricks Manson for a second. No one's inside and Darwin uses the chance to bolt. He races for the key in panic, but stumbles hard. Manchun almost catches him, but just in time, Doan finds the copper key. Doan grabs it, opens his stats, and quickly boosts mana growth. As mana rises, the heavy guy charges Doan. With 100 more MP, Doan dodges, launches from his shoulder, then smashes down with a falcon kick. The kick sends a shockwave and defeats Makan, finishing the mission. He wins a silver key, but right as he feels victorious, Jamon wakes up. Jamon demands answers from Doan. Doan tries to talk, but Manchun's brother shows up behind him. Jamin had already warned Dane about Manchun's brother's job here. Hearing the chaos, people from other rooms come out to see. They're all friends of Jane and Manchun, bullies from rival schools hanging around. With 0 mana left, he's completely done. Meanwhile, Jan plans to leave after learning Manchun was talking with Jamian, though he knows Doan helped. Sion, the short-haired girl, suddenly decides to use the bath. Back to our hero, about to get wrecked, a karaoke staff warns everyone the police are coming. He quickly tells everyone to escape out back. Doin's safe for now, but Jamin's never letting this go. Doin gets out but completely wipes out and collapses right in the hall. He wakes up to find Seon standing over him. Doin goes to speak, but she covers his mouth fast. Trapped in the women's restroom with cops outside, she attacked him there. She was the one who reported the underage drinking. She stepped in after seeing him. She saw him take down Mansion, so maybe he wasn't useless after all. That's what Doin believed. He thought she liked him now. To thank her, he has to grant her one wish, which she'll reveal soon. Next morning, he's woken by his mom's furious call. She scolds him for not calling in 3 days. Knowing he's safe, she goes back to work. Doin is stunned to hear he was out cold for 3 days. Hungry, he orders fried chicken. Fighting 3 thugs in 1 day was a first for him. Now recovered, he's ready to jump in-game and hunt for the knight who gave him the system. But searching that player ID, nothing account deleted. He might have to get the hang of the system alone. First, he'd need to understand 3 main things about it. 1. The system reads him like a game avatar level stats class visible. He can also use any skill earned. 2. Enemies are flagged as monsters and beating them earns him keys. Monster hunting also drops special items. 3. Keys power him up. A silver key unlocks a passive perk. Keys are ranked. Bronze or copper boosts stats. Silver unlocks a passive skill. Gold gives active one. His first skill, Destructive Hits, is locked from evaluation. He can unlock it with a key. Worst part? Failing missions means punishment. Now Jaman and his crew hate him, so he must plan. But that concern can wait. First, chicken comes first. Just as he goes for the door, a system message drops a new mission. A woman will ask him out, he must say yes. But at the door, it's not the chicken delivery. It's Seon. He asks her reason for coming. She says he owes her that promise. They made this agreement. She tells him to undress. Doin thinks this is his mission now. He's embarrassed, but feels trapped if that's his task. Then he realizes, no, she just wants him cool because it's hot. He gets dressed, then Seon checks for daytime clothes, only pajamas, so they shop. The first outfit she grabs doesn't work on him, but the next look totally fits him. A new mission pops up. He has to feed her, so Dayan picks a restaurant. But after sitting, they stare in silence for 30 minutes. He asks her name, learns it's Can, asking because he's curious about her. Soon they get close, hit a movie, cafe, karaoke, and the arcade. Doin tries to look cool, but she only has eyes for an anchovy machine. He fakes a bathroom trip, wins her some anchovies. Waiting, he greets her by name. Suddenly, someone pulls his hair. It's Sehan, mad that Dan uses Seek's name. Clearly, he knows her. Sean calls Sehan by name and tells him to stop. He does, then demands to know who this guy is. She quickly says he's her boyfriend. They're on a date. Leave us alone. Then they leave, abandoning the anchovy. Later, as Darwin drifts in thought, Sion says they're at her intended spot. It's a hotel, and the system tells him to step inside. They ride up to the top floor, where the rooms are. Dane feels anxious, but she says he just needs to stand still and relax. He notices the whole floor is shut, making him wonder where they actually were. They're really attending a gang meet. Someone orders silence. The Guanuku meeting starts, and they mention a past incident. They say a person attacked gang members at school and at karaoke. Doan did it. They want someone to handle Dowan and ask who wants to do it. Every hand goes up. A sudden message flashes in front of MC. It urges him to embrace the terror of despair. Dawan wants to bail, but Seekong interrupts Jurong and calls for the next topic. It's about picking Borame's new leader, and Seekong wants him for that role. Since Seekong belonged to Borame, she gets to choose the leader. Everyone soon sees he's the guy they plan to punish, but Seekong picked Don for his true potential. Even Yun Sung of Silem Dong is fine with a rival leading Borame. The main character wanted nothing to do with running gang, but Zhang urges him to really think before saying no. Without Borame's shield, thugs hunting him would instantly strike. If he joined, he wouldn't fight alone, and her actions weren't for him. She just wanted to stop someone else being Borame's leader, and that person arrived. Shang aimed for Borame's top spot and had no intention of letting Dayan take it. Gang demands silence. Sajong keeps insisting MC is fit to rule Borame. Both want the role, so they'll fight to decide Borame's next leader. The thugs stood, moved aside, and prepared to watch Sajong face off with Dewan. If he loses, he dies on the spot. The main character goes for a sharp kick straight at Sajong, but Sajong blocks in time. Now Da is out of mana and totally stuck. Sang grabs his throat, reviving bad memories and making MC remember himself clearly. Back in year 1, Sajong was fat. Even worse, he used to choke Dwan every day, no matter where. He even embarrassed him with the girls' watch. Dan can't believe losing weight would change someone so much. Back then, Dan only felt pure jealousy. He wonders if he still can win. Maybe not. The strength difference is huge, and just lying there is useless. So, Dan is set on winning by using his brain. He keeps throwing punches, tough-looking but honestly weak. There's a plan behind it. 7 hours ago, he used his silver key to unlock a passive skill. It gives a chance for a critical hit, just 1%. Good news, no mana cost. Bad news, chances are bad. 1 crit every 100 hits. On number 100, he taps Sarjong and waits, hoping it doesn't work. Sarjong expects Dayan to pull a move, but only brute force wins here. He keeps hitting until Dayan is nearly out cold. Dayan's blows mean nothing. Sajong's built with muscle from training. The hero calls him a disgusting fatso, clearly remembering the old days. Sajong can't recall MC. Guys like him forget anyone weak. Sajong goes to finish it, but the hero kicks to stop him. Sajong grabs his leg and flings him into the chairs. Sajong Han thinks it's over. He's believed Sajong would win all along. He knows Han has lost his fighting spirit. Han's drowning in helplessness. He put too much faith in that tiny 1% critical hit. If he failed, the thugs would kill him. But he refused to believe he could win. All he wanted was to run away. As he steps up, he trips over his jacket. Han's hand hits Seohun's chest. Critical hit lands just for Don. Sajong slams into the elevator doors, knocked out cold. Some say he used the palm of Buddha. Totally wrong. He did it, but no time for victory. Sajong's still conscious, and now he's furious. But Don buzzes with adrenaline, not fear. Finally, winning feels possible. He declares he's going for Sajong's chest. Sang guards, tries to block, just a decoy. Don's true aim, his nose. No training saves your nose from pain. Sahan's nose bleeds instantly. Daha attacks fast, seizes his chance. He grabs Sehan's nose, threatening more unless he yields. Sahan finally folds. MC wins. Suddenly a short circuit triggers an explosion. Many thought it was effects. It was real fire. Everyone runs out quick, Daha included. Hearing Cyan's trapped, he bolts back to save her. They barely know each other, but he feels she's important to him. She spent all day by his side. When he gets there, someone's already used the extinguisher on her fire. They question Da and Ha about why he's back. He dodges the question, asking if he can leave now. He can, but now he must accept being Boram as leader. Dahana was completely worn out. Sahan tells him not to worry so much. Right now, he has no leader duties at Sahun's place. Before heading in, he gives her the anchovy snack she'd craved. Sahan's confused. She wasn't staring at the anchovy. Her attention was on a Sabuska poster instead. Still, she thanks him for trying to save her. When the date ends, the missions are finally done. With 8 missions done, he's earned 8 rewards. A few days later, school starts again. He gets to class 12A early to set up his gear. He searches for his spot and notices the room is empty. He drops his gear with a loud crash onto the desk. He apologizes, then sees the ID. It's Dong Kwang, Simong's leader. Sahun warned him around all thug headquarters leaders. Sahun was the toughest. Dawin Ha didn't want to fight. They should be allies. Yu Sahan reminds him council members can still fight each other. He wants to teach him a lesson for hurting his group. Dawan Ha braces, but Yu Sahan just lets him go. He's not interested in a fight. As he said, if they're allies, he'll deal with the other. Nobody from Simong will bother him again. First class of the day, nobody asks him to game this time. Second break, then third, even at lunch, no one makes him play. For once, class actually feels calm. He heads to the bathroom and bumps into Chachmi at the door, briefly suspecting Pape. Chakma just congratulates him on leading Borame. Chachma's with Simong and respects Dahanha since Yong leads him. He leaves, asking for some nice words to use. Left alone, Dwin decides to ditch his accessories forever. At first, he thought fighting thugs was enough. Now he sits on the gang count. He's desperate to discover what their system truly does. But for now, he'll just savor the peace. Erin gifts him something to thank him for her rescue. Dan, happy's thrilled, opens the box and finds a live octopus. It's meant to give him a quick stamina. He must eat it alive, but someone keeps hurling a phone at him. That guy demands he plays in his place. Erin asks if he knows the guy. Dan Happy says no. Scene shift. The room's now dark. Erin asks A Soon why team with Happy the lead. The question is thrown at Kim Kun, Silim Dong's crew. Eskun admits he thought Don would fight or run, but instead he just trembled. Still, something about him seems off, like he's watching something no one else does. That alone intrigued him. Now Happy stands and heads straight to the redhead with the phone. He refuses to play. Did that guy miss he's Yong's friend? The redhead, Sunwo, is on the council but not with Silimdong. He's with Bonchan. Sunwo glares, but then takes his phone back and apologizes for the shove. Dan Happy wanted to impress Erin, but she left with her friend. At lunch, he tries to catch Erin, but someone blocks him. John grabs his arm, telling him to let some girls go first. Everyone fears him, so when someone comes in, another student stops him. A third year calls his friends over right away. John tells Dayan Ha he almost did something risky. Some Wool acts calm, but inside he's wild. He hates being blocked. The red-haired boy asks what's wrong with him. Some Wow asks if he thinks he's faster, but after a fight, he just gets hammered. Even though bigger, Sun Wo's speed overwhelms and he destroys him. Dane, Happy, and Ji-Ham see it all. Later, heading home, he hears Sun Wow was a school athlete. He wants to stay away from him, but a new mission changes that. His task, Dawon Happy must cut in line before Sunwa within 10 minutes. Elsewhere, a boy's getting badly beaten in an alley. He apologizes for cutting ahead, but Sun Wo's done listening. After finishing him off, Sun Wo just leaves. Dan Han gives the boy a handkerchief, asking if he wants payback. Only 2 minutes are left. He tells the glasses kid he'll take down his attack. He holds keys, the reward for finishing 8 missions. 1 gold, 4 bronze keys. With the bronze keys, he unlocks his player stat. Needing them now, he heads to a quiet alley and opens the skill window. Using the bag unlocks a new skill, letting him strike from a blind spot. It burns 20 mana. He boosts mana with a bronze key. The rest go to stat. The girl sprints for the bus but slams into Sunwall. She hops on the bus, but Sunwo follows close behind. Doan grabs his hood and blocks her path. That completes step 1 of the quest. Now Davin must defeat Sunwo, so he strikes first. He pulls off his blind spot attack. Sunwil gets furious and MC bold. He fails to escape. Sundui grabs his bag, but Dwin slips out and hits hard again. This could let him win, or go wrong. Once Sunwoo drops the bag, he moves even faster. Dane tries another blind spot, but Sunwo dodges and counters with punches. The protagonist just cannot hit him. Sunwoo's just way too fast. Doan cannot keep using mana. Sunwoo asks if he meant to freeze him. Dwin stands his ground, attacks again, and as Sunwoo closes in, MC shifts the strike, hitting his face. The feint works due to smart tactics and boosted stats. Sunwoo storms forward, and Darwin vows he won't lose. He watches Sunwoo's moves and tries to dodge. All he needs is more speed, but Sunwolf shifts to a hook kick. At this pace, beating him seems impossible. Maybe kicks are Sunwolf's secret weapon. So Darwin dashes into his zone. He plans a fake out to land a real hit but gets caught. A high kick cracks his jaw. Fists smash his face. Then a kick slams his chest. Doan's stuck. He needs a move now. He's got 92 health, 40 mana, barely enough for 2 skills. Just then, Sunwoo targets his face with a kick. Doan nails Sunwoo's Achilles heel. Blind spots aren't just for fists, he's using his legs too. That's what the cards helped him realize. He pulls his hoodie, blinds Sunwoo, then moves in with a punch. But Sunwoo blasts his ribs with a kick. As he grabs a rock, dark thoughts crowd in. To get why, we need his backstory, how he became like this. It began when he took second in the school's sports meet. He never won thanks to that bald kid, and his father punished him for it. His dad demanded wins, desperate to relive his lost dream after the accident. Sunwoo trained day and night with Wade stuffed in his bag, but he stayed stuck. Despite all that work, first place stayed away, so he chose a darker path. He took out his rival, but it only caused his father to leave him. Now, all he chases is the need to never let anyone beat him. Suddenly, Sunwoo's got Daeun's octopus sitting on his head. It landed there when he pulled his hood. Sunwoo yanks it off, ink streams over his face. Daeun uses the moment, smacks his head, then lands a final blow under the jaw. That's it. Woe loses after the quest. He grabs a key bundle, but his low HP hits him hard. Only 4 health points remain. If he drops now, Sunwoo could get back up and put him down for real. He pops a bronze key to boost HP, he's steady again. He's safe for now. He already used a key, so he spends the rest. Using the gold key, he unlocks destructive blows. It's the same move he used on Chum Wo. It costs 200 mana, so he boosts his MP, then searches for his octopus. He wanted it as a pet, but a cat snatches it and runs off. By night, the octopus is gone for good. His mom calls, checking on his second year at school. Sunwoo admits he thought he'd die, and she assumes it's because of schoolwork. She reminds him his father's death anniversary is next week. She asks him not to forget visiting, but says work keeps her from going. Sunwoo looks at their family photo, reading his father's note. His father's name was Jihan Jinyo, that's all he had. At a half-finished building, Ji Subo Chong, second to Bonan's leader, hears news of Sunwoo's loss to Duan from Borame. He fumes, since the Bonchon group looks weak if word gets out. They only helped Sunwoo out of pity to start with. To be repaid like this just stings. He orders his partner to bring Duan here. Next day, Duan sees that Sunwoo isn't in class. Duan checks on his whereabouts, but Duan hasn't seen him and prefers it that way. Maybe now life will finally be peace. Someone warns Duan that Bonchon's crew is after him at school. The Bonchon group arrives and Duan asks who they are. Suk tells Duan to come to Bonchon. Duan refuses, so they plan to force him. Can he actually fight off 10 of them? Yunsung steps up, demanding to know their purpose. One tells Yunong to be polite, but retaliation breaks his ankle instantly. Maybe Duan can't fight all 10 alone. But do they think 10 is a challenge for Yunong? Someone rushes him and gets flattened. Another guy swings a chair, but Yunong dodges and knocks him down hard. 2 try to catch him, but Yunong squeezes through and floors both with twin kicks. The rest swarm, but he drops them with a single powerful blow on each side. Unbelievable. So Jung wasn't joking. Junjong is the most dangerous. Only their boss stands, while Junjong moves in. But he doesn't strike him. First, he wants the mess sorted out. Then invites Doan to talk privately in the cafeteria. MC thanks him, but Junjong demands to know why he attacked Bonchon's group. He also asks why he leads Borame. Dawan blurts out he hunts bullies. But then he remembers Yumsita is one too. That cracks him up, and he wishes Dawan luck on his hunt. After class, Darwin hits the PC cafe. He hears kids who played earlier ran to the bathroom. His ordered ramen finally arrives. Harry, the server, brings it over. The protagonist asks if Harry works here, but Harry just helps his dad, the owner. Harry briefly suspects Day and wants something free. Then several students from another school take over the kids' computers. They grab the seats, aiming to steal game accounts. Once the kids return, the thieves bail. The boy figures out he's been robbed. Darwin tells Harry he saw the thieves leave, but didn't know they stole anything. The kid asks MC for help. A new quest shows up, beat those 4 punks. Clear it, and there's a hidden reward. Darwin chases them, striking first from their blind spot. He's thrilled, hoping he'll win a date with Harry. His target recovers, so Darwin bolts. They chase him into a dead end. When they trap him, he's gone already. All that's left is his jacket in the box. They suspect he's inside, but Darwin's actually above them. He jumps down, Axe kicks one out cold. Only 3 remain. MC fakes being Borome's boss, but one doesn't buy it. Darwin smacks his blind spot. Then, 2 rush him and he gets them both in their blind spot. This fight's easy since none of them can fight. MC steps up so they back off and get cornered. Darwin unleashes multi-hit blows, dropping 2. The last begs for mercy. He almost forgives him, but the thought of the date makes him finish with a flying kick. That's the final enemy down. Quest done. He scores a silver key. Dwin makes the punks say sorry to the kid and then leaves. Arn nods his thanks. Their cafe always dealt with thieves like that. They reward him by asking him out. But first, here's how Darwin met Arin. It's straightforward. She bullied him first, way back in 1st grade. Darwin was terrified, so he dodged her until they went to separate schools. 3 years later, she crossed his path again. She wasn't the tough bully anymore. That moment, Darwin was a goner. Love at first sight. Current day, while Aaron changed, MC unlocked another passive. The card was named Weapon Domino. He could only use it if someone held a weapon, but here's the thing. No mana needed, Aaron emerged, looking stunning. She took him to eat at Tokyo Bokeh, and the order was wild. Mint chocolate. Still, Dan ate everything so she wouldn't mind. Her happiness meant everything. The last date with Sid Dion pops into his head, and he wonders if the system brings a side quest. He checks with Aaron about a possible twist, and she agrees, leading him to board game. They play Truth or Lee. Darwin is let down, but then she admits the machine is fake, and so were her words. Done with games, Aaron spots a nail hammer game to win a plush. She misses. Now Darwin gets a chance. When he's ready to swing, the system message flashes. Hit Aaron's head with the hammer. Out of anyone, it picks Aaron, but Darwin refuses. Penalty over pain. Then he learns about another game, but this one's with a toy hammer. Darwin and Aaron step up to test it, needing one to play rock, paper, scissors. Whoever won hit with the hammer, while the loser used a pot as a helmet. Once they start, he wins, but she easily dodges his hammer every time. He never manages to hit, no matter how hard he tries. He's almost used all his chances. Darwin, desperate, swings early before the next game begins. That sneaky move finally lets him land a hit. He beats the challenge and keeps the totally wrecked toy hammer. Darwin expects Aaron to be mad after getting bonked, but she just cracks up. She actually had a blast. Suddenly, her dad texts her. She needs to get to the cyber cafe, but she hopes she sees Dane again soon. Once they've parted, a guy in a cap confronts the protagonist, asking what his deal is. He came after hearing Darwin took out his 4 friends. MC can't fight. He's low on mana. The cap guy says revenge isn't his thing anymore and starts leaving, but calls the little sweetheart, the girl Darwin was with. He tells him to follow into an alley. Alone, Dan throws wild punches, aiming for a risky critical hit. He tries anyway, while the cap guy pulls out brass knuckles about to use them. The protagonist acts first, attacking fast with an item. The thug thinks it's a bat, but it's only a toy hammer while the other guy is armed. Weapon Domino triggers, powering up Darwin's toy hammer. The thug fights back, but Darwin keeps battering him with the hammer. Darwin aims for the head and gets grabbed. Still undeterred, the protagonist nails him in the back. Just as he's about done, the toy hammer snaps. No more Weapon Domino for him. That slip lets the thug unleash a flurry of punches. Those brass knuckles really pack a punch. Dow asks what drives him to live like. The thug shrugs. It pays more than a normal job. MC bashes his nose with a belt strap. That move counts for Weapon Domino. He attacks fast, but the thug grabs the belt. Being normal is a waste. Right before the punch lands, Dan flips him down judo style. Quest done. Later, Harry walks home with his dad while Darwin watches. Relieved they're okay. Back home, he just lies down. The thug's words replay in his head. His dad tried to save kids like that, but what did it cost? Darren has no answer, so he sets it aside, uses his 5 copper key. He picks agility to boost. He still hasn't figured out spirit, so he skips it. Next, he looks at his prize for hitting Aaron. It was supposed to be a dungeon map, but it's just an apartment flyer, though it marks a set place to end. There's even a deadline. He's got 5 days and needs 2 more for the dungeon, so he asks Zoom at school. Zoom says no, they were just temporary teammates. At lunch, he ponders Jihan Yu and his group, but decides it's too risky. When school's out, June is waiting for him. She brings him to meet Borame's team. Dan's hands shake, but only 2 members show. One, Sejun, no surprise, since she's with Borame. They're still at odds, but Sejun orders them to sit. Borame's group now has just 3 members. Everyone else left because they refused Dayan as leader. The guy in glasses calls himself Shansei. June immediately warns him. She knows he's tangled with Boramage, Seyor, and Metnong. Now they must lay low. 4 days pass, and Jet negotiates with the building boss. He demands extra cash for his crew's work. When the old man refuses, Ilsak steps in to handle it. Afterward, Jet commands an attack on Borame since Dayan caused issues. But before Jet's crew moves, the protagonist and Sunstorm infer. Keon agreed only because MC promised her the title. Both leap in, taking on Bonza's crew hard. Dan has his own mission driving him. Taking 5 foes down wins him a gold key. He takes out anyone blocking his path. Dane drops 4, needing just 1 more. The last is still busy fighting Kun nearby. As Kun nears danger, he throws a glow stick and snags Dan the key. June acts cold, insisting she didn't need the rescue. They dash upstairs, running into Ilsak. June sprints past, ready for Jet. She leaves Ilsak for Dan. The protagonist even tells Ilse to fight with a weapon. June reaches the top and locks eyes with Jibig. Switch to Dwin. He realizes he's facing an elite. Dwin throws a kick at Ilse, but Ilse blocks with his hands. MC steps back and confidently says he'll take the win. He strikes weak spots, guarding himself against incoming attacks. Right before things continue, Ilsak reveals what they learned. He knows Darwin's dad ran the shelter for his son. The man tried saving troubled kids, but it went terribly wrong. He snaps, telling him to drop talk about his dad. Meanwhile, Sejun goes toe-to-toe with Jibo, grabs his leg, and slams him down. Jibo counters with a savage knee to her nose. Kaun's stunned at his toughness, but Jibo insists Ilse is the real tank. No matter the damage, even the hardest hits, he rises again undeterred. Daz at 200 mana tries a killer move, but Ilse breaks in too fast. A fist hits his gut and rips into his father's memory, blaming the gang boss life for his death. Does he really believe his father would smile down from heaven? He says his dad's sacrifices brought nothing in the end. Doan takes the punch but stands firm, telling him to leave his father out of this. That beating unlocks a new move. Stun Blow costs 90 mana, and he throws it at Ilseo. Still, Ilsak keeps charging and grabs Dowan's leg, vowing to end him. Meanwhile on Kun's end, she lands a big punch on Jabad but gets hit by a nasty double kick. It knocks her off. He pins her down and rains punches. Jebus tells her not to worry about her fighter, Ilsak's got it covered. Doan's turn again. He hurls desperate swings, making little impact. It all starts to feel pointless. He keeps failing no matter what, just like in games. Winning means losing over and over first. His dad always urged him to never quit, so he'll keep going. He punches again. This hit finally lands hard. Ilse keeps charging, hits Darwin's gut, but the protagonist grabs his face and they crash down from high above. Like a true gamer, Darwin finally gets. Now he understands the way to win. Drop him from above. That's the real knockout blow. His father's last advice rings in his mind. Keep trying. Eventually, effort rewards you. No hard work is wasted. Don beats his enemy, drained completely. Then someone new appears without warning. It's Bong Joon's representative, Jun Sojun. Somewhere else, Soon chokes out Jubai until he faints. Meanwhile, Da finds Suhun on his floor already beaten. Jubai was faking it. Dawan moves him and orders Sedu to stand up. He promises to get Sedu out since he pulled him in. Protecting him is duty. MC had to fight Jubai, the final boss, but he was almost finished. It seemed done, but then Bong Joon's representative walked in. Jubai starts explaining, but Dane is shocked when he spots the representative is really short. Setu Jun silences Jubai, who keeps talking. He already knows Jabai's betrayal and boots him in the face as punishment. It's DA's turn, but Sean interrupts. He summoned Bong Joon's rep for help. In the end, Seihan and Sochung actually helped out, so tells him this is forgiven once, then leaves. With it done, Don and Seihan head outside. True to their deal, the protagonist gives up the representative role. After recalling MC's loyalty, Seihan realizes he's the one who should lead. He keeps quiet. Maybe next time he'll really take the lead. The system reviews his dungeon work. Since he missed the boss, his reward's smaller, but he still gets one. Even so, he grabs 12 copper keys, no small haul. Next day, at his father's funeral, he sees the photo and recalls the crash. His dad crashed to dodge hitting someone after the brakes failed due to the pole. Then Darwin sees a single rose. Someone tells him his father was kind. But what if it wasn't an accident at all, but a setup? What if the culprit was close? Hunong says this, so Da asks how he knew his dad. Turns out, they met when Shunong was young. His father swapped his coffee for a yogurt. At first, Shun Sung thought he was sketchy, but he just hunted bullies for the council. Shunong keeps quiet, but Dane still wonders about his knowledge of the crash. Shunong says he holds the evidence they missed. Later, after meeting So Bong Joon's contact, he was shown security footage of the crash. That video held key proof for the old case. To see it himself, Dayan needed to go to Bonggoon. That night, rain poured down hard. he can't stop thinking about Young's words. Later, Yun gets a text from Don. He wants to know where So Chung is. Cut to him. The main guy's soaked in rain arriving. He demands the evidence Yoon Se-young mentioned, but gets a no from Sehan. So Dan tries to grab it, but a bodyguard jumps in. MC spent the bronze keys to boost mana, so he unleashes every move, skill after skill to win. Zae Hanjong is stunned, so he lunges, but Dane reacts first, slamming down a fierce kick. Se Hanjong block, but Dane doesn't stop. He fires off kicks, wild swings, punches, and hard hits, but nothing connects. Dane's attacks are sloppy, letting Sehanjong hit back hard and nearly drop Dwin's health to 0. His attacks hit hard, but his defense was useless. He yanks his leg, throwing him off balance. He pins him down, unleashing blow after brutal blow, but Sehan-jung evades them all. Dane's knuckles bleed, so he pleads, saying, "Just grab the UCB and this." But it's only a ruse. He never meant to make winning easy. Dane is spent. Sean Young grins. He'll be ready when they fight again. And next time, he swears he'll end him. The hero passes out. Waking, he knows he lost. This round, he let his father down. Fear hits. He doubts victory until a system message pops up. He gets a mission, accept, and he'll get a massive stat boost. Dan accepts in an instant. If it builds power, he's in. Cue a flashback. MC's father ran Sun Shelter, trying to guide lost youth. Everyone respected him except his son. His father was gone a lot because of his cause. Not even Dawin's pleased to stay, because he believed those kids would never change, made a dent. His father stuck to his gun. If money was tight, the protagonist was ready to pitch in. But his father only cared about helping those troubled boys. Even MC screaming at him changed nothing. That was the day he lost his dad. Dan wakes feverish, but seeing the rewards makes finishing the quest worth it. It's a training mission. The first challenge, crawling to school like a spider. It was wild, but he stubbornly kept going. Next challenge, hovering in an invisible chair. The third, catch 100 pigeons. Fourth, hang from a slide for 7,000 minutes. Fifth, survive a savage rhythm game. A week later, his progress was at just 2%. Dan felt the entire thing was nonsense. Maybe Yunong's video was a total fake. He wondered if he should just quit this mission. He didn't realize Sihan was also training nearby. Dan questions why he's not at the gym. Shihan shares he trained here for 2 years because he used to be self-conscious. Even Sihan admits this type of training is rough. Dan gets it. Every sport he joined, he quit fast. Determination always failed him. Sihan asks if Dan's really giving up. That challenge sparks Dan. He decides to stick to his goal. 2 months later, everything changes. The protagonist enters Sikyoung Jong's office determined. He's set on getting the recording. This time, everything would shift. Sikyoung Jong charges at him. Dawin blocks swift. A punch flies for his face. He stops it with both hands. Sukyoung notices MC is different, no longer weak. Dane blocks every strike, dodging perfectly. Even the hook kick can't connect now. Finally, the fight got real. He rushes Dawin, but Dawin smashes his jaw. If he keeps goofing off, he'll look weak. Now, he stops joking. That just fires him up more. He attacks. Dawin's cornered. Then Dawin slams a front kickback. Sukyoung Jong leaps forward, landing a punch to Dawin's face. The shot stings, but not bad. Dawin punches so Yong weaves aside, kicks, strikes the liver, then knees his face. Dane blocks, shoves him off, then starts landing blows. He eats the counter and throws a gut punch. He unleashes critical strike, takes the win, grabs the tape. Right as Jubai's men barge for Soyoung Jing's office, Yoon Seong Han blocks. He won't let anyone mess up the fight. Do they even stand a chance? Yanzong Han's fearless. He lays out 2 choices, leave now or face him. But Dawin's done, he leaves with Yanzong Han. Jiaobai walks in, asks the boss why. Kyung-jung shrugs it off. Soon he figures out Da's secret edge. Later at the park, the protagonist rewatches the tape. The brakes were cut, but he still can't spot who did it. He scans the suspect's clothes next. MC sees it, a Sun Shelter jacket, just like the one his dad made for Sun Shelter. That jacket says it was someone from Sun Shelter. Dawin can't believe his father's killers were the same people his dad tried to help. The video showed up from an unknown sender. He recalls an old Sun Shelter spot. Maybe evidence is there, and he'll expose everyone involved. When he finds who did this, he'll take them down. Trouble is, exams kick off next week, so John decides to tutor him. They want to study at John's, but another mission interrupts. He needs to guard Jian during exams. Someone's definitely planning an attack. Guys in a backstreet already hunted for Jan. The one tailing him wore those tattoos. 4 days before midterms, they reach Jan's place, basically a mansion. A woman greets them inside. Dawin guesses she's Jan's mom, but she's just help. They leave his room and hit the books. Later, they say their farewells. There's no trouble yet, just a secret item for their efforts. Next day, Don nearly blacks out from too much studying. They pause to chill in Jan's game room. The lead asks about another room, but Jan shrugs, just storage. Next day after class, they plan another study session at Yan. John confides he had over 20 tutors. Not all were for regular class. Lessons covered just about everything. Then John bumps into a friend who recognizes him instantly. It's Goon, the tattooed guy, Jan's friend since middle school, long time no see. Dane spots Jan trembling, asks if Goon's the reason, but Jan signals him to stop. They all head over to Jihan's house together. On the way, John says no group study today, maybe tomorrow. When Jian enters, the housekeeper says his other friends are waiting. Upstairs, he saw Gunim's friends already waiting. Jihan tensed up, Gunim appeared behind him. Doan sensed trouble and went to Jan's house himself. The housekeeper told MC that Jihan was out with the boys. A system alert flashed. John went missing, raising the mission stake. Now it was about saving Jan, not just guarding him. That hit Darwin hard. John had been trapped. Meanwhile, John was stuck in a billiards room. He demanded Gunnim explain his action. Gunnim told his crew to get ready. Jian was about to pay for talking back. Dan searched every corner. When Dan finally called, Gunnim answered. He asked for the address. Gunnim told him. Jihan begged not to get MC involved, but Gunnim silenced. Dane found one of Gunim's friends, pressed him for details. He forced the guy to talk, then braced for a fight. First, a hint of Jihan's history. His mother battled illness in the hospital. She wished for friends, which led Jihan to Gunnim. Their mothers were hospital neighbors. Both came from money and shared the same school. That bonded them instantly, they were so similar. But then Gunnim heard his mom was moved, and she might not make it. Gunnim changed. Back to action. Everyone attacked Davin, but he took them out fast. Thanks to Sokyung-jung, these guys were too green for him. Even Gunnim's guards couldn't handle Dane. He gave Jihan a hand back up. Only Gunnim seemed to remain. The sleeping guy tossed a blanket over Davin's face and attacked, but MC struck back. This time, the man defended himself. Unlike the others, this guy was on another level. He parried each blow. Even with the size gap, he held his ground. The other man thought he was winning. He lunged at Dan but bashed his head against a pillar. Right then, the protagonist moved in for the final blow. Gunnim warned him, "Stop, or I'll cut Jihan's throat." So Darwin let himself get hit and only defended. If he hit back, Gunnim would hurt Jihan. Gunnim also threatened Jihan with videos on his device, proof of abuse by the others. If he didn't obey, his mom would see them. Dane got choked, almost blacking out. That's why Gunnim changed. His mother died a week after moving hospitals. After, he envied Jihan for still having a mom and stopped seeing him. He spiraled, punishing Jihan from jealousy and anger. Jihan tried to save him, but Gunnim refused to change. He was terrified to see his friend fall apart. But this time, it would play out different. While cleaning, the housekeeper found Jihan's sports trophies. He'd mastered martial arts of every kind. Now Jihan revealed his skills, rushed Gunnim, and instantly disarmed. With Jihan not a hostage anymore, Dan kept fighting. Gunnim saw it unfold and shouted for everyone to rise. He asked MC how much money would buy his freedom. He offered triple what Jihan paid. Dane didn't care about cash. Desperate, Gunnim threatened Jihan with exposing the video to his mom if he wasn't stopped. That threat sparked from one day years ago. Gunnim, blinded by jealousy, insulted Jihan's mother constantly. That's what made Jihan snap and beat him. Both were sent to the office after Gunnim's father complained. With Jihan's dad away, his mom had to come, though she wasn't well. That's when Gunnim turned on Jan and started bullying. During this, they took photos and video, threatening Jan with his mom if he resisted. He had no help then, but now Dan deleted the files in front of Gunnim, who had backups elsewhere. Gunnim still wanted the protagonist beaten, but MC let Jan decide his fate. Gunnim tried to stab Dwan with a bottle, but Jan kicked him, ending it. Jan said Gunnim's bullying in middle school caused his crippling shyness. Jan felt guilty for Dawan's trouble, but the protagonist called him amazing. Without Jan's kick, he could have been stabbed. MC asked Jan what he'd do now. Jan would tell his mom everything. This time he refused to live in fear, grateful for newfound courage. Later, Don opened his secret item in the park. This reward felt unusual. It was a lock triggering auto mode, a crazy, powerful, risky item. After exams, Darwin asked John what he'd do next. John said he'd visit his mom in the hospital. He asked the protagonist the same question. MC would go to the solar refuge to hunt more evidence on the convict. He arrived thinking it was gone, but an old man told Dwan it had only been renovated. He asked why Dwan was there. He replied he represented the solar refuge and searched for any link. The old man said they'd already cleared the place before remodeling, yet all they found was a box left on the floor in his father's room. Inside, there were only broken glass. That's all that was left. Darwin gave his thanks. Meanwhile, at a cafe, Gino Chave, a Siwon loyal, served a customer. The customer was Gonim. Gonim wanted Gino Chave to go after the main character in Jan, but payment came first. Gonim threw over the cash and ordered him to take care of things for good. Genta disliked Gonim's vibe, but cash talks, so he took the job. He double-checked the names, and hearing Dewan was involved made him interested. The people Genta chose were stuck on other gigs. One was Hayo Sid Job, another Sig Joan guy, the unhinged younger brother. The other was Tayo Sujab, the wild older brother he dealt with Saigo 1. These two would do it, they'd just left juvie. Then, trip day hit. At first, Darwin felt some boredom, but with Aaron and Jan next to him, it felt new. He wasn't alone now. Their bus drove to Gongju with both brothers aboard. A new story started as the bus finally stopped. Everyone got off, tried pottery class, and began crafting pieces. Dawon struggled at it, but Jan did great. After pottery, it was pizza time. Later, while Dan wandered, he spotted Aaron with an old empress's crown. The teacher said, "Have fun before dinner," so John and MC wandered around. In the ice cream shop, Hyoab wanted to make a move, but Teo told him to chill and wait like he did. The server dropped ice cream on his favorite shirt, so he punched the guy out. Dane and Jan kept laughing while the protagonist recalled lonely school trip. He was once silent and bullied during trips, but that's over now. They hit an ATV rental where Erin and her friend were already on a ride. The shop owner asked them to form teams by choosing part. Doan ended up getting Erin as his part. They rode off together, and MC felt elected. Students from another school grew jealous. A blonde guy eyed Erin. Remember him? He'll get cocky soon. When Dowan tried flirting by an ice cream truck, Erin got woozy. It wasn't his words. The truck's noise made her dizzy. They sat down as he asked if she'd go to tonight's festival. She refused, saying she hated speakers and planned to stargaze on a hill instead. Jan arrived, carrying Erin's friend, who had fallen mid-ride after letting go. John acted fast to rescue her, then told Dane everything. Afterward, they returned to their rooms for some rest. Next day, they took a photo. Erin and her friend tried on clothes. Still, Erin felt eyes tracking her every move. Close to midnight, the brothers plotted their attack. That night, the girls' dance club had an event. Partners got premium seats. Da mocked those solo boys, blind to Jian already sitting above. Since Mingi lacked a partner, he brought Jihan to the front seats. Dan felt hurt, but with Erin expected in the mountains, he decided to find her. Just then, a message flashed. He'd entered a dungeon and needed to fight through. Suddenly, Tayo leapt in and attacked. Hyob appeared too. Another attacked and struck him with a sword. The brothers wanted to bury him on the spot, but when Dwin saw it was just two, he shoved the younger one, boasting it'd be easy to win. The protagonist lunged at the older brother, fists charged with fury, but the young brother jumped in first and attacked, so Dowan spun around and struck him back. The older brother kicked his back hard. The younger rushed from the front but ran into a hidden punch. Then the older brother hit him in the head. They worked fast and smooth, nothing like his usual opponent. Whenever he attacked one, the other always caught him off guard. He couldn't hit clean, so he switched tactics. Doan feigned blindside punches, then shifted the blow to the other brother. But that brother sensed it, expecting the trick. He threw MC off balance quick. Doan changed the move midair into a brutal downward kick. The younger pulled his hood, and together they locked his arm, nearly snapping his limbs. They froze as he bashed their head. His arm almost snapped. Then he spotted a motorcycle nearby. Someone else had entered the scene. A hand grabbed Dane's arm. It was the eldest brother. As they fought, Jihan enjoyed every second. Back to Dayan, the eldest apologized, saying he fought off thugs earlier. The protagonist punched him, inflaming his excitement. The man charged, and Darwin slipped away. The brothers spread out quickly. The eldest brother chased, but MC spun and went on the attack, aiming to break them apart. The younger brother snuck up, but Darwin reacted lightning fast and kicked him. The eldest brother dove in, launching a massive flying kick. Brocking it shook him so hard his foot went numb. Suddenly, all three brothers swarmed Dane. He fended off the blow from the front and stopped the blow from the side. Fighting three at once was impossible with just two hands. They meant to break Darwin down slowly, but John yanked the eldest brother and smashed him to the ground. Apparently, he'd sent his location to Jan while escaping. Now the two teamed up and charged. The younger brother targeted John but ate a brutal punch. Dan flew at the older brother, unleashing fierce punches until he dropped. Only the eldest brother stood now. Then, from far away, someone spotted the motorbike. Those guys were the thugs he'd embarrassed earlier. They returned, arriving all together for payback. Doan wanted to know who hired the eldest brother but got silent. Any info given meant death from his boss. Ignoring the question, he whipped out a knife hidden away. He went to stab them, but the Sela Institute thugs appeared just then. They were true monsters, immediately beating up the brother. The eldest raged, swung the knife, got grabbed, and was smacked by the blonde as his brothers got thrashed. John tried to step in, but Dowan pulled him back. They had to focus on surviving this moment. The gang realized the MC was the one often with Aaron. He faced too many enemies to take all at once. The blonde punk ordered Dowan and Jihan to fight. MC made the first move, only shoving Jihan instead of punch. Next, he told Jihan to run far away. Dan would take care of everything alone. Needing his hidden padlock, he grabbed the fat guy and snapped the lock. A dark aura surrounded Darwin, knocking him out cold. His hand crushed the guy's shoulder as automatic mode kicked in. An enemy swung at Darwin, but he dodged and broke his jaw. Dan charged the bald guy, hitting him hard. His eyes scared everyone. Three men lunged at him. They struck all together, but Darwin was too fast for them. One grabbed his leg. Dan stomped the guy's head. John saw Dan could win this alone. Nichi held back, just waiting for more to arrive. The fat guy shouted for everyone to attack at once. With one rival left, he surged forward, beating them all. Facing a crowd, he'd flattened them in seconds. The fat guy tried crushing Dawin's ribs in a tight grip. It looked hopeless, but Dan squeezed his thighs until he broke free. Then Dan sprang upward, kicked him in the face hard. He stood victorious over everyone. The guy with glasses stared, shocked MC would hit him too. Dan didn't hesitate and floored him with a punch. Only the blonde remained. He attacked, but Dan seized his fist and throat. Meanwhile, Darwin's true self awoke in a locked room. A computer flicked on, displaying a message from the system administrator sent after the game night. At once, Orin wandered through the mountains stargazing when she heard a ringing phone. A figure had tailed her, quickly silencing their phone. Meanwhile, the real Darwin talked to the administrator inside. The administrator asked Darwin about life after the change. He said life got worse. Taking out thugs wore him down. But now he could stand up, fight back, and defend his loved ones. So in truth, he was grateful. The administrator let Dawn ask something. But in autopilot, MC snapped the blonde's arm and launched him across the room. The guy tried to call his boss Peon, but the call dropped. Then Dawn stomped his face, and the eldest brother remembered that name from juvie. Peon had crossed the leader by hurting his sister in their cell. When others tried to kill him, Peon took them all down that night. He landed in juvie for abusing her first. Now Aaron faced the same threat, because Peon got obsessed with her instantly. Aaron stumbled, and as he reached for her, Dan burst in. Peon became the dungeon boss on the system's map. So Dan charged straight at him to end things. He smashed Peon in the face, pummeling him piece by piece. Right before the final hit, Dan asked the system who it talked to. The reply, the administrator, followed by his next question. Why give him powers? Was it thanks to the protagonist's good deed in-game? That was only part of it. There was more, but it wasn't time to reveal it yet. The administrator claimed this room was where it all started. Suddenly, everything trembled. Automatic mode was almost done. Darwin wanted answers, but it had to wait. Someone needed his protection now. MC snapped out of automatic mode. Pagian kicked him. Dawn was still clueless. Then pain flooded his whole body. Automatic mode hurt him. He struggled for air. Sean hit his stomach hard. He struck while MC was weak. Dodd tried fighting, but even moving made muscles tear. Sean barked at him to shut it. Dane was frozen. Aaron begged, but Patch Chan only wanted to torment her and make him watch. MC refused to stay down. He forced himself up. As Aaron was about to be grabbed, he shielded her. He barely stood. Sean smashed Darwin's face. The protagonist tried destructive blows but had no energy. He took every hit and reached for his card. The card still worked poorly. He kept going, using that card 6 times. He didn't care if he broke apart. He didn't care if he fainted. For Aaron, he risked it all and finally beat Sean. He finished the mission but paid dearly. He shattered his limits, so Darwin fainted. MC woke up the next day in his room. He wasn't alone. Aaron slept beside him. She woke too, but Dane remembered nothing from last night. Aaron said after passing out, John appeared and took him to his room to treat him. Yet he was inexplicably already fine. How did that happen? Then he recalled using the silver and gold keys to unlock powers last night. The silver key gave him recovery, healing him while he slept. Still, the gold key's use was a mystery. Darwin asked where Jan went. Turns out Jan and Mingy were at the amusement park. The main character and Aaron grabbed mint pork chops at a restaurant. There, Aaron told why loud noises frighten her. It began in childhood, in an amusement park lost. Noise smothered every attempt to find her parents. It was as if noise itself blocked her way. Life never felt normal after. That's why she'd watch stars instead of visiting the amusement park. That night, they headed to the roof and gazed at the star. Aaron thanked Dane for the help last night. Most pretend to be tough, but MC stood out, which made her truly great. They watched the park glow and fireworks burst overhead together. Yunong and Kim Jae rode a Ferris wheel, gathering proof of Dan's action. They'll report everything at the next bully meet. He makes messes and only reacts when shoved. The focus shifts to Sawan headquarters. Cheyenne says the brothers got beaten, so Sawan's in Gangkong will confront Don. On their return, the news reports a bear loose in the city. The protagonist is unconcerned, obsessed with the unfamiliar lock. If he could locate the key, he might reuse it. Reaching the bus stop, someone from Sejong's school waits to see Dayan. He wants a private talk with him. He promises answers on the way. Together, they join Sejong. He called them because the Bully Council meets tomorrow, and Darwin must go as representative. Most send lackeys, but MC handles it himself. Chi wants to know why he was called MC, says he fought illy students on the trip, unrelated to the Bully Council. He'd also clashed with Bon, then fought Bonchan's representative after. Shi Yijang doubts it, but soon knows MC is serious. Still, fighting alone doesn't explain the summons. Reps can battle. Another representative's invited too. The problem could be him. Now, at C.I. Jang's batting cage, Gam's tied up as Kong Yun fires pitch. He did it since word spread the brothers who attacked Dane were tied to Sejong. He thinks Gum may have told, but that would risk Gum too. If that's true, Kong Yun bails, throws refund cash into the machine, balls keep striking till they're out. As Darwin walks Sejong home, he hears a noise in an alley and is shocked. It looks just like the escaped bear. Dane yells for Sejong to run and call the cops. He'll buy time and face the bear, but the bear says, "Stop, it's just a bear suit." A guy inside hands out flyers, then thugs arrive holding those same flyers. He begs Davin to protect him. The thugs are mad over the whole cigarette mess. They smoked, their boss wants 300,000 won for the cigarette, but he's broke. If not paid, they threaten to burn the stack of flyers. Davin stops him, but the thug throws them and sends the rest chasing. Then he unlocks power from the golden key and drops all the attackers in one move. The bear and Ci Jiang, shocked, thank him for his help. They split up and go their own way. Ci Jiang notices Dane's new strength. He realizes he's a changed person. The bear trashes the flyers and ditches the costume. The mysterious figure knew Davin since childhood and wanted to see him. The assembly finally begins the next day. The protagonist walks in, sits down, and the meeting kicks off. First up, Ci Jiang Yongji's branch attacked Borome. They ask Ci Jiang Yongji's rep next to Dan for an answer. He pretends not to know, but headquarters expose the attack. MC stands, demanding if he set his brothers on him. Nihan notes the tattoo near Darwin's eye matters. I took a life. He tries to duck the blame, but the other guy attacks, and the protagonist blocks. He defends against another quick hit. Through his glasses, he promises not to lose to Davin and will clear a Borome seat himself. Davin gets a goal, stay alive for 3 minutes. He takes the blows, tries to punch back, but hits the wall. MC goes to escape, but Kangyi stops him. A kick cracks his face, but Davin rises again. Sure, he beat Banshin's rep, but not everyone's the same. Each fighter draws power from different places. Some are gifted, some claw their way to the top. Davin knows he doesn't fit in yet, so vows to surpass them all. Every hit Davin takes racks up more reward points. Hold on. He dares Kangyi to go all out. Maybe the next hit will end him. Just then, Hong steps in and halts them. If Kangyi keeps this up, he'll lose his rep spot. He's also warned that everything is recorded at headquarters. Kangyi backs down, so their next fight's on hold. Dawan racks up 30 more defense points. As Dawan leaves, Hongan stops him. One more thing to address. Every rep hands over earnings, so he's got 2 weeks to bring money for the council. That's it. At Siwon's main office, Kangyi walks to his room. He spots blood staining the doorknob. Inside, his men lie beaten. Kangyi asks what happened, and one gestures to the culprit's path. Afterward, Davin wonders why his mission only told him to defend. Was someone else supposed to fight for him? On the rooftop, Kangyi finds Yunong waiting. He's behind everything. Headquarters sent Yunong directly. Yunong has proof of Kangyi's illegal actions against Borame. He'll be stripped of his title, or Yunong will do it himself. Kangyi's younger brother was flawless. Everyone liked his brother. Kangyi was unfriendly and ignored, but his brother never left him. That's the brother he had. Kangyi tried to earn praise, but his brother outshined him. It was always like that, Kangyi in his brother's shadow. Meanwhile, Sijong tells Dawan the assembly could have ended worse. It's good no one made things uglier, but they still need cash for the bully council. Sijong says there are exceptions, like Yizhong's crew's work. Their threat isn't just brute force. It's because of the jobs they take. They keep bully council members in check, basically ousting traitors. Kangyi moves with caution. Their blows meet. Kangyi aims for the jaw, but gets clipped from the side. He snags Yunong's arm, knees his gut, attacking round after round, always on guard. But as he talks, he's smashed in the jaw, hit again, then kneed in the gut. The hit knocks him down. Even down, he locks Yun Sung's arm, desperate to finish the fight. Jingo Chi runs for the office evidence, but Kim Jin waits for them. He wants them to grab the evidence just so he can stop them himself. Jin Jae's fine with it. Yunong beats Ingang Kang, but when he turns, Ingang Kang grabs him, tries to throw him down, but Yunong grabs the edge. Did Ingang Kang mean it? He'd seen this before. His brother went through it, and Ingang Kang didn't help. He caused his brother's death. He was sick of never being praised or noticed, unlike his brother. It felt totally unfair. Once, his brother looked for his lost parrot and climbed to the roof. He climbed the ledge. Ingang Kang heard a scream. Looking up, he saw his brother nearly fall. Right before helping, a dark idea slipped in. Letting his brother die meant reclaiming what he lost. So, he let his brother fall. He tells Yunong. While talking, Yunong hauls himself onto the rooftop. Now Ingang Kang uses everything he's got for the finish. He comes in fast, knees for the face, but Yunong blocks solidly. He won't let anyone take what's his. He refuses to let go, swinging hard, but Yunong shatters his knuckle with an elbow. Yunong kicks his side, spins, and lands a high kick. He grips his head and smashes his nose. Ingang Kang makes one last gamble, unleashing a shockwave. From here, he's out of the bully council, and his crew is sent to Central HQ. Yunong tells his boss that Ingang Kang is taken care of. The caller asks if he wonders why any of this is happening. But he's already sold out to headquarters. They get Yunong's only here for his sister, but he claims he's just following orders. He's given a new assignment now. His next target is Dayan. Walking in the rain with just his jacket, the protagonist bumps into Yunong. Just before, he gets a call from his cameraman. The cameraman says Sean's crew is dealt with, but trouble's brewing. Chin vanished. First, he needs papers from Sean's office and hangs up since Dewan still needs settled. MC asks him over, saying central office sent him. He's short on cash, so MC offers him So's branch's info post. That branch is shut, and MC wants Dan to take over, but the protagonist knows the illegal side and refuses. He won't touch anything illegal. Then the cameraman calls, records are in flames. Someone tries deleting files, but he acts before getting caught. Chin was holed up with Kengi. For now, he retreats, planning to wipe out all branches and all rivals soon. The next day, Dan heads straight to the hall. He's there because Safi asked him to come. Dan waits outside but suddenly needs the bathroom urgent. He rushes inside, almost entering the women's restroom by mistake. He searches for the men's, but only finds another girl's bathroom. He backs away fast, confused both bathrooms are for girls here. Then he realizes this mixed school just barely has any male student. A silver-haired girl suddenly takes notice of him. After using the bathroom, she asks if Dane's searching for Sayan. She already knows the name he's about to say, so she knows where to find her. She grabs his arm and guides him off herself. Instead of heading straight there, they go wild, taking photos, riding park rides, just living it up. They get so carried away that Dan ends up walking awkwardly, trying to cover up. They even stop at a private room library while saying spam calls his phone nonstop. Over 13 calls unanswered. Afterwards, they hit up a billiard hall to play around. Dane still doesn't know her name or why she's even helping him out. A random guy suddenly starts bothering her. He's brought his whole crew. She tells MP to rescue her again. She kicks the guy, and as he's about to lose it, Davin steps up. Davin delivers a fast kick straight into the guy's face. He has to fight since this brawl lines up with his current mission. Beat this thug squad and Dan wins a random item. A giant guy charges Davin, but he punches back. The hit barely works, so Davin lands a critical blow. The silver-haired girl warns Davin about a sneak attack. Davin ducks right into their blind spot. One breaks a pool cue, another wields a busted bottle. They both lunge for Dan at once, ready to stab. With expert skill, he dodges the attack, snags the cue, and knocks one out fast. These clowns strut like nobody can touch them. They claim to be heaven's top dog. But Davin smashes them with billiard balls right in the sweet spots and takes them down. Honestly, it was simple. After it's done, he grabs the albino girl and bails. Since she clearly knows him, Davin's sorry he can't place her. No matter what, his memory fails. She shrugs, says maybe next time he'll recall, and adds all the places they went are where CG works part-time. She takes off and meets CI, who's in a skirt, handing out beauty products. Post-shift, she reveals she works so many gigs because she pays off a group to protect her grandmother's store. It's flat-out extortion, and the gang's called the Best of Heaven. That's the same crew name Davin heard earlier. The shop they target is her grandmother's bubaki shop. Her grandma lies collapsed on the floor. The thugs dropped by, and finally Dan gets it. Hits. His job is destroying that gang. A neighbor rushes grandma to the closest hospital. Suji tells him her grandmother has run the shop her whole life. She won't move. Too many memories. She lets him taste the turapulki, but it's genuinely bad. Doan says, maybe that's why there's no business. Sitchin barges in, yanking his hair for dodging her call. Sitchin tries the two-toke date and agrees the taste is off. They catch Sitchin up with all the detail. He wants to attack the gang now, but Sitchin stops him. She refuses to involve them. So next day, waiting at the shop, it's dead quiet. Maybe the food's the real problem. Even Sitchin admits it tastes terrible. Dan calls Yenna to help out in the kitchen. She tweaks the recipe, and Sitchin finally loves the dish. Yenna is also studying at a cooking academy. 4 days later, someone from the group demands payment. Sitchin ignores him, so he dumps cigarette ash in the food. Sitchin smashes him through the door with one hit. More thugs wait outside. Doan and Sitchin face them, launching straight into the brawl. Sitchin grabs the twins and breaks their arm. The boss flicks a cigarette at Davin and attacks suddenly. His name is Ji-sang, the assault team leader. Just as he's about to end it, Dolan triggers speed, spins, and attacks in a full 360 degrees rate. But first, let's see Sigun's backstory. Her grandmother found Sigun as a baby on their doorstep. Their daughter left Sigun and the couple raised her. Raising a child late in life was tough, so they started a shop to build a future. Dao hits straight to his face, and the card lets him move instantly. He forces the enemy out. Skill counters both dodges or attack. Downside, lasts briefly, costs 300 mana, needs a 3-minute cooldown, can't mix with other cards. Still, Davin beats them all. Sitchin envies how MC improved. He returns, saying Sitchin left to care for her grandmother. She couldn't join the fight for personal reasons. He'd talked to Sitchin to stop the extortion. They must hit the gang. She values the help, but wants to keep them out. They go to the gang's club base, wait at the corner, and watch as Davin stalls for enemies to gather. The club guard's crew says 2 high schoolers attacked them. Knowing the kids mean business, he tells them to get the group ready. The protagonist and Suchin head downstairs, spotting all their foes grouped in the hallway. Every enemy stands ready, weapons out. Dane thinks if they've gathered and armed themselves, he'll join in too. He grabs the shop katana, ready to unleash his weapon skill. At first, they mock him until he cuts one guy's forehead, and their laughter stops cold. He aims for necks but flips the blade. He's not here to kill. Doan tackles armed guys, Sitchin takes the rest. He shatters one guy's wrist, then slices another's weapon away. MC keeps disarming thugs while Sitchin puts them down, knocking away every weapon he sees. A thug attacks from behind, but Darwin nails him in the jaw with the hilt. He charges ahead, but his katana suddenly snaps. With the card useless now, he throws himself into hand-to-hand combat. Still, he swears he feels the katana in his grip. He slashes with an invisible blade. It's instant and real. As wild as it seems, the move lands perfect. Turns out his blade was actually a retractable baton. Sihan takes down the last foe and gapes at Dawin's devastation. He demands the bald thug tell him where to find the boss. Getting directions, he leaves Sihan to handle cleanup. The vice boss steps out behind Sihan, asking if he did all this. His name, Chohan. Inside the boss's room, Don prepares for the final showdown. Since childhood, Siji fought not for fun, but to protect the weak from the strong. That was the only reason she raised her fist. Her grandmother got it, always supporting her side. Even in high school, she brawled, and hospital bills from beating up a bully buried her in debt. Her grandfather supported her, too. He saw Siggy fought to protect, so he never punished, so her grandfather worked even harder to handle the bill. In that fierce heat, he died, so she promised she'd quit fighting to protect her grandmother. Right now, they slam palms, but Sahan struggles against his massive opponent. The villain kicks into another room, crushes Sahan's face in his hand, and Sahan misses his blow. He reaches for the lion key, but his foe seizes Seon's hood and slams him on the table beside Dan. This boss is Kim Gwan. He asks if they know Sehan. The protagonist says he's here to end the collection of protection money. But up close, MC sees the boss is missing one leg and a hand. He should be beatable, but the boss radiates pure threat. Sehun got tired fast. The enemy offers mercy if he joins. But Seon says forget it. So it's about to end, right, until someone suddenly interrupts. Sahi's grandmother said his grandfather fought, not like Sahi but to protect family. That memory fires Sahi up to topple these goons. He fought to shield what mattered most. That's why he chooses to fight for his support. Troy Hune faces. Sahi swings, but Troy Hune catches his punch unfazed. He kicks and keeps firing attacks till Troy Hune traps both hands. Seeing the enemy's disability, Dewan notices the system won't count the weapon, so he ditches his staff and chooses bare fist. He grabs his shirt, tries taking him down, but the crutch blocks him. Dewan moves back and Kim Gwan floors him hard with his only leg. Disability doesn't stop this guy, he's deadly in a fight. He wrenches Hun's wrists, uses his hood to swing, kicks Hun's jaw, grabs again, then drives a kick into his gut. Savvy runs on raw instinct, so self-control slips away in battle. That's why he dodges fights, but to save the store, he'll wreck anyone blocking him. Dao attacks up close, but his rival dodges fast. Not even sneak attacks work on him. He still moves sharp, even damaged. The protagonist switches to power hits, but they're always dodged. Then the crutch flies straight at him, smashing his jaw. Planning to crush this crew, he should have come ready. Kim Gwan swears he'll destroy Seiya's shop, payback for his gang's law. Da refuses, flicks on his speed. Now, several blows connect. He slips counterattacks, but almost gets sliced by the fake hand. He keeps far away. Now he spots the pattern, knows clutch setups use the crutch, but Kim Gwan lifts him with brute power. Mid-air, Don powers up, drops a hard kick, hurting Kim Gwan. He rips the crutch away. Someone else at the store stands guard. He put Jihan in charge there. With backup set, Dan can handle things. Before that, Jihan explains he was meant to leave Boromai first, but after the karaoke bar, he doubted his skill, so MC was last in line. Jihan uses the academy style, mixing Krav Maga, Kendo, and lays down a merciless finishing blow, dropping everyone. Jihan's shocked. Darwin bets the boss might quit, but the guy whips out one last secret move, a hidden weapon. At first, he thinks it's a toy gun, but if it's real, everything flips. He pleads for his life, even while the boss looks ready to kill. Dewin realizes the danger's real and backs away fast. But if the boss attacks, the hero still has proof. His phone recorded it all, and friends are streaming from another device, so he's covered. He makes an offer. He'll keep the footage secret if the boss returns the shop money and pulls his crew out. Simply, they need to leave the area for good. That's better than jail, so don't mess up your end. Promise. Doan spits out, "I'm nothing like you," and walks off. He nearly faints from stress, but at least it's over. Next, it's reward time. His prize shimmers and he gets a lucky wheel. This prize lets him try for something random, so Dane spins. He lands on a surprise. It's an old rusty key. It works only after he removes the rust. Sigi and Seohun arrive, ready to take Dawin home. He doesn't spot Sigi at first, but with glasses on, they rush to the restaurant. Sahun can't help but feel weak, so he decides to vanish and grow stronger. Sigi thanks everyone for saving the shop. He wants to repay them, but they wave it off and just ask him to come in. Dan collapses at home, but the recovery card gets him healed by morning. Next day, they hear Siggy will sell the shop and move to the main branch for bigger crowd. It's a chance to start fresh, earn better, and pay off debts. But Davin says that's pure fiction. They'll never use the store for money again. Just a week ago, Woo Jong gave MC another option after one angry chat about paying the gang council. Clean out the traitors. In other words, work with Serum Dong. The first job, control Chongyang, a place outside council power. At its center sits the meanest thug hangout around. Wu Jang orders Don to clear the place solo. With this new quest, he marches straight into the dragon's den. The main character knows he can't do all this alone. But he has no choice, not just the boss. He must deal with the whole area. They're cleaning it out because people there keep messing with Serum Dong's territory. Only two paths, crush the traitors or earn some cash for the gang count. It's 1 p.m. and the school's deserted. But thugs are smoking in the bathroom. When he asks for their leader, more guys flood in and trap Darin. He floors them with no effort. They wouldn't talk, so he was forced to act. The mission judge reveals that this area's got a ranking system. There's one boss, 2 sub-bosses, 2 elites, and 458 regular foes. A guy finally says they're only first years. Second years might know the boss, but they're silent too. At least every win adds to his reward point. If he beats them all, those points convert to hundreds of stats. The day after, he beats down a few more alley grunts. Each falls in one hit. He's already at 79 enemies. One asks for his name. He gives a fake name and makes up a school. He wants that lie passed to the boss. Earlier, Jae Young warned him over the phone. These enemies are serious. The boss is Yu Jurong Choi. Solo is harsh, but Don is tough and won't quit. After, he naps at the internet cafe to regain his strength. Jang's boss is furious. No updates about catching the hero yet. Just one stranger wrecks them all. Unbelievable. A lackey takes a photo of the hero, trying to uncover his identity. They're now desperate to capture him. So, the strongest crew storms the internet cafe to snare him. But Dawan's health and mana have already returned. Jun's crew was busy stealing, pickpocketing, and squeezing students. Now, let's swing back to Dawan. He counts the enemies, realizing fighting solo is tough. Chai Chong, an elite enemy, orders MC to follow, dragging him into the elevator. Before reaching the boss, the hero beats the normal enemies, flees down the stairs, and waits as others approach. He hurries to the lowest floor, with the elite fighter chasing. They hit hard, but Dawan grabs the railing, drops a kick, and defeats the first elite. But more elite fighters storm through. Some enemies climb up from below, others close in from above. It's way too much for Dawan. He beats 2 elites and 28 enemies but suffers serious wounds. Now his health and mana are nearly gone. Chai Chong rides in to rescue him. Enemies arrive on motorcycles, elite among them, so he has to jump on fast. Chi Chung says, "Hang on, things are about to get wild." The enemies race after them. Chi Chung dodges traffic to shake them. Doan tosses condoms, blinds their vision, and sends them crashing. 2 swing chains to stop them, but Chai Chung tilts the bike, making more crash. They fly into a dead-end alley, but enemies cover the ground with nails. Still, Chai Chong flees out the second floor. He doesn't see that enemy bikes get ruined by nails he dropped, causing a wreck. Doan and Chai Chung pause on a mountain. Chai helped, knowing the risk. Why does he keep coming back? Even the hero can't say. Maybe it's the struggle, a drive for justice or friends, though he's not sure. From now on, he'll follow his own path. Hearing that, Chi Chung recalls the previous representative said the same thing before leaving Borman. Dawan, as a last request, asks Chai Chong to help pick a new representative. It's just for now until he's back, and he leaves his bike with Chai Chong. Next day, MC falls asleep on Chi Chung's lap, wakes, and they eat together. They're hanging out at Chai Chong's place. She lives alone at the moment since her parents are away. She thanks him for everything. He did well as representative. Meanwhile, Borame's Dong Quan nods off mid-conversation from exhaustion. Still, Chai Chong can't shake his sadness or the uncertainty about the old representative returning. Later, Dong Hwan leaves Chi Chong's heading home, but finds his door open. He steps inside to see his place wrecked. He's reaching for his phone when someone steps out of the bath. It's Chong Juryong Cho's vice boss. You might ask, how did he find Dong Hwan's place? At the PC room, Dong Hwan forgot to log out. His name and address were on his account. Now that he's here, he's set on dragging Dong Hwan to his boss. Suddenly, Dong Hwan spots something missing from his desk. The family photo is gone. He questions Choi, but the guy dodges, pretending not to know. Dong Hwan goes to jog his memory using his fists, but his opponent quickly blocks the hits. Turns out, the photo's now at the boss's office. He took it, thinking it was worthless junk. He never realized something was hidden inside that photo. During the fight, pens fly at Dong Hwan's face as Choi strikes from behind. They're locked in a close, even fight. Dong Hwan shoves him onto the bed and kicks him hard in the stomach. Then Dong Hwan hurls him into the next room, but his opponent reverses it, sending him into the bathroom. In that cramped spot, Choi chokes Dong Hwan with the tub hose, so Dong Hwan cranks hot water into his eyes. With the guy blinded, Dong Hwan bashes his head against the toilet. He asks one more time where the hideout is. Then he blasts into the boss's guard post. He demands the photo. Jurong Choi hands over the crumpled shot. On the back, "I hope our family always stays together," is scribbled. He rips the photo. Pushed to his limit, Dongwon powers up and lands a kick to Jurong Choi's face. But that just starts the real battle. Dongwon values that photo for the memories. His family wasn't always together. With his mother traveling often, Dongwon sometimes feared his father would go too. But his dad stayed loving, always bringing Dongwon with him. Now, that's only history. Dongwon triggers brutal blows, lifts his enemy, and crashes him onto the table. Jurong Choi seizes his neck and hits Dongwon hard, but Dongwon stands firm. Jurong Choi doesn't quit. He crushes Dongwon's ribs. Enough backtalk, let's get back to the fight. He grabs Dongwon's leg and smashes him down. Still, Dongwon counters from below, kicks Choi's face, lands a hard critical, but Choi barely flinches. A single strike could never finish this guy. The guy's a wall of muscle. The system says his team gathered info on Dongwon, Boromi's rep. He senses Dongwon was sent to secure Asylum. As they plot to stop him, Dongwon sees he's not strong enough yet. Time to use the rusty key. With a rust remover he won earlier, Dongwon scrubs it off. Its power is easy to use. It boosts his odds of landing critical hit. He pops open his skill window and slots in the key. His critical chance hits 100%. Even a weak punch now deals wild critical damage. But his muscles can barely keep up with the power. Still, he won't back down. He has 6 attacks left. Jurong Choi rushes Dongwon, but a single blow sends him flying. 5 targets left. Now Choi gets deadly serious. Fists clash, but Don's hard critical strike snaps Choi's arm. Dongwon scores a headshot and cracks his ribs next. Chongzhong's boss drops, kneeling and begging Dongwon with money and power. He's too late. He must pay, especially for wrecking the photo. Dongwon lands a final punch to the face. Battle won. Mission done. The system tallies his score. The bald guy hands back what he stole from Don Quan and begs for mercy. He says Don Quan's power is unfathomable, but warns about the school's wrath outside. His eye score jumps past 7,975, boosting his stats a ton. He even gets a whole new look. Hours later, Jurong Choi wakes up. He wants to fight again, but his body is wrecked. He asks a flashy-haired guy about Dong Hwan and hears he's already left. Outside, Dong Hwan bumps into the same guy. He thinks he's an enemy, but the guy is part of the Council of Bullies. He is Cho Song-gi from the Bully headquarters. He showed up to check if Dong Hwan had truly cleaned up the area. The rule was simple, no help. HQ knew about his friends, but it's over now. Dong Hwan passed, and now he officially works for headquarters. When Dong Hwan tries to leave, he sees fighters defeated outside. Song-gi already took down anyone in his way. He's here to collect Silim's stolen goods, and Dong Hwan isn't getting away. He's ready to break Dong Hwan's neck if he betrays headquarters. Dong Hwan goes home and puts his family photo back where it belongs. The next day at school, Aaron shows up to invite him on a group date. It's not just the two of them. Jihan and Min are joining too. Aaron planned it so her shy friend could meet Jihan at a cafe. Dance club students spot them and recognize Dong Hwan, the gamer. One dance club senior decides he wants both girls to himself. The group starts with archery, then moves to a VR game. They try an escape room and karaoke. Then the dance club joins and sits by the girl. The guy offers Aaron candy, gets rejected, then tells Dong Hwan to buy water. As Dong Hwan leaves, the guy tries to trip him, but Dong Hwan ignores it. That leaves his friends alone with the dance club. The creep keeps pushing candy at Aaron until Dong Hwan returns and grabs. About to fight, Dong Hwan slams the guy's face into the table. He's completely confident he can win. When the guy's friend steps up, Dong Hwan's glare scares him into calling backup. Another swings a controller, but Dong Hwan smashes it in his face. Dong Hwan doesn't realize he still can't control his boosted strength. The heavyset friend bursts in, grabs Dong Hwan's hair, but gets knocked out with one punch against the wall. Once the event's over, everyone heads out. Aaron warns Mule to watch out. The dance club could target her. That same friend tells his leader everything. The leader is Husu, with Jin Woo and Han at his side. While the group plots against Dong Hwan, he walks straight into the club room. He shows up just to return their forgotten karaoke candy. But their reaction proves it's no normal candy. Dong Hwan isn't here to scare them, just giving it back. He leaves since they're Min's seniors. Min tells Aaron she's glad Dong Hwan stopped that guy who kept chasing girls there. After, Dong Hwan opens his folder and finds it full of trash. His backpack is missing too. The dance club wants to break Dong Hwan mentally until he comes to apologize. They won't only target Dong Hwan. They're coming for Minule as well. She says sorry for being late. Then students walk in as she tries to change. Hai tells Minwell to change fast, even if the others watch. Dong Quan finds his backpack in a toilet, and suddenly a mission appears. Beat the club's minions. Min joined the club just to fight her shine. Arin pushed for it, and Hai welcomed her in. Just as Min is trapped, a dog bursts in, and Hai-sun takes it outside, ending her trouble. Next day, Dong Quan finds his locker packed with food. Someone keeps doing this. It happens daily. A milk carton smacks Dong Quan's head, and the culprit runs. But it's still not time to strike back. First, he needs to catch everyone involved. The milk thrower films it all and spots Dong Quan leaving his phone behind. Later, Dong Quan's bullies gather in the gym. Everyone gets candy. The milk guy brags about snatching Dong Quan's phone. Dong Quan sneaks up, hits him hard, and drops him cold. He'll settle these losers, then hunt Haiso. Then Hao sends them each a message. Take down Dong Huan for 10 candies. They attack Dong Huan together. No need for details, Dong Huan dominates. A boy in glasses passing by warns not to mess with Hyson, says he's dangerous. But Dong Huan won't listen and still goes. Meanwhile, Jihan has tried contacting Mule, who won't respond. Dong Huan walks into the dance club, finding Haezon acting weird. Turns out Haezon ate over 10 candies and attacks Dongguan, totally out of it. But high on candy, he's only smashing mirror. Dane floors him in one hit. No struggle. Jihen still searches for Miji. Even her friends are clueless. All they know is third years blame her, mostly thanks to Hu. She might have been taken off campus. Hu gets a call from Troy. Troy says Nameyang folks are pushing candy in Guanik and wants answers from him. While Haeso has Miji captive, old memories surface. Miji was awkward in dance club. Everyone watched the cute girls instead. She was heavy and ignored, viewed as unappealing. So she started eating candy to get fit. It killed her hunger, but gradually changed her faith. Now he wants her to face the same pain, but Jihan steps in just in time to save her. Yet Jinyu uses sheer power to send him flying. Jihan, using his academy training, pushes back his bigger foe. Both fighters have insane strength. Jihan, desperate to protect Miji, pulls his ultimate move. He slashes his enemy's throat. It's not safe to use, but he's out of options. This sends him into a berserk rage. At the same time, Darwin gets a call from the real villain, asking for a meeting. Back to Jan. The fight rages on. John decides to get clever since brute force won't cut it, tanking hits to create opening. He nearly laughs it off. John forcefully grips his opponent's jaw. He kicks him hard and drives punches into his insides. Next, he slams him with a headbutt and knee after grabbing the ear. He then finishes off Haeshong, crushed beneath Jinch's weight. The clash is over now. Afterward, he snaps back to himself. Dan heads into a shadowy alley and finds someone under a blanket, but it's just a mannequin beneath. The mannequin bursts with strange spray. The bespectacled man reveals the spray is a highly addictive drug. He was the true mastermind all along. Dan Heye's vision goes weird, but he bounces back quick. That's thanks to his new power, light circulation. It purges any toxins in his system. Now, knowing the glasses wearer is from Nyong, he plans to hold him and get answers. The glasses guy has a plain background. The dance club bullied him so much, he almost ended his own life. But he chose a different path on the dark web. He saw some bizarre candies for sale there. Those candies let him control his slave. Now he whistles and summons a pack of trained dogs. They corner Dao and Ha, but only one stubborn dog causes trouble. It latches onto his arms and pins him down. It latches onto his arms and pins him down. The glasses guy tries to flee but trips and tumbles toward the mannequin. Suddenly, visions start to overwhelm him. He sees Dao and Hack twisted into one horrifying monster. The monster slams the glasses guy, sending him flying and finishing the job. At the last moment, someone from Zung appears. He's here because the glasses guy is a traitor and also connects with Don Ha. Now danger lurks for anyone linked to his territory. Still, he must take the glasses guy for questioning. Red smoke suddenly fills everything. The biker arrives to snatch the glasses guy. It's just phase 1, and he vanishes silently. Later, the glasses guy wakes in a tub of ice. The Nyang rep, Kim Josian, waits. He rages over the failed easy mission. Now his candy stash is cut off for good. He begs for mercy, but he has zero leverage. So the biker is ordered to take out the glasses guy. A few days go by and things chill out between Duan Ho's friends. Still, he wonders about the biker's agenda. In a cinema, all Traitor Association representatives meet, where we see Stephen Jagal of Nok. Seong Kim Ingong leads San, and we've met him before. Cho Jin was Swan's leader. Kim Joan now speaks for Nyang. Kyung Jin stands for Yung Wan, while So Munbak's Mong. And behind it all lurks a mastermind we still can't name. But one thing is obvious now. Very soon, the Bully Council faces a coup. Daein Ha and Yunsung strategize about traitors to help Ha investigate. 2 Silimong members will be assigned to watch him. Jamin and Manshan, MC's first story enemies, return. Later, Sion Da and Ha eat at CI's buzzing new restaurant, packed thanks to CI's new look. More importantly, CI warns it's Borm versus Simong now, and danger could hit any time. That night, Josen commands his men to clean up fast. The Bully Council's meeting is about to start. Dae-han and Yoon-sung reach Namyang's base, ready to wipe out the area. They burst in but find everything already stripped. No clues left, so they pick a new target. Yoon-sung digs deeper at Namyang. Dao and Ha go investigate Nakong. Next morning, Jaman and Munchin-yuk search for intel there. Specifically, they track Steven Stevens' van. The area runs on risky microloan. Only teens qualify, but the interest rates are sky high. Worse yet, kids are forced to borrow or face threat. Meanwhile, Choi tells Yoon-sung that the bully council was attacked since the leader was away. Doan knocks on Steven's window, asking for a 201 loan. His mission is clear: borrow cash from Steven. Steven laughs at the tiny amount, thinking it's a prank. He acts this way because classmates mocked his overseas look and gaunt face. So Doan ups his request to 20 million won. Steven knows he represents Borame, and the sum is outrageously high. He can't just hand out that much cash. So MC offers himself as collateral instead. Steven, wanting more status, agrees and grabs 50 million won for Darwin. The deal, it must be repaid every single day. A week goes by and the cash never shows. Steven storms straight to Borame to get it. He sends the vice leader for that job, a guy called Jing Jong. But en route, Sig jumps in, determined to block. Sig wrecks the whole crew instantly. No sweat. Jing Jong finds his fighting moves fascinating. People used to judge him for a big burn on his face. Then he met Steven, just like him. They grew close, and he asked Steven for self-defense. Steven told him to arm up, picking a sharpened soldering iron for fight. He slashes Siggy with it, and those wounds make Siggy lose it. Then Darwin bursts onto the scene out of nowhere. He says he's brought the money back, but it's all fake bill. The whole plan was just a trick to cause a fight. Doan already knows Steven is definitely a traitor. Could be bluffing, but with proof, he tells his ally to grab the files while he stalls the lead. The fight starts. The main character hits hard, but Steven's way tougher. One kick flings the protagonist into a car. Steven's oddly long limbs help. His reach is insane. He backs it up with fight experience too. He's fought all over, in different countries and setup. For him, this is effortless fun. But Doan doesn't lose just because Steven's big. He goes for a kick, but Steven blocks with ease. Doan grabs a bar, tries to choke Steven. When it fails, he drops the bar and quickly switches his grip. CG's fight gets brutal. He's losing fast. The sharp, burning weapon almost makes him freeze up. Cuts and burns quickly weaken him. In the clash that counts, he catches the weapon barehanded and snaps it. That move frees his fists, letting him win. Steven blocks Dowan's attack with a split-second arm guard. Things worsen. His informant gets busted too. Desperate, he drops to his knees, blinds them with a fire extinguisher, and speeds off in his van. It's a tight escape, and he misses Dane tailing him. Dane climbs onto the van, ready to wreck it. Steven quick dials the Traitor Association's boss. He says Boramam is on him and pleads for help, but the boss shrugs, says it's not his issue, hangs up. Steven glimpses Dan on the roof, swerves, throws Dan off, but Seon rescues him, and they keep chasing the van. Dwin grabs a helmet. He smashes the window with the helmet. Steven tries to outrun them, but ends up crashing over a cliff. After Dowan leaves with the bike, another car appears. The Traitor Association's leader steps out. He speaks up and calls the protagonist by name. Seon spots a figure with Dowan and goes to check, but a guy with an eye patch blocks him. The Traitors leader tells the hero they're targeting the Bullies Council. It's a traitors group. He loathes reps who follow headquarters blindly. He claims he could kill MC now, but spares Dowan since Dowan's father was in Sunshelter. He knows everything about his father's actions, but just hints at it for now. He promises to meet again. As he tries stopping them, a bald man intervenes. Everyone, including Steven, gets in the car and rides off. Later, the protagonist fetches Nakong's papers and tells Yunong and Son he saw the leader of the traitors. Zeon joins the call but says he's lost all trace of Jinyang. The important thing, they uncovered 5 traitors in the Bullies Council: Nakong, Namjong, Siwon, Joan, and one from Miss. When Dan gets home, he snags 2 rewards. The first stays secret for now. The second is a seal shard that helps fill a box he scored earlier from a mission. He needs 5 more shards. Next day, Dayan helps Miseong tinker with his bike. He's there for more info about Miseong. Their scheme lures women in. They use dating apps to lure women, then turn them to easy cash by making them tutors. But the women are treated like objects by the client. Then the group blackmails parents, threatening to post videos of their sons pestering tutors unless there's payment. Any woman near Seong Wong would do anything for him, but he just leads them on. The next day in Miseong, Jinu shifts her look to hide her identity. She does it all because Dan asked her. He wants her dressed as an innocent girl on a date to get intel on the region's rep. She doesn't know his true identity, so she thinks she's dating an associate. Dane secretly watches, but then they vanish. They reach a cafe. Seong tries Face ID but resorts to his pattern when it fails. Their date seems normal, but from afar, Sunong's number 9 is watching. After coffee, they meet a fortune teller. Jinyoung's card reads, "A hate-driven sword will strike your neck." Seung's card pops up next, even more intriguing. He's always had women around him. Flashback to childhood. Even as a boy, Older women craved his looks, and he had extremely close relationships with them. His first time turned into a fixation on women. That single thing shaped him. Later, he takes Jinong to a hotel. There, Seong speaks with Vice Rep Ma Jae, who says a tutor slipped away. That woman sneaks into Jin Yang's room and threatens her with a blade. Dawon quickly finds Jin Yang's room and enters. Shang appears to stop his girlfriend, stepping outside with her. She tries to cool him off, but he warns her he'll walk if she doesn't quit. She drops, begging for one more chance, and he accepts. He says they'll meet again next week. Dane checks the rooms, but they're already gone. Before ending things, Seong Mong brings Jin Yong to an abandoned place. He calls out her lie, knowing she's Jin Yong from Borame. He takes her inside a room packed with VIPs. His plan: let them use her while hidden cameras roll. The men are twisted, so Jin Yang grabs a taser and fights. She stuns one of their hands in the scuffle. Right as chaos erupts, Dan charges in and takes out the old guys. There's no point in dragging this out. They didn't come close to Dane's skill. The big moment, Jin Yang takes care of the last one herself. They exit and bump into Sung Mong by chance. He announces he's the Miss Rep. He lets Jin Yang go, setting up Dane's fight. Unlike MC, this opponent attacks with blinding speed. His quick reflexes help him dodge, leaving Dane struggling to keep up. So, Dayan decides to try using his new skill from the Golden Key. The skill needs him to close his eyes, gather energy, and release it when he opens them. He must keep his eyes shut to charge, but his foe won't let up. When it gets to the second level, he snaps his eyes open and blasts Sung Mong. Not even Zeung can dodge that hit, but as Dawon charges again, Sunong lands blow after blow while he defends. When the last charge completes, he knocks Sung Mong away. The hit is fierce, and Dawon gears up for one more go. Meanwhile, Jen Yao and Yunong chat about Bonchan's recent event. Traitors Association struck because Seokong Bonchan's rep was gone. Their talk stops suddenly when Yunong gets a call. Back with Dayan, Menor shows up to assist Seong. Juryong's lesson: MJ was once Sanga's representative. Now the protagonist faces two representatives, amping up the stakes. Yeonjong swoops in just in time to help. Suddenly, MJ sneaks up behind Yeonjong and licks his ear. Yeonjong spins and hurls him back, but Mei craves more. He's sent straight flying at Davin. At Bonchan Hospital, Sukong finds Jibby in bed. He demands to know who attacked while he was away. Meanwhile, Yunong and Jai each square off with a foe. Jinyo lands a hit, but Maji shrugs it off and grabs him. Chenyong dives in while Maji takes hits. Teamwork's good, but Dan knows speed is key to end it fast. It ends here. Elsewhere, Ingang and the three brothers are stopped by Seowang en route to Borame. The brothers fall fast, leaving only Ingang. So Kyuong asks if he's the one who attacked his people at Bonchan. Jay takes every blow, even those for Song Mong, and actually enjoys it. To speed things up, he calls over all the VIP members. A few of them drag Dan out. Now Yunong is alone, surrounded by sleazy old men. But Yunong is crazy powerful, wiping them all out effortless. Da wipes out the old men in his room instantly, eyes blazing. As his power grows, he tells Samong to get clear so he isn't caught in the blast. Then he smashes out a huge punch, blasting them both into a wall and ending the mission. Sokyong has Ingang in his grasp now. He's not quitting until Ingang pays, but the eldest brother says they didn't attack Bong Khan. Hearing that, Sukyong just leaves in silence. When they're done with Mongan, word hits the Bullies Council HQ. Sun Yun wonders why there's a bear mask at HQ. It was for meeting an old friend. And yes, Bully HQ's boss is the same guy in the bear suit from before. Back with the group, Soyoung Jong shows up and stomps on Seong Mong's head for dragging them out here. Song Mong just grins, saying they can't access his phone because the pattern lock's tough. But Don unlocks it instantly. Now they can grab every file linked to the Traitors Association. Jung tells the HQ rep to send Borai members home. Jung's leaving too. Meanwhile, Seong Jae grills the two men. He demands to know who runs the Traitors Association, but they both plead ignorant. That ticks off Seong Yongji. If they don't help out, he'll make them talk through torture. Dane gets a golden key, another box fragment, and one big reward. He opens it, Sion, Arin, Jinu, and the white-haired girl crowd close. The system says pick one, but he freezes, so it picks for him. The girls vanish, their clothes torn to shreds as they disappear. Now, only the white-haired girl remains. She approaches, but she's just a system-generated hologram. The hologram hands the protagonist a cup game. He just has to guess right to win a special marble. First round's easy, he nails it. Keep playing, and the stakes shoot up. By level 9, Dawin hits a brutal final round. Win it, and a mythical item is his, so MC gambles and plays on. More cups, even faster, but his boosted eyes track the spot. He scores the prize. Next day, the group tries Siggy's new dish at the restaurant until someone barges in. It's Sukyong Bonchan's rep. He's there to check if they attacked Bonchan. Siggy denies everything, but he trusts none of it. He grabs Duan's shirt, yet the protagonist stands firm. That makes Sukyong furious. Duquan sticks to their story, so he warns the fight's not over and leaves. Next day in gym, Dion overhears talk about a gambling house. It's a spot only for minors. It's recently moved, so info is scarce. That night, students from different schools arrive at the gambling house. Entrance requires dropping their phones in a box. Inside the VIP room, a man warns the representative that the Thug Council is after the headquarters traitors, so they must stay alert. Junjin Jan's representative sits in deep meditation. With one swift move, he lands several sharp cuts. He's fired up to watch Diwan's sword skill. Back at school, a boy tries stealing a suitcase stuffed with chips, but those guys barge in and Decoin helps him hide. He asks why he keeps showing up. A friend dragged him there and he lost everything. To win it all back, he handed over his mom's account but lost even more. He can't stop because of debt. That night, they all return to the gambling house. A pack of underage kids are gambling wildly. After he loses everything, one kid claims the games are fixed. He threatens a worker with a knife, but Joseph, the deputy manager, instantly disarms him. Joseph warns he won't allow talk that damages the business if the kid keeps going. Joseph promises he'll take strong action. Dion steps in, slams down a suitcase, and tells Joseph he's betting it all. He's doing this for a mission. Unfamiliar with gambling, he asks for the simplest game. They show him a super simple game. Find the colored card hidden among white ones. Pick it, you win. To calm suspicions, Joseph covers his own eyes while picking a card. But he can feel the different card, so Daquan does the same trick. Joseph grabs a white card on his first try. He got overconfident and missed. Dion picks and actually gets the colored card. The only reason he wins is because the white-haired hologram helps him cheat. Daquan bets with just 2 chips. Next up, everyone bets on a snail race. The white-haired hologram whispers to Daquan, "Second snail's got." Then, it's the next day already. Da Huang heads back to the gambling den. Now, today's game is a brutal execution. One rope is tied to a guillotine, and bets are on which one. This time, a human arm is at stake, the boys who lost it all. Joseph will erase his debt if he tries a game. Just before the first rope is cut, Doan hits the booster. First 3 ropes snap harmlessly. With 2 left, Dioan steps up and slashes 1. Thanks to the white-haired girl, the 5th rope is safe. The boy keeps his arm. Meanwhile, Joan's agent chops off a finger from a losing VIP bettor. He tosses the guy out for losing. Joseph warns the rep that Dioan from Borome is there. His plans spell trouble. Dioan keeps gambling until the white-haired girl says she's done and disappears. A staff member invites Dioan to an exclusive VIP game now. Dak and Paul agree, thinking Joe's agent will attend. The gambling house shuts down, but a hooded man lingers. As Joseph heads down to close, he admits to sacking Bonchan's region. When he enters, guards trap the hooded man. He introduces himself, Zukyong Jung, Bonchan's agent, and asks if they hid his region. Daiko steps inside the VIP room, staring down Joan's agent. But first, we see Dei Huan had already visited Sipong Zhang's office. He wanted backup to ambush Joan's region, with good reason. They hit Bong Chan. Sipong Zhang vows to wipe them out on the spot. A guard mocks his size, but Sipong Zhang floors him instantly. All attack together, but he thrashes them effortlessly. A female worker tries sneaking up, but he knocks her out too. Joseph stands as the last challenger. Dioan just endures a boring chat about betting rules. Suddenly, Jun lunges forward, sword drawn. They're literally putting their lives on the line. Daki Shore draws his sword, boosting weapon mastery. He attacks first to keep control, blades descending fast. Their swords smash together explosive. A flashback reveals Jun's early day. Everyone always labeled him a kendo prodigy. A jealous rival pushed for a true duel with Junjin. But Junjin let the first strike land in the duel. He was addicted to the thrill. He even craved more, despite the pain. Now Junjin attacks Dakashore with wild, unreal speed. He swings for Dakashore's neck. Dakashore barely deflects and tries an all-out blow, but Junjin welcomes the wound. He baited Dakshore, waiting to strike, but Dakshore counters with a booster dashing behind him. They exchange fierce hits, smashing into another room. Dakishore dares him to go all out. Junjin agrees, hungry to push him to the edge. He reveals he sent people after Sean. Their boss wants to use her once she's caught, but Dakishore feels relief. The enemy's weapons actually help, because right now, he's sharing weapon mastery with her. His skill, seal of probation, transfers his abilities to someone else. He picked the weakest one, her, and Sion uses the jump rope to strike. She suddenly feels confident she can win. The seal only works with a kiss to connect. For a moment, he thinks he needs to kiss her lips, but a slip puts his kiss on her neck instead. All enemies attack, but Sion fights with unreal jump rope skill. She's so skilled, she shocks everyone, even them. She knocks out most enemies in seconds. Even the big ones fall easily to her. Only the eyebrowless guy is left. He slices the rope with his knife, breaking her weapon skill. Her new strength starts slipping away. But right before he attacks, she slaps his face. Her simple slap hits hard, ends the fight, and drops him. Shokyong Jong is struggling too. but thinking of his people reignites him. Now he fights not for revenge but lets his rage loose. He didn't learn how to win, but how to tear things apart. His grandfather taught him that. People mocked his height, but his grandfather never did. He wasn't just any old man. Now old, but his fight isn't fading. He says their bloodline bursts with muscle, though Seokyeong-jung never trained it and only coasts on talent. After that, he packed him with fierce skills, reshaping him. With one punch, Seokyeong-jung hurls Joseph across the room. Joseph's tough, but what if your attacks shift every second? Could he defend against it all? Each blow cuts unpredictable. Fed up, Seokyeong grabs his shoulder, crushing down. Not his grandfather, he trained battling a bull. He killed that bull barehanded. First, he tore off a horn to protect himself. That's how he trained far from home. He mastered striking down opponents instantly, always winning. Back with Dayan. Sword fight drags on until Jim, bored, tosses his sword, vanishing behind the curtain. Doan steps in to find a blood-red room. Now the real fight begins. Metal slams shut. Jim lashes out with his spiked chain. Both are out for blood, slashing wildly, oblivious to pain or destruction. Killing is their only thought. They keep going, sinking to their knees, almost enjoying the edge of death. Doan's sword finally shatters. Just before the stab hits, he activates Enhancer and every skill. Jinjin still outruns him, and Doan bleeds from every limb. He's got the mythical item. He hurls the marble, but it smashes instantly. That destruction was planned. The Transcendence item upgrades his skill to Hawk's Flutter. From there, Doan lands a massive critical that drops Gunjin. He conquers the mission too. Victory brings 3 choices: Snake Room, Weapon Room, or the Room of Flower. He chooses the Weapon Room. Inside, his wounds start healing for an obvious cause. All sorts of weapons attack him, and his goal is to dodge each one. At first, he thinks it's a simulation, but once he sees they're real, he uses Enhancer to dodge. That power won't last, so he must use weapons from the room. After a few minutes, he completes the test. He earns a gold chest with a piece for the box, a blank map, and a key for his auto mode. Afterward, Doan meets Uni and XXX at the cafeteria. XX says no one talked about the Traitors Association boss, no matter how tough the questioning silence held. Later, MC meets friends and Sanjay wonders why Shimei's around. The Bu Mansion region was dissolved after a Joan region raid. Now Ja joins Borame and gets a horrifically nasty welcome. Later, as Dawan returns home, the white-haired girl appears. He thinks she's a hologram until colliding with her proves otherwise. He asks her purpose. She jokes about Netflix, but Dawan sees through it and rejects her request. She says if her name isn't remembered, he has to let her in. She uses her card and lets herself in. A lot of madness follows. She goes through his boxers and wears his cat headphones. He cooks for her while she keeps pestering him. She sees his father's certificate and assumes he was a good man. Doan recalls his father's certificate and a photo with the logo. His dad showed love by sharing dreams and serving meals. When food's ready, Darwin tells the white-haired girl to come. Searching the apartment, he finds her in his father's office. She remembers it as Uncle Jinu's room and again asks if he remembers her. She sported the sun shelter jacket. Desperate, he begs for shelter members' names. She urges him to chill. Her own memories are fuzzy. She left 10 years ago for school overseas. Dayan's father had given her that jacket. Returning to Korea, she found out he'd passed away. Still, she says there's no point talking if he can't even remember her name. Yet his kindness hasn't changed. She knows loss like that stings. That's why she tells him to get some air elsewhere. Meanwhile, at the Bully Council office, the Traitors Association arrive. Heejun, his partner Jaguk, Steven, and Jinyang all show up. They walk into the place where the central bully chief stays. They plan to finish him as they enter, but the room's empty. Zhang Yan shows up and announces the traitors assembled here. He'll handle things himself, but first gives them 2 options: come to him, or he'll come to them. No one replies. He locks the door with brute force and charges in. Everyone strikes, but he counters with lightning-fast moves. He reads their attacks effortlessly. Juk grabs his shirt so both leaders can strike, but Zhang Yan teleports away. Driven by greed, they've sealed their fate. Jig gets beaten down hard. Even Jinyang is caught off guard. He smashes Jinyang's body straight into the ceiling. Only the main reps remain. Doan and the white-haired girl climb up a mountain to stargaze. She wonders why he remembers some things, then playfully bites his nipple in frustration. Still, she can't believe he forgot someone as cute as her. That stirs a faint memory in Doan, a blurry image of her face. At Nyongyi HQ, the motorcyclist grills the rep about the plan to stop Borame now that they've lost the other regions. Ho-sung mocks the other E-reps, calling them pathetic. He's in his own league and won't let anyone block him. Darwin's downfall is near. Flashback at the Isun shelter, the white-haired girl draws, just a kid. MC's dad watched over her there. He calls his dad, telling Ai to grab his food. Young white-haired girl thinks Darwin looks goofy. Now the protagonist keeps pushing about their history. She jokes they were married and laughs, clearly teasing. They wander to an old shop, and the girl begs him to play arcade game. Elsewhere, Sean's victims hang upside down, still trying to fight him. They miss every attack until one lands. It does nothing to Sean. He teleports, crushes Kang with a blow, leaving Steven. Steven surrenders, offers to spy in the Traitors Association, but traitors just keep betraying. So, Sean kills Steven and the others too. Doan and the white-haired girl continue their game. After winning, MC checks the high score initially. The letters HJS trigger a memory of playing there as a kid with her. Little Dowan once told her, "Put your name in." Now, as he says her name, the memory floods back. Suddenly she vanishes. The motorcyclist grabbed and drugged her. Motorcyclist threatens, "Come to Lance alone, or the white-haired girl gets hurt." Dwan powers up, furious, and flashes back to his childhood. He remembers seeing a girl fleeing from a huge bald guy. As the man closes in, Diane grabs her and sprints away. Back to now, the motorcyclist threatens to inject the girl with deadly serum if she moves. He orders MC to come, just like they promised. The white-haired girl jolts awake in a freezing room packed with suited men. She spots an exit, but Haz stops her cold. He's shocked that Dane, so weak, would rescue a stranger. She snaps at him, but Haz only glares harder and threatens her life. The suited men attempt to calm her by injecting her with a weird serum. Dane finally reaches Nanyang. The suited men move to intercept him. His system commands him, defeat all the enemy. If they don't send out the white-haired girl, he'll storm in and find. The men grab at him, but he dodges fast with hawk spin. HJS hears the ruckus and storms into NP. He scolds Dawn, "Never forget who runs this place." He won't stall. He'll end this now. The protagonist demands to know where the white-haired girl went. MP claims he got rid of her, and furious Dowan strikes first. Elsewhere, the white-haired girl tries escaping, but starts feeling odd. Every drop of that serum is now coursing through her. Back in battle, MC decides not to waste a second more. HJS retreats quick, blocking blows with his shin. Doan attempts an axe kick. HJS counters, blasting NP's jaw. He follows up with another heavy kick. Barely hanging on, he tries to stand, but takes a gut punch and slams into capsules. He blacks out, and they lock him up after that brutal kick. Now he's chained, his only hope's the lock. He just needs a moment longer to rescue the white-haired girl. A dark energy coils around Darwin, making the place shake until his eyes show automatic mode is on. He shatters his chains and starts hunting down his foes. On the first floor, two run in. He knocks them down fast with their own chains. More workers spot Darwin already on the roof. With quick strikes, chain and fists, he crushes everyone. He uses everything nearby to control the fight. With whipping chains, he knocks out the whole crowd. He charges upstairs without pause. Even the rats scatter in panic on the second floor. Terrified by Darwin, he hurls a suited man into the generator, making the whole place go dark. When one man reaches for a flashlight, Dwin has already dropped everyone else instantly. Right before a final blow, dizziness overtakes him. A deadly poison hangs in the air. With no light circulation in auto mode, he must hold his breath. A worker plans to drag Darwin out, but MC, mask, sends him crashing into the ceiling with a hit. Last enemy left, he rips off the man's mask and leaves him gasped. Just the third floor remains. Inside Dawana's mind, he shows up in the Sun Refuge. He sees his father step out, but it's just a memory flash. Dawan relives the day of the accident, trailing behind his father. Meanwhile, automatic, he finds the white-haired girl and grabs her shirt. The system flags her as a threat, but something holds him back. She's not the mark. The true targets, two chainsaw wielders, go down fast, so he scoops up the girl. The true Danehar spots a hooded shape in the street. Fear seizes him as his father tries to brake, but can't. A collision is moments away. The hooded man just laughs, mocking him. Danhar's father glances at the photo, turns away and smashes into a pole. Mkar seethes inside, but anger must wait. First, he has to find out who that monster is. Automatic Dawan hat bursts into Hosung's office, but gets kicked straight away. Hosung flips it on him, counters hard, and says he'll no longer outthink. Now he'll force Dao and Hat to fall. The real Hatchup meets his enemy's face, flash to Hosung's childhood first. At 9, a regular man called Hosung's son, and he called him dad. He had a brother unrelated by blood, but still treated as kin. His father told Hosung, read the paper, gain power. His brother got bored, they ran off to play instead. Now present day, their blows slam together. Hosung senses Don's change, but still thinks he's weak. Half fights back, launching him through a sheet of glass. Hosen grabs his leg, knocks him off balance, and throws him into the desk. Dawan blocks a kick last second with whatever he finds nearby. If strength fails, he'll weaponize the whole room. Anything close becomes deadly in his hands. Back with the real Dayan, the culprit's face glitches. The system still refuses to expose his enemy. The administrator urges patience, then details the force shaping and possibly ending the world. There is a hidden logic to the system's choice. It started with his father's death, but answers must wait until he grows stronger. The administrator hopes he'll one day uncover the truth. Outside, Dayan Hack stands by the wrecked cart, snapping out of autopilot. He's confused, wanting only answers about the sun red. Hosung says that's why he's holding him. He needs answers too. Furious, MC Hack grabs his collar and threatens, talk or die. Hosan breaks free with a kick and swings hard, but his knee throbs. He took a hit to the knee, but that pain doesn't close their power gap. Dane Haka doesn't care, only demands answers. Hosung, though, loathes taking orders. So he silences him with the real reason. Both the Bully Council and Traitor Association treat Dane differently for one reason. He's Jinyo's son who created the Sun Refuge. That's where Bully Council began. Every member started in the Sun Refuge. That's why Dane is special, and why Hosung wants him gone to rise. Suddenly, we flash to Hosung's child. He and his brother play, get hungry, and their father calls them in. Hosung digs in, but his younger brother won't, so he eats first. But as the boy rushes past, the man smacks him hard. He can't let anyone rough up his child like that. Hosung's actual father is just the chairman's guard. He was called son for the boy's sake, not because Hosung is real family. Hosung is left grieving in his real dad's house, hurt and lost. To Hosung, his biological father is a coward and deserves every bit of blame. Doan tells him to stop, then powers up a strike to shut him down. At charge level 5, they smash through the window together. This clash will settle who remains standing, and again we crash back into Hosung's childhood. Days later, they find Chairman's son collapsed, barely clinging to life after a mysterious drink. Turns out it was a drug overdose, impossible for a child unless someone planned it. The boy's vitals crash and Hosung is revealed as the mastermind. He won't let his brother stand in his way, only he deserves the top spot. Back in the fight, their fists collide again. One's hit rocks the chest. The return strike slams into the face. Both are blasted in different directions. Dane Hack is tired of wasting time. He wants to end things now, but it won't be simple. A warning flashes in front of him. He's overloaded. One more push, his muscles could break down further. Still, he fights on, refusing to accept defeat. Both throw everything they've got. One chases power, the other seeks the truth. Hosung's leg snaps, but he unleashes a final desperate attack. Using his last strength, Davin Hack slams him down, triggering a shockwave. Hosung falls, the mission ends, and memories trigger. The white-haired girl's location returns. He grills Hosung about drugging her, but hears nothing. Meanwhile, she convulses in pain until Dan rushes to help her. He tries to get her to a hospital, but he's finished, forcing the system to cut him down. One last flashback. Police ID the real culprit by DNA. Hosung fears arrest, but his father takes the blame first. Revealing the truth would create chaos. To his father, stepping forward is the only option. He blames himself for denying his son the life he dreamed of. Hosung holds back a laugh, proud his plan for the top worked from the start. Now, Hosung tries to get up when the motorcyclist arrives just in time. Hosung demands why he's only showing up now. The rider calls him worthless, saying Hosung doesn't deserve saving, then injects him with Hosung's own drug, revealing he knew about Hosung betraying the association. The motorcyclist worked for the association all along. Every representative was just a pawn. Somewhere else, the white-haired girl waits. She lived because Davin shared his light right before collapsing. Stunned by MC's state, she can't believe he did this for her, so she decides to save him now. He regains consciousness on a cart. He wants to know if she moved him by herself. She says she did and wrapped him in a Sun Refuge jacket. The logo makes Hosung's voice echo in his head. The albino girl hugs and thanks him to ease his mind. If he hadn't come, she would have suffered terrible things. She vows she'll always be there for him, and he smiles. Suddenly, the cart tips, too heavy, moving too fast for Davin to stop. The next moment, they both go over a cliff. At Council HQ, Sean comes to party with donuts for catching traitors but finds it empty, closes the door and sees a hooded figure with a Sun Refuge logo. Flashback, Dawen's dad is in his car as the young white-haired girl leaps in, begging him to draw. Chased, she tells her Sun Refuge hosts her parents won't let her draw since they want only studies for her. For her, drawing means everything. His son invites her to come back and draw anytime. Back to now, Darwin jumps clear before the cart smashes. He asks if the white-haired girl's all right, but she just freezes, clutching his hand. That sparks a memory. Running from the bald man, he had told her to grip his hand tight. They rested on a mountain, and MC asked who that bald man was. She said he was her English teacher and now explains that her family was strict, so she left. After 10 years, she returned to Korea, even if it meant leaving half her studies. Instead of getting mad, he's impressed. He gave her that same advice as a kid, because she never quit chasing what she wanted. Right then, she decides for sure. She wants him to be her husband. Dan's totally caught off guard. He says that was a decade ago, just her promise. She tries showing the marriage paper, gets a quick kiss instead, just enough so neither will forget. Dane says goodbye, calling her Jinso. In the Yungo region, the leader, the biker, the eye patch guy, and bald man gather. They already control over 7 regions and lost 12 income streams. He asks for a report. Traders are already close. Days later, Darin returns after school. Girls swarm around him. He just wants to go home, but there's a clear reason for their gathering. The albino girl asks him to the amusement park. Erin's coming too, ready for fun. She just needs to avoid loud sounds. Seong, meanwhile, gets dragged along. What happens next isn't too important. The girls put on their uniforms. They try the tall tower. Sign clearly hates height. A mission appears to Darwin, but he misses it when leaving the tower. Afterwards, they snap photos, hit the roller coaster, haunted house, eat, and try the boat slide. The mission flashes again, but he still doesn't notice. By now, the girls are soaked. Doan is drenched too, so he shrinks his frame. Suddenly, there's a scream. It's CJ from headquarters. The mission shows up again. Now his goal is to take down CJ, nearly impossible. But there's a backup. Steal CJ's churro to win. Doan slips on a mask to hide himself and tries to buy it first. Confident it'll be simple, but Sanjay denies him since it's his, so Doan tries to steal it. He strikes from behind, but fails. Sanjay dodges everything with wild speed, smirking as he moves. Doan blasts with a booster, but Sanjay dances away and makes him tumble. No matter what, he just couldn't grab that churro. He ditches the mask and goes for a sneak grab, but Sanjay springs away instantly. He reaches for the sugar, sees it soaked in a puddle, rage bubbles up, and Doan feels a crushing weight. A heartbeat later, he's hurled into the rails. Sununjae didn't mean to hit so hard and asks if Doan's okay, but it's pointless now. Dane grabs the churro and bolts. Sununjae cries, and Kim Jong-woo urges him home since they need to discuss their plan. The big event loomed. Still, who was that mask? Sanjay shrugs, calling it one of King Octopus's people, though inside he knows it was IMC. The girls worry for Doan that night, but the festival has already begun. Tentacles from the ride snag the girls, but it's just for fun. Doan's exhausted but glad he's finished the mission. His prize, a golden candlestick. When he lights it, his blank map glows, revealing every secret inside. The tower stands out as the map's heart. The message urges him there, and Doan's all in. He lands in a meadow. The tower from his map looms behind him. He needs to clear the tower to skyrocket his stats. Heads at the door warn, once inside, there's no way out. Fail and hit level 1. He has 70 hours to decide, then gets sent home. Elsewhere, Yunong gives headquarters proof against traitors. More clues wait. Just before Yunong leaves, he's handed a gift for his sister. He takes it, thanks them, then bumps into Sukchinjae on his way out. Sukchinjae hands him a USB full of 6 of Borame info. He tells him to slip it in his pocket. Chungul pops up out of nowhere. She announces the former Council of Bullies reps are nearly back. They vanished because they'd been locked away. People see them as powerful, but they're wild cards too. If those 4 return, the whole council will flip. Or even worse, chaos and blood would erupt. Dane knocks out 4 box pieces. Only 2 pieces left. Plus, he got a lucky watch for beating Josian. Like the name says, the watch boosts his luck. Only 40 hours remain before the tower mission kicks off. The next morning, every Boram member shows up. Xian tells them the ex-reps are coming back. That's bad news. Those 4 don't care about rules and crave fight. They might attack, and the team would have to stop. But Boromese isn't strong enough to win. Meanwhile, where's Sihan? He's been training underwater for months. John recommended this tough training routine. That pool work is for building his dream body. Jan knows Sihan wants strength and respect. The coach urges Sihaish to get back to the pool. No time to chat. He dives in again, while Sokyong trains with his grandpa to grow even stronger. This won't be a bullfight, but something even wilder. Elsewhere, Sohan is awestruck by Siggy's bold moves in battle. Siggy shows up to offer a deal and plans to mentor him. Dowan is set to uncover the truth. Aaron and her friends stroll by, notice MC on the roof, and watch him disappear. Dowan heads back to the tower, warned he'll face serious dangers inside. He's already aware. That's exactly why he enters to get stronger. Before the season ends, a Council of Bullies member claims he killed and holds the protagonist's father's hood. The new chapter opens with Hunen asking Seon about Dowan. She hasn't reached him in days, thinks he's dodging her, and says she'll handle it. Hanjin grabs her bag and pulls her to the internet cafe where Aaron works. They ask if she knows anything about Dane, but she doesn't. She hasn't seen him at school lately. Maybe he's just putting on a front. Some gaming nerds try to flirt for their numbers, but Suin shuts them down fast, so they bail. Suin recalls Dowan telling her he had something to do the last time. She wants the others told, so when they all start asking, no one will worry. Aaron calls him next, but there's still no answer. She has no clue where he is since he never revealed his location. Meanwhile, at the Juvenile Detention Center, Seun-jae hands out tofu to inmates. He brought it for the soon-to-be-released representative. Jong-woo mentions they aren't out yet, but it's huge the old leaders are finally returning. Seo and Jae agree, hard believing those guys are now reformed, but they're needed to fight traitors. The only reason traitors struck was that past representatives had left. Sir Jae didn't simply bring tofu for them to eat. He meant much more than food. It was a symbol of purity. White means pure and marks a new start, but their old bloodstains won't fade fast. Now they're among everyone again. People must stay sharp or risk getting eaten alive. At the gym, the cameraman and Yunong work out while Yunong asks about the old representative. The cameraman says each one return to his district, just to breathe for a bit. Yunong warns him, get caught spying and they might kill you. Yunong then checks if he's alright. The cameraman feels fine, but says the other members were scared. Only one didn't leave, the Bormet Dowan's group, just Soen stuck around. Everyone else in her team was gone. Leaving now felt dangerous. Soin kept calling Darwin, but he never replied. She wanted to know where Darwin was hiding. Meanwhile, MC was wiped out inside the tower. He thinks tougher than expected. If it's this bad, the prize must be massive. Let's rewind a few hours and see what happened. He goes into the tower, the door slams shut. No retreat, and he's blind in the dark. He grabs Soyul's candle, lighting his path. As he explores, he lights some torch. The tower is massive. A statue's voice greets him. The voice warns the challenges get harder. Don't fall, or it's over. Winning in this tower means a special reward. It's waiting high above. They want him to climb every floor. A system alert. Beat the tower and his stats soar. Fail and his level resets. It's dangerous, but thrilling. He had to keep moving forward. Suddenly, the candle halts and flashes brighter. It stopped because it sensed something secret. The floor glows, splits, and opens up. He'd uncovered a basement hidden under the tower. Inside, a skull greets him, warning greater threats wait ahead. Hearing that, he turns to leave the way he came. Even so, the skull promises the reward equals the risk. The prize is unique, but maybe not worth it. Two statues offer him a decision, climb or descend. Each way is tough, but Davin wants strength. He picks the basement. Meanwhile, Cheonji arrives at a fine Korean spot, wearing outlandish clothes. The guests aren't there, only 10 minutes remain. Maybe they won't show, but all he can do is wait. If the 4 leaders aren't here yet, that's probably safest. At least that means no chaos. On the way, Cho, ex-Injun leader, runs into someone. The ex-Hagam leader goes unnamed. The tale skips his name. Chill speaks. The other guy smashes his head on the board. Was that meant to mock him? He disappears, pops up behind, strikes, and hurls him far inside. Chill attacks, but the man knees him brutally, hurling him away. Blood spills, and everything explodes into chaos. Maybe leaving prison was a big mistake. The fight only heats up more. Back under the tower, Doan steps onto the first basement floor and finds a shadow. The system declares his first real tower foe, an old face, Mikkel. He forced Dowan to play at first, expecting this part to be simple until everything flips. His cards get locked, leaving him with only his raw power. It might have worked, but it just falls short. Mikkel grabs his head and slams him down hard. This basement was never a walk in the park. Foes down here get massive stat boosts. Back at the IE restaurant, monsters ruin an old lady's birthday mid-song. Chell pops a man's shoulder out and tosses him into another room. He tries to say sorry for the chaos, but scares the family even more. Another man demands he quit faking that smile. He shudders, sensing Cho's true side beneath the surface, and wants it exposed. They hit each other with brutal force. Cho slams him to another room. The man rants that humanity and martial arts are just violent at heart. It's just their nature. He sounds deranged, but loving violence drags you closer to it. He slashes near Cho's throat and laughs wild, completely unhinged. Maybe he enjoys violence, but being feral is just sick. Cho scorches the wound with hot charcoal. Sanjay hears the chaos outside. Dan eats a punch, then spins it back and boots Meal skyward. As Mikhail falls, Dowan seizes his head and smashes him down, smashing the floor open. It's over. With the first basement cleared, our hero wants it all wrapped up fast. Over at the Korean restaurant, Shell gets blasted straight into water. The other guy treats his own body like a living weapon, but he talks on and on, so a wheel demolishes everything instead. Since it's do or die, this needs to finish once and for all. Sunjai enters, and it feels like it's over. Or maybe not. He's so drunk, he can't defend himself. The punch lands hard, serves him right for fighting waste. Finally, the fight ends for good. Chell points out one person is still missing. Who's left? A giant man shows up, Bujin, once Nangok district's chief. He glances over and sees they just fought. Better keep things friendly, or trouble starts. Place is a wreck, but there's still one more missing. Maybe that gloomy guy is mumbling again. Should they start? Sunjai just wanted to party for old friend's release, but Jun interrupts. If headquarters did its job, they wouldn't have wasted time behind bars. Still, for those two brutes, prison wasn't awful. So why are they called here? It's because they spent time in prison. They lost their leader title. Now they're asked to reclaim those spots. Despite all they've endured, leading holds clout, but they all reject. It's not so easy. One just craves a fight. Bijin doesn't care about the cash anymore. Cho is just done with everything. If the talk's over, they'd rather go. But then someone says to wait. A voice at the back he left headquarters to speak with. She reveals a link to headquarters. Complaints can be aired, but only one speaks at a time. Doe Inspector shifts into a skeletal hand, then vanishes. He's startled, but the hand just hands over rewards, a healing potion and bigger inventory. He'll need both gifts to cross the tower. The skull warns the basement crawls with monsters. Dane beat them before, but now they've come back as stronger specters. Reaching the bottom will take a while, but time moves differently here. So Dowan battles his old foes again. He fights from the 2nd to 3rd, 4th, rests, 8th, 11th, pauses, then 16th, 20th, 31st floor. At his current power, it's all easy. Across town, at the restaurant, CI sorts files on the 4 ex-members. Wu, the last of them, is unknown. The girls burst in, soaked and rain drip. They ask about her work, but she keeps quiet, saying it's private. A man appears outside in the storm, muttering a bizarre sky sacrifice prayer. The storm knocks out power, a noise, and Ain whispers there's someone in the dark. He stands right next to the door. The man vows to kill them all for his twisted purpose. This is Wu, once Yunin's leader, clearly unhinged. Meanwhile, Dan keeps playing with the watch. Time means nothing. The broken watch won't tell him how long it's been. His lucky reward watch triggers a sudden realization. Ho-sung was the last he battled before entering the tower. If Ho-sang's the final foe inside, it should all finish there. Back with the girls, concern spikes. No one knows why he showed up. Aaron wonders if he's a customer, but he clearly isn't. His suspiciousness is obvious from the start. Kanon urges calm and asks why he's come to Borami. Wu suddenly steps straight up to her. The girls freeze, staring into his pitch-dark eye. But she is not the one he wants. That person is not here. So for now, this is not the time. Then the lights come back on. The whole thing shakes all three of them. And Sen demands to know who he is looking for. Later in the park, he runs into Ho-sung. He knows Ho-sung ignored the order to report to headquarters. Oju says he answers to no one but his god. But how did Ho-sung know he was here? Was he trying to die? Oju sends people from the Sleon district watching him after he got out of prison. They need to stop spying on him because his god is Hosen. Turns to where Wu is pointing, and inside a play tunnel, he finds the cameraman covered in blood. His camera has even been smashed. Before Wu leaves, he has one message to give, something the former district leaders will be very happy to hear. Meanwhile, as Dorn heads down the stairs, he thinks about the psycho traitor. His abilities may be sealed, but he has already fought them before. If he handles them one by one, he should be able to win. The monster on floor 49 is Ingang. Dolan plans to end this fight quickly, but then more specters appear on the 49th floor. Steven, Manshan, Jianan, and finally Ho-sang, the strongest of them all. This time, experience may not save him. There is no real chance to win. No matter what he does, this should be impossible. Then the watch Dan has been carrying hits 0. Each of these enemies is like a final boss. Fighting all 5 at once would be brutal. It would be great if they came one at a time. Instead, Duan has to run. They all attack together. With no other choice, he leaps off a pillar and spins through the air to dodge them. He charges Manchuni with a fierce kick, but the others pile on. He strains to move but stays stuck. Manchuni grips his foot tight. Dan blocks Ingang's strikes, wincing from the pain. Ho-sang lands a brutal kick next. Junjin and Steven charge, but Dan grabs their hair and knocks them together. Ingang comes in, but MC tosses Gun and Steven right at him. Ingang dodges, so Dan hurls his jacket, whips him, and slams him down. Ho-sung goes for a kick, but Dan clocks him with the watch. He tries reading attacks. Manchuni seizes him. Steven knees his face. Then Ingang batters his stomach. Dan absorbs the full hit. Gungjen steps in, slicing him with his blade. He uses the watch but shatters. Ho-sung's left to drop a punishing axe kick. Dane had no shot against. All 5 trapped him. He's exhausted after hours. Was he really about to lose? If this was the end, it was time for his last card. He pulled his lucky watch, and it came alive at his dire hour. It glowed, promising a powerful effect. The bosses glanced down, then glared up, eyes wild yellow. Steven gets slammed by Ingang Kang. The system infected them, scrambling their vision. Now they see their teammates as foes. Mun breaks an arm fast. Ho-sung lands a swift kick. All 5 brawl wildly as Dowan quietly observed. At the end, only Ho-sung is left standing. Actually, maybe not anymore. It's easier than Da thought. Either way, the auto house chaos ended. The watch saved him. He erased the ghosts. Time for the reward, meaning this was the last floor. At the station, officers hear about more cases. The report says calls came in at 1:37 a.m., Friday, October 4th, 200-something. Each crime scene report comes from 4 districts. At first, police assumed it was one basic incident, but they discovered this was really a turf war between Anjang thugs and a Wanaku gang. Unlike Anjang's many victims, Wataku suspects got caught right there. 4 were arrested, all bosses from the main districts. After facing trial, those 4 were sent to jail. It shocked everyone. A few did massive damage. Reporters later dubbed it Loud Friday. Scene shifts. Flash to Seoul, a shadowy room inside Silem Dang HQ. C examines the photos from the Angjang day. He says it started with a fight over turf. So HQ sent 4 leaders to Angjang. That event wiped out Angjang, and remembering chills him. He trembles. The cameraman, now fine, spits his drink at Sun Seoyan's words. He claims those bosses cleaned up Anjang fast. It's sad jail claimed them. Seong falls silent, recalling Woojun's words. If HQ helped them, the 4 would have stayed free, and that's the heart of it. Locking those 4 away simply wasn't right. Yun admits something keeps bothering him. Will everything really go as planned? Sean says even if headquarters owes them, he'll do his best to keep up. If the 4 rebel, he'll stop them. He never imagined the old representative's return would spark this chaos. A fierce, ugly fight is about to break out. Someone could die soon. Cut to Dowan, he finally hits the ground floor. Choosing the angel path would have supercharged his stat, but he picked the skull path and scored a special prize. He thinks the big reward hides behind a door, so he goes to open it. The door doesn't move no matter how hard he tries. Then the skull reappears behind him. Davin never thought he'd see it again. Frustrated by his missing prize, he starts smashing at it. The skull vanishes and splits into a swarm of skulls. It tells him he hasn't conquered the tower basement yet. What does that mean? Didn't he already beat every enemy? The skull says the final boss, the tower's last ghost, waits behind that door. Scene switch. At the restaurant, Sean peels onions, tearing up but nearly finished. Hanji's eyes water slicing green onions, but she says it's from missing Dayan. She could use a knife to make it much easier. Aaron arrives, saying she brought groceries from the market. She even got octopus and asks where to put it. Sean tells her, keep it far from me. A few minutes later, Sean asks why they keep dropping by the restaurant. Don't they have better things to do? Yanji says no, but Aaron wants to show some. She printed flyers with Dane's face. Since no calls or texts work, she worries he might be missing. Yanji says the photo looks great and asks when it was shot. Ain says she took it on their field trip. Simeon asks why she bothered with flyers. Erin says she's just scared for MC and wonders if he's hurt or safe. Hanji says she posted his picture on Instagram. He looks weird with all those bruises. Erin asks when it happened. Hanji says it was right after he nearly fell off the fork. Simeon sighs. She keeps telling them Davin would never leave without a word. Still, they worry. She looks at them, then asks why they're trying so hard to find the protagonist. Both pause. Erin says Davin always stepped up when she needed help. On that trip, someone started bothering her, and with MC's timing, he showed up, saved her, and beat the guy. Yoonji says she had a similar moment, though it's foggy. When masked men kidnapped her and tried to drug her, he appeared and saved her, but he felt different. His eyes were wide, dark, like he stared straight through her. Erin hears this and asks if it looked the same way. Hanji says yes. It was like he changed and lost his usual self. It was definitely Davin, but at the same time he didn't feel like himself. Sean doesn't get it. Suddenly, Hanji drops her phone and Erin knocks her water glass over. Zeon just watches them. After they clean, they all sense something is wrong. The wet flyers tear right over the protagonist's head. Hanji's phone screen also cracks on his face. It's like a bad omen. MC is about to suffer in the tower. A shiver runs through him as he steps in. The room is icy, pitch black. It looks like the tower's first floor, except now the angel's head is smashed. The room feels wrong. Who could his last enemy be? A noise comes from the back. A small stone rolls to his foot. Dane wonders if that pebble just rolled here. The skull remembers. It forgot to tell him something. Did he remember what it said before? They'd warned the tower's basement hid even deadlier threats. The true danger was the guardian at the lowest level. That ghost perches atop the ruined tower. Darwin spots it and frees it. None of it makes sense. His final opponent is himself, running on instinct. The system warns him, fail, and all stats get reset to level 1. To clear the tower, Darwin must beat his automatic self. Fighting himself seems insane. He thinks fast, but his auto self-attacks while he's still planning. Darwin barely manages to block the hit. Nothing about this fight feels rational at all. His copy holds a cold stare. Darwin asks why its eyes are pitch black. Suddenly, both spring into action, charging straight at each other. At Council of Thugs HQ, Sanjay adds up the damages from the chaos in the hall. Sahin, wearing the bear mask, is tired of putting up with troublemakers. The branch rep laughs, wishing he'd created the mess himself. Instead, he sent someone else, Jun Hin from HQ. He already knows exactly what those guys wanted. Their only goal was more violence. Sanjay adds the four hate how calm the council's become. They're chasing profits, so this place is about to become a war zone. With things like this, someone's not making it out alive. Back to Davin, he tries to hit his other self, but the fight feels completely new. His auto self is much stronger and faster than he is. Every hit smashes through him. Their moves mirror each other, but he's badly outmatched. When the other stumbles, Davin attacks with everything, aiming for the fate. But no matter what, his autopilot form stays perfect, completely unbeatable. So, the ghost copies him even more. His double throws a harder kick, launching Davin through the air. That blow stings bad. Then, his ghost self grabs him by the throat through the dust. Dan is about to lose against his shadow twin. Woundings keep flashing. His health is critical. Then the scene changes. An announcement goes out, council brawls and territory grabs are allowed now. No matter what, headquarters won't interfere. Even if there's death, headquarters will not act. That's when someone appears just in time, telling Shen to step back. The focus shifts as Nongwik's rep hears Borme is under attack and barely reacts. He thinks it's crows harassing a cat. Boyan stands up for the cat, then picks it up. He takes it over to Peace Park in Singong. We jump back to Borme headquarters. The one guarding Xian turns out to be Si-hun. He's returned after heavy training under the pool. He asks if she's waited, but she replies coldly she forgot him. Everyone putting it aside asks who he is. Then they remember he's Boromi's notorious weakest vice rep. After learning this, they charge right at him. They're sure he'll lose, tell him to run, but he blocks them all. Knowing he's weak, he left Boromai weeks, maybe months ago. He sought out the trainer Jihan mentioned. He wanted to be his student. The trainer took a look and refused, mistaking him for a thug. Sihan owns up to his weakness. Even among those tough guys, he's still frail. That's why he craves real power. Otherwise, he can't save his friends. He'll do anything it takes. That's when the trainer starts checking his body. After feeling him over, he asks if Tish knows about the great body. Some are born with bodies bursting with hidden strength. The great body, people call it. There's also a similar thing, the extreme body. The trainer's proof he built an extreme body. He's Jonathan Lee, ex-military bodybuilder, Olympic medalist, and more. Sihan asks how to get that kind of body. The trainer tells him to just stay calm underwater in this pool. The deeper he sinks, the heavier the water crushes him. His breathing will get tight, he'll be frozen, unable to move. He must win against that or be crushed. It's deadly, so the trainer warns him not to try. Sihan ignores the danger. He dives in fast. Back now, Ca-ish isn't Borome's weak point anymore. He's changed. He's now hard, powerful as adamantium. He hurls enemies out of his way. 4. Rush him with metal bats, but his body shrugs off the blows. Bats bend, hitting him. He begins smashing all 4 attackers. One tries to ram him with a motorcycle, testing if he'll survive. But Sihai snatches the bike and pounds it into the ground hard. He wants his message blazing through every distance. C grabs a bike, speeds after an enemy, bashes him out with her stick, taking thugs down. They figure these guys came to steal the headquarters. With things getting real, they know they must be ready. Zehun wonders where the Borame team is, worried about Davin after getting no answer. What's he up to now? Maybe he's dead already. But then we flash back to his childhood. Frustrated, he can't beat this crazy strong enemy. A friend beside him warns him not to fight the monster. The monster guards the tower's basement. His friend insists he'll lose, but Davin refuses to listen and predictably gets defeated again. That's why his glasses-wearing friend warned him about the challenge. To win, he'd need 100 times more life than he has now. Doan obsesses over this, but we snap back to the present. The automatic double tries stomping him, but MC dodges and attacks from behind. The attack's blocked, and the double kicks Davin hard, breaking his arm and sending him flying. He questions if his arm's really broken. But Davin's will won't quit, he asks himself. Can he win it all? The skull drops a brutal warning. He'll fail this trial and forget everything. But Davin refuses to give up. He hurls a rock at his double, but the clone dodges easily. Davin dashes away during the distraction, but then a huge boulder smashes into his escape route. He dodges last minute and remembers, his double can't be beaten. It's just like that game from before. His double launches a flurry of powerful blows, but only smashes the wall. Thinking he's found the protagonist's shadow, it charges only to hit a statue. Davin tries to strike from the side, but fails. The double grabs his arm, knees his face, and tosses him again. Even now, it's still not enough. His health's at 1, but that just cranks up the thrill. Desperate, he finally plays his final card. Suddenly, we flash back to his childhood. Dawan's friend spots the main character still gaming. After hours, the MC crushes the foe. It was simple. If the enemy couldn't die, neither could he. That's the strategy Dawan's choosing now. He stored up a stash of potions since entering the basement, and now he burns them all. Suddenly, his health is maxed. He knows his other self can't last, so he'll use every potion to win. Now, we jump to Seorim Dong. Inside the OR, one member tells the rep that Borame attacked them. They lost the area's control because of the vice rep. Hours ago, they asked the boy about the attack. He said Borame was the weakest group and had the least people. Thinking it was easy, things instead fell apart. Sahim yanks his shirt, sending a clear threat. He warns, tell your rep, attack Borame again and Borame wipes you out. Sing Bin, Sahum's rep, hates hearing that. The boy freaks out. Sung Bin grabs his throat, threatening his voice or tongue. Then someone else comes in and tells Sim's rep Borame could be taken out instantly. They should attack hard now and not wait. Back with Shron and C, he brags about training. He's not perfect, but now way stronger than before. He asks Sean to touch his chest. She refuses. Ignoring that, others still won't come back. But she's glad Sehun's here. He reassures her, saying he'll keep her safe no matter what. Then he does pull-ups on the bridge as someone secretly watches. Now we're at Peace Park, where Kin Kim from Slim Dong takes photos. That same cat comes back and starts pestering him. He doubts humans even made those marks on the ground. Kijun Kim actually once fought Slim Dong's representative right here. He picks up a call and hears something about Borame district. Sun and Sion walk toward Saji's stand. She tells him she left her bag. Something important's in there when he finds out. He joins her. They arrive at Siggy's stand. Zeon goes inside and tells him to wait, but right as he's about to step in, an abrupt explosion rips through the shop. Si lunges for her bag and Sehun tries to block her, but Sun's representative shows up. Sahan accuses him, but someone else interrupts and confesses. His name's Juan, Nem John's representative. He tells how both leaders joined forces and called in their people. Suhan doesn't care how many they brought. He vows to fight, but suddenly gets stabbed by leaders from Serm and Namjon. Sahun sinks, weak. Jaiwan announces he'll take Borame for himself. They shouldn't have messed with them if they didn't want payback. Now, it's too late to fix anything. By tonight, Borame will be wiped off the map. Then the story jumps to the past. 2 months after Borame's leader quit, the team quit too, leaving only Sion, and CG. Xion wants to know why he stayed in Borame. He says it's simply because he wishes to. Xion agrees. Sion aimed to become Borame's new rep, but he was still too weak. He tried to flex his strength, but that never fooled Sion. She just wanted to protect Borm, a truly special place. Jump to now, Sion lunges at CRM's rep, but squad leaders lock down his arms. They hurl him into the shop downstairs. Their eyes lock on Sion. Let's see what happens. Minutes pass, vice representatives notice the strange silence. They investigate and find the squad trashed. Sihun appears behind them, instantly sent flying by a kick. His body barely flinches from the blow. Sahan resists but takes a brutal hit to the jaw. Smugness gets you nowhere. They pound him from both directions, yet Sahan grabs them, slams both through tables, then crushes their chests till they're gasping, smashing the tables apart. Now the main rep steps up. Sihon dashes upstairs, finds Sion trapped under Namyeon's rep. He tries to help, then suddenly faints. He was already burnt out. Someone calls Seon's phone. Namyeon's rep sees it, stomps to stop the noise. Sirim's rep starts crushing Sion's head. He gives her two choices, come willingly or get carved up. Xion tells him off. Namyeon's rep offers the same, but Sion curses back. Their refusal enrages both reps. Since they resist, they'll die here. Xion regrets this ending until a hawk-shaped shadow appears outside. Jayuk looks, then gets kicked hard in the face. His gold teeth scatter. Seorum's rep is baffled, suddenly snared by Dawon's shadowed presence. Yoon's rep is already out cold. He freaked out when the others stopped picking up. He sensed trouble and just knew they were attacked. He had guessed right. Elsewhere, Bijun tells Yunong that Borame is getting hit. Two representatives, they're so outmatched. They're desperate now. Still, he laughs and shows off the cat he brought. Yunong suddenly gets news. Dawon's back in Borame. The seer representative pushes the protagonist to step down. He wants a truce so he won't get targeted, but Dawon shrugs it off. Dawon uses stun strike, dropping him hard. It was clear, even if he begged or bribed, his next move was so easy to predict. MC sees his betrayal coming. There's no trust. So Dawon crashes into him. Fierce, winds swirling, sunrise hits, and Bora's no one's punchline. Mess with them, get crushed. Dawon peeks at his crew. Sean's bleeding from the mouth but looks okay. Meanwhile, Sehan seems unfazed for once. Even so, Seahun can't believe Dane's new strength. Catching up feels hopeless. Sehyun walks up, demanding how he beat both representatives. What'd he do meanwhile? Inside the tower, automatic Dawon survived, downing potion after potion. With none left, he ended it in one epic hit. Both charged in, fists flying to settle it fast. Darwin got even more battered, but the automatic our lead started vanishing, meaning he'd finally won. All the MC's power flowed into Dawon. His stats soared. He was no longer a mere challenger, but a top-tier conqueror. He asks about the council's current state. Kaun warns that the entire bully council is about to erupt into war. Kaun wants action now, not to just hang back. Dan, meanwhile, is readying himself to join the fray. One task, Dan needs to take down one of 4 key reps. At the juvenile center, the director is calm with colleagues until someone mentions those 4 getting out. The director explodes because the 4 were in the infamous Friday. They'd wreaked havoc everywhere, so staff released them pretending they were model inmates. Dawon later heads home, lost in thought, staring up at the ceiling. His gaze fixes on one star. It brings back him and his father watching the sky. His dad holds his eyes and softly says he'll become a star and look out for him after death. Those words only chill young Dawon even more. Now he recalls his father's accident, wondering what future waits. Once the truth unfolds, strength will be key to getting any real answers. Next day, half awake, he finds Jinso sharing his bed. She climbs over him. Dawon jolts awake, startled. Trying to steady himself, he spots Arin in the room too. He asks why they're there. They both admit they worried. Dawon passes out from the pressure. Later, he wakes for breakfast. Arin's glad he's back safe. Jinso's been waiting forever. MC thanks them both for caring about him. When it's breakfast time, Arin's spicy octopus with mint knocks Dan out cold again. Hours later, he meets Sanhan, saying Sig shop's shut for now. He hadn't known, not picking up his phone, and Sunjong stayed out of reach. Hun just heard about the new member and refuses to let Dwin have the representative role. He still plans to claim the spot himself one day. But first, the MC must realize the battlefield means fighting the 4 attack representatives. That means Wooju, Bonchan's representative, who looked for him at Taoyoki's shop. MC won't back down. He'll always strike first. Next day, Dawon heads to Unan District. He goes alone, knowing this is his personal mission. Ready to confront Wu, Dawon's blocked by that wild maniac, Linge. Let's rewind to Wonexin Mountain, 2 days ago. Deep woods, Linge had already defeated a rival district's crew. He enjoyed the brawl right up until it was over. Far off, someone watched, snapping photos. It was Jaman and Manchun, both from Simong. They said LRE used to live wild before he got dragged to the city. As Ling left, he heard movement by a tree. A lone enemy called El Rey a filthy beast. LRE appears behind him, says he's not a beast. We never learned that guy's fate. Back now, Ling sniffs Dwin's clothes. The scent's familiar, then he smells blood and bolts after. Dowen's lost about Ling, but Silangong messages him a photo of the 4 reps. He spots Ling in it, but Ling's already vanished. His old notebook powers on, meeting 1 rep triggered its magic. He got that notebook by beating the tower. His candelabrum clambered up the rubble, then exploded, revealing Da and a memory notebook from his father, usable only under certain conditions. He gets a glimpse into his father's memory. In that memory, his father hikes into beast-filled mountain. Instead of beasts, he spots a boy, Larange, at first mistaking him for an animal. Afterward, Davin questions if that boy truly was Lang. Ling discovers the trail he was following leads only to a fish bucket. He feels let down. Mangu asks about his father's ties to that wild man. Then Ling catches a scent he's smelled before. A new memory from Dan's father unfolds. Climbing, he hears a branch snap and watches something drop. It's a kid. Jingle asks if he's all right, but Linge munches on a snake. Linge tosses half at him, hoping he'll take the hint, dashing away. Jin Will tracks him deeper in and asks if he lives here, trying to reach out since the boy seems mute. Ling, thinking he's under threat, yells at him to leave, so Jin Will shifts tack. He hands him snacks, way better than snake. Ling snatches them instantly and vanishes back into the woods. When Jin Will gives chase, he spots animal carcasses everywhere. Every corpse is rotting, all left behind by Linge. Now at the Bully Council HQ, it's Secretary Chong Wool's room. She also ran the acupuncture shop. She reports Wu is missing, so they had to postpone everything due to more trouble. Linge had smashed 2 areas and was known as the boldest of the 4. She updates HQ. Davin is back and just floored 2 tag-teaming reps. Dowen's leap in power stunned her. Still, HQ wonders who'd win if he squared off against a former rep solo. One-on-one, did either have a real shot at making it out alive? Meanwhile, Jaman and Manshune trailed Rain but lost her. By then, they'd slipped into a new part of town. In Bore, Davin was heading home when the lights flickered and Rain suddenly appeared behind him. She tried a sneak attack, but their blows crashed and both went flying apart. At least she'd come to him herself. Large said she had memories of Dan's father. Even the name made her furious. She asked if he was really his son and what bond they had. Dane fired the question right back at her. He also wanted to know her tie to his dad. Ling said that man tried to make her a monster. She launched at him, but he blocked her kick. That lord still sickened her. Darwin powered up and threw a thirdle punch. He blew a hole in the bin. LRE avoided most, but her shoulder got clipped. Dowen begged her to stop lying about his dad. But back in LRA's past, Jin kept hiking the mountains to gain trust. Finally, he broke through. She told him she had neither family nor a name. Jingu wanted to know about her old life. They passed by Jinu's place, and Linja learned where he stayed. Then they visited the sun shelter so Linda could rest and maybe meet friends. A girl took her to the kitchen for food because she looked weak. The girl cut her finger, LE smelled blood, snapped, and did something awful. Uncle Jimbo caught it all the moment he walked in. The forest child just smiled like it meant nothing. That was a memory Darwin witnessed through his dad. He asks Larry what she did at the sun shelter. She says it was something anyone might do. People sort trash for the world, so blame rests with humans. Darwin dodges Larry's blow while she insists only humans dye hair or get tattoos. Cuts Mark MC, and Larry says that day she just wanted a human experience. But Darwin stops her, grabs her arms, and forces her to the floor. He tells her to stop saying foolish things. He smashes his knee into her face, spraying blood. A recruit blurts out that Larrying is terrifying. His friend asks what he's talking about. He points out the ceiling. It's stained with blood. You'd think there was a massacre, but most blood was her own. Laring wounded herself, it's all her blood. One thing's clear. Blood triggers a change in Larry, making her stronger and scarier. Larry claims blood sets humans apart from animals. She says her only reason back then was to see if she was human. Now we cut to Shanane High School. Slim Dome members block the stairs from the first floor's lobby. Yun Song searches for sun shelter intel in a dim room. He finds an old article about a sun shelter accident with a girl. It's the same girl Laring hurt. Yun is linking Laring to Dan's father. Was it coincidence both crossed paths at sun shelter? Someone appears behind Yun. It's Chong Wool. Yun asks how she got by with his men guarding the door. She says she paralyzed them briefly with a jab to their nerves. That's it, so nothing was too serious. She goes back to the point and needles zip toward him. As she closes in, she demands to know why he's secretly after Sun Shelter. But switch scenes, now we're in the icy warehouse at the old cultivation house in Namyang District. 5 people met here. The districts lost their missions and most of their crew, so replacements were picked. Now, the man with the gas mask leads for Namyang. Another stepped in for Sean's side. The scarred man filled Nakung's spot, and the dice guy claimed Sawan. The one masked at the eyes represents Manson. Right now, they plot a better profit. Broke, they aim to profit from attacks and take others' income. To do this, they'd snatch as many districts as possible, starting with a major power. Their first target is CJ. They believe he's Korea's powerhouse, a true predator. Next on their list, Chang-woo, who's already stepped into the public eye. Her power isn't just size or gender. Her real danger is poison-laced weapons deadly for anyone. The body has 750 vital spots. 50 are fatal. No matter numbers, one hit. Instant death. She's infamous for stealth kills. Chung-woo is the silent blue moon. Let's cut to now. She feels the threat and stays away. Yoon-chong admits he just seeks the truth. Chung-woo warns he's in real danger, but Yoon-chong insists he must find what ties Ty the Sun shelter to Council of Bullies HQ. The only link left are documents about the shelter, but someone's slowly erasing them. So, does this tie back to headquarters? Don't you want to know what secrets they're covering up? Yoonong grips her tight, but Chun-woo stays silent. She hurls a needle at his eye, but he dodges fast. Quickly, she grabs more needles out. Yoon-chong preps his fist, but before they fight, he asks if she acts for headquarters. She tells him this is a personal issue. She wants him to understand that and knows why Yoon Seong works at headquarters. It's because of his younger brother. That's her only message. She leaves right after. Later in a tunnel, Yoonong hears someone behind him ask why he's alone. It's Nyang's new representative. Yoon-chong asks who he is. The man says he's just a stand-in. He's there because Yoonong is the third target after Sunuan and Chung-woo. The man plans to stop Yoonong and watch everyone at headquarters. Yoonong asks if he's alone, but he isn't. He brought the rest of the allied crew to attack. They'll take Sillamong district hostage and must eliminate him first. They think their numbers will beat him. He tells Yoon-chong to say his goodbyes. His brother deserves to hear them. After hearing this, Yoon-chong asks about his brother, then insists none of it matters because this tunnel is his grave. 100 swordsmen will kill him. Yoon-chong just laughs, scratching his head. He reminds them it's his home turf, so it's their graves instead, all 100. After he's trapped, we cut to Boraim. There, someone stands shocked by what he's seeing. Jaman and Manunyuk are recording Dawen's battle from a rooftop. Jaemon doesn't recognize him anymore. The way the protagonist fights is way stronger, totally changed. Jaemon wonders if he's really the same guy, and Manunyuk agrees. The fights are so fast, their phones can't keep up. They're not the only ones shocked. Manchun looks at the stranger. That stranger never saw Dayan and Lurangi fighting each other like this before. He's grossed out by the red stains and wonders if it's just blood. Jaman tells him they're just filming a test. Mansunyuk says move along and ignore them. The stranger admits he'd just been lurking to watch the bloody chaos they were causing under the night sky. MC finds it odd. Even wounded, Luren never got tired. Langyi isn't slowing at all. He sizes up Dawen and just asks if that's seriously his best. Langyi wants to fight until dawn. Then something clicks. Langyi gains power when hurt. He smashes into a booth, tells MC he wants all his blood, then rushes him. He bites Dawen's arm hard, ripping clothes and skin. Clinging on, Langyi suddenly starts apologizing nonstop. The smell of all that blood and the red in Dawen's eyes fills the scene. Touching it, even if it's human, drives him mad. He just can't get Langyi's behavior. He yells he's a freak and slams his stomach with a fist. He demands to know why Langyi freaks over humans so much, ranting like a lunatic. Suddenly, we flash to a memory in Sun Shelter where Langyi eats a meal from GU. Jaman tells him to relax. There's plenty more. Lorango pauses, then asks if Jaime cares why he lives in the wild. Jaemon listens, eager to win Lorango's trust and save him. Lorango says he escaped because his ill mother treated him like an animal, so he lived in the forest for freedom. Jamon's shocked, but gently encourages Luren to go home. Luren snaps, annoyed he didn't listen. Ya insists running away solves nothing. If Luren comes with him, he can finally live as a human. Just trust one last time. Back in the present, Luren realizes what that truly means and panics. The memory grows distorted. Lauren hides, watching Jim, convinced he's just like the rest. Another twist. He's now in the kitchen. A knife lies before him. He says they want him locked up like an animal, but he won't go back. As he grabs for the knife, a girl from Sun Shelter spots him and questions his actions. Privately, Lang wants to test something. He needs answers, so he casually asks if she's hungry. Really, he wants to know if they're both human. Memory blurs again. We're back to the scene with blood and the girl. Janu arrives and Lang asks if he came to watch. He tells Jano he ran away because his mother lost her mind. He says it all started when she harassed him and treated him like an animal. Furious, he seized a blade. Blood exploded everywhere. He killed her. That's when he learned the smell, color, the pulse of blood. That moment confirmed he was truly human. He was never an animal, and he doesn't want genes doing the same. Now, he decides to live as a human. Back in the now, Loren says people label everything, but nobody gave him a name. All he wanted was to be seen as human. From today on, he'll do it, live human. But before he hits Dane, a lightning strike nails him. It's so fast, he can't react at all. Still, nothing really changes. More blood only fuels him. A new hidden blow hits again. The battle charges him up. Dan lets loose, punching wildly and blocking every move Lang tries. Then Dan is right in his face, sticking close. The protagonist realizes Lang dreams of being human but has it wrong. Right now, Dan's speed impresses him, and for once, fear grips Lang. MC sneaks behind, reminding him it's not about looking human. In a blur, he thrashes Lang again and again, proving he must truly live as a human. Janelle once said those words, but Lang never got them. Dane's speed makes the whole place flash. If Lang had lived as a regular person, there'd be no bloodshed. He wraps up the job and takes down Lang. Up on the roof, Jame and Manshune are stunned and terrified. They can't even figure out what Davin is now. Their footage isn't exciting. It feels straight up terrifying. Manshune asks why they recorded this at all. John says it came from the Central Bully Council. But what do they do with the video? Jaime only knows headquarters is secretive and sneaky. The stranger starts thinking that person is a total weird. Mansion asks his name as Jam, wonders why he hasn't left. The guy in glasses says Chong-woo was right. Doan's change is bizarre, and he loves how the hero looks straight out of a game. The guy in glasses is from Bully Council headquarters. His name's Minale. Now we're at the Bully Council Center, where the main rep works. Chia keeps knocking on the boss's door, but nobody ever responds. Sanjay suddenly pops up and freaks her out. He says the rep left earlier for something important, and Cha just found out. Sanjay wonders why the rep goes out so much, since he hates being recognized. Chia agrees he's tough to read. Sanjay pauses and then asks something new. Where did she sneak off to tonight? Chia's about to respond, but Sanjay sneezes and quickly says he's not nosy. Then he dashes off in the silliest way. Meanwhile, in Bora, a security guard comes to the fight scene while checking a streetlight. With his flashlight, he checks the darkness and sees something odd. There's vivid red staining on the ground. For a second, he thinks it's kimchi, then realizes it isn't. He spots some rats gathering, drawn by the smell. His flashlight lands right on Lurong's body. At the blood-soaked site, he screams and faints, struck silent by pure terror. Minal, the rep from headquarters, catches the falling guard in time. First-timers can't usually handle this much blood. It's overwhelming. Rats lap at the blood but flee when a certain sound chills them. Min steps through blood, moving to stand over Loring's body. There's more blood than he imagined. Just seeing it makes him sick. Yet it's shocking Langi survived. Maybe Dan's turned merciful. But how did he change so much? He'll have to ask MC, maybe even play at his best friends again. Doan gulps water, worn out from the fight. He wonders if he should have hidden Langi's body to prevent a scene. Impossible, carrying a corpse would land him deep in trouble. Whoever finds it might just faint. Time for his mission reward. The system asks if he wants it. It's been a while since his first reward. He wants to see what's next. The prize glows, revealing a key. It's a gleaming key, a new color compared to his usual one. He's curious, but the system brings up a second reward. This one's a memory, Darwin's father. After that tragedy, everyone started seeing Sun Shelter in a harsher light. Now at the hospital, the news covers the Sun Shelter incident. They report a teenage attacker used a knife on another kid. Some criticize poor supervision in youth shelter. Outrage rises and Gino watches the girl wake up just to mute the TV, tired of hearing it all. He realizes she's finally woken up. She shrugs, saying her wound wasn't as bad as they claim. Jin offers more rest, but she insists she just wants out of the hospital. But what matters most is whether Jingo has news about that boy. Jin says after Lingi left Sun Shelter last night, there's been zero contact. He ended up with just a cut on his cheek. Looking back, he admits if he hadn't acted arrogant, maybe things would be different. Maybe the girl wouldn't have gotten hurt. If he'd kept helping the Sun Shelter kids, maybe things could improve. Should he quit now? The girl reassures him it'll be all right. Jin flinches, thinking she read his thoughts, but she denies it. She just wants to see him drop that troubled expression. She doesn't dislike Linga. She may not get his struggle, but with Sun Shelter, he could have found warmth and care earlier. That warmth might have changed him. Can you see it now? Ju gets it at last. Running a children's shelter is tough. Still, he must keep going for their sake. He goes back to the shelter, fired up to be there for the kids and bring them hope. That's what Davin noticed in the note. It says he dreamed of being a comforting light for the kids. The protagonist is touched to know his father stayed true and never wavered. He's thankful for it all, but wishes things had stopped there to avoid the tragedy. That thought fills him with trembling rage. Sun Shelter, his father's pride, was linked to the Bully Council, rumored created by shelter people. He needs to know what happened to end everything. But suddenly, someone rises in the elevator, heading for our lead on the 8th floor. As the doors part, someone walks by, leaving faint blood stain. Doan hears his doorbell ring. He wonders who would visit him this late. The bell rings again, and MC gets a chill. He asks what the visitor wants. Silence follows, then a nameless voice answers, demanding the door open now. That voice stirs a memory. He's heard it before. He grips the doorknob and cracks it open, peering outside. A figure towers over him at the door. Dan is stunned, speechless, but Houng only asks why his visit is so shocking. Dan admits Houng startled him. He feared a dangerous stranger breaking in. Then he spots something odd. There's a small blood stain on Hasang's shirt. He asks, is that blood? Was he hurt? Hang hadn't even realized the mark was there. The scene cuts. The guard is still pacing, still shaken by the bloody body found near the apartment. He nearly faints again, sipping juice. He wonders if it's time to quit. Just thinking about the sight of that corpse makes his nerves twist. He steels himself and won't quit. He's 89, too tough to faint twice from horror. Determined, he heads home. Suddenly, his foot lands on something. He glances down, confused. It's a smashed, ruined gas mask lying in the dirt. Then he sees more up ahead. Knives are everywhere, and that's not all. Over 100 bodies are sprawled out. Blood pools around them, the cracked concrete splinters everywhere. Bodies are heaped together, still bleeding. Hassan did this. The guard can only tremble. Unable to handle seeing this again, he passes out in the street. Returning to Hassan, he tells Dan the blood means nothing. He switches topics, questioning the protagonist instead. Why is he covered in so many cuts? It's clearly not from something ordinary. MC shrugs it off and Hong starts thinking he's got a fighting obsession. The protagonist quickly denies it, uneasy. A bit later, they eat ramen together. Ha-sung asks about events during Da's absence. He claims he battled himself, doubting Ha-sung understands. Hung keeps labeling him a fighter. He refuses. Then he flips the question to Hung. Hung talks about chasing leads on the sun shelter. That makes Dane's tone turn serious. Hung says he's dug through articles, papers, and photos. He covered every possible source and found nearly nothing. The protagonist asks if that's due to Ha-sung's earlier warning. He means the earlier night Ha-sung said nothing about the shelter exists, online or off. It feels erased on purpose, and Ha-sung blames the Bully Council headquarters. Dawon pauses, wanting to recap everything known so far. The Bully Council began at Sun Shelter, and their top level hides its existence. That's MC's take. They don't realize Min is eavesdropping near the door. Hung cautions them. They can't prove the culprit is behind Jin's accident yet, so there's no jumping to conclusions. Hassan brought him something important in an envelope. This is his only real clue. Dane examines it and thanks Hassan, promising to return the favor. Hassan says there's no need. Uncle Juno did the most for Yunong and his brother. That's how Dawon discovers Yunong actually has a brother. Haong remembers Kijij's words. Investigating Sun Shelter puts both brothers in danger. This is why Yunong stops helping with the investigation. He tells the protagonist to be careful and heed that warning. Mole, overhearing it all, thinks he's being excluded, which annoys him. He hoped to surprise Dawon after all these years, but that will have to wait. Tonight just isn't right for a reunion. For now, he walks away, knowing they'll see each other soon, and he can't wait for Dawon's reaction. He steps into the elevator and leaves. A few days pass, and the scene shifts to the Seoul district office. Inside, a female staff member calls the next guest. MC sits, and she asks why he came. He replies with her name, Yena. This rattles her. Meanwhile, Bujin, Nangguk's rep, learns that Loringa has died. He asks who's to blame. They say Dawon. Back with him, he gives Yena the envelope. Yunong gave it, and he asks for a few minutes alone. He wants to discuss Sun Shelter with her. After Dawon questions if she once volunteered at Sun Shelter. Records show she did. Jana asks how he figured it out. He's about to explain, but instead shows her his father's photo and says he's Juno's son. Yana begins shaking, speechless. She hasn't heard that name in so long. Later on the rooftop, just the two of them, Yena suddenly bows and apologizes. She insists she didn't know he was Jino's son. Dayan only came because she was linked to the shelter. Yena says she wouldn't have acted that way if she knew Jino had family. MC finds it odd and asks what she means. Yena says she must have lost her mind at the time to do it. For a second, Dwin suspects she caused his father's accident. But the truth is far different. Yena had feelings for Jino. At first, he's confused. Then he realizes she didn't know Jino was married, but was in love with him. She thinks he's confronting her for the affair and is ready to jump, hoping her death eases his pain. But that's not why he's here. Ya knows falling would kill her and wants to pay for her sins, but Dawon urges her to stop. After a few minutes, he says he came for something else, and she feels relieved. She hits her vape, trying to calm down before talking more. Darwin still notices how anxious she is. Still, his main reason is asking about the sun shelter. Kima says it happened years ago, and her memory's fuzzy because she was overwhelmed. She only remembers a little about that place. But the strongest memory is volunteering one winter during a community event. That's when she met his father. Dawon tells her not to go on about him. It was years ago with heavy snow. At 20, she managed supplies for volunteers. MC's father volunteered too. He asked her about working at the district office. She said yes. She never expected those feelings while preparing for public service. No crushes, no romance. But seeing him changed everything. Jeonjo said he ran the sun shelter. Kima almost asked about the name, but realized it was obvious. Jeonjo shined as that shelter's star. She was smitten instantly. Right when she'd confess, a big guy barged in demanding space. The mood was great till that big local, Dayu Jane, interrupted. That's what she meant to explain before Dayan cut her off. Kima's annoyed. She reached the best part but was halted at Dojane's name. Kima says it's not a name you ever forget. The protagonist recalls that name from Sion. He was one of the council's 4 ex-reps. Kim Yena's break ends. She rushes back to work. Doan begins suspecting Bujun has ties to the shelter. Over at the gym, Jun crushes through heavy squats. After the last squat, he drops the bar, totally drained. He grabs protein powder and mixes it up with water. He shakes his drink and spots unfamiliar faces crowding the gym. Sipping the protein, he sees they're clearly not newbies. They're all way too focused on him. One checks out the squat bar he used. He lifts it with one arm and jokes if it's some new featherweight medal. Glasses Man says, "I'm Cho Huku, Singin's rep." He points the bar at Bujin and tosses it so Bujin can test the weight. He throws it hard and thinks Bujin's ready for him, but he's wrong. Bujin says light weights and more reps today, but he's got to say this first. Don't trash this gym or get trashed yourself. He slams the bar into the floor to prove his point. Heech Chu laughs, calling Buzin a hypocrite. He blames him for wrecking the council sector. The council waste cash on repairs because of him. Buzin shrugs. That's war for you and the council's in it now. Wars happen for peace, and this fight's no exception. Peace requires sacrifice every time. Doan just hits the benchmarks for his next quest. The mission kicks off. At the gym, Bijun tells them he'll crush them all before they get a chance. He insists it's all to bring peace. Doan's next goal. Take down June the pacifist. Cut to the women's locker room. A girl strikes a pose and posts a selfie, captioning it, "Does anyone else work out just to eat?" She wonders if it's a leg day as she heads out. Then she spots a tub of protein sitting there. She can't believe someone just left it lying around. Lost in thought, she misses the brawl about to erupt before her. Cut to juvenile prison, cell's hallway. Inmates clash over prison rank. A guard warns them to stop or they'll all get solitary. A doctor remarks how relentless the prisoners are. The guard blames their ranking system, then draws attention to one calm room. Room 4 always keeps quiet. Dr. Albert argues it's never truly peaceful. He notices most prisoners look starved. The guard admits they struggle to digest their meal. Dr. Albert recalls the day shattered bodies arrived in the infirmary. Their injuries were so gruesome, it barely seemed human. The culprit was prisoner 3799, Dae Bun Jin. Before release, Bun Jin broke everyone in his cell till they couldn't fight. He ruined them so badly, they had to quit. Once Bunjin left, Room 4 stopped every fight for good. Other rooms still fought hard, but Room 4 stayed peaceful. Back in the gym, Bujin shoves and sends guys flying. He feels less man, more beast, raw power unleashed. Bijun tells them all their moves are useless. He says he's different from them. Suddenly, a gym rope lashes round his neck. They choke him with the training rope, but it's useless. One pleads with the others to surrender. Pulling Bujun feels like trying to move an elephant. He knows this won't work. After all those beast metaphors, Bujun jokes if they're mocking him. One of them steps onto a scale. The scale flashes 97 kilograms. Bujun asks if they still think it's funny. The guy on the scale wonders if Bujun's actually a dinosaur. Bujun stomps him so hard the scale breaks, while the Singin rep does bench press. Bujun asks and the representative says he's just warming up for their fight. He mocks Bujun, calling him Tower Elephant Saurus. Bujun asks if he's scared. The rep says he's sending him back home. Meanwhile, Kim Ya drinks at a food stall. Dan asks about her drinking. She says she skipped lunch to talk to him. She wants MC to eat and says the chicken's great, but MC just wants her to talk more about before. Kim Yuna thinks he means her love story with his dad, but he means something else. He wants the story linked to Bujin. She hesitates but remembers an accident in Bujin's neighborhood during her volunteering. The word accident shocks Davin. Back at the gym, Bujin asks why they started fighting. Is being peaceful really so tough? The rep calls him crazy and says he's violent too, so the pacifist talk is senseless. Bijun swears his fists exist to end violence. His fists are justice. His fists mean sacrifice. He says this and smashes the rep's head through glass, driving him straight through. Bujun declares his fist blast in a new piece and smashes down the gym wall. Afterward, the other men can't fight anymore, so the world just got quieter. Still, Bujun might need a new place to train now. Then the girl from before steps from the lockers, asking if it's finished. She walks out and finds total chaos. Some of it's still human-looking, but she seizes the moment and snaps a selfie. She posts it on Instagram, captioning that she just saw a fight in the gym. We're off to Ningok District, right in the heart of the redevelopment zone. Ujun walks by and hears shouting from a nearby alley. He climbs the stairs, spots injured bodies packed into the dark alley, and Bijun instantly snaps. Dane asks if those guys are Nangok members. He's responsible but tells Bujun not to misunderstand. Fighting wasn't his intention from the start. They attacked him first. He had no choice. Bijun asks if the protagonist did it all. Dwan simply admits he fought them himself. Before MC and Bijun clash, let's jump back a few days to the Bormet snack shop. Siren welds shop parts that broke, insisting it's no big deal. Siren says jobs like this are really tough. Bowen questions what she's up to and she says it's obvious. Syrian's snack shop is being rebuilt. Saren struts in, asking if they've got anything stronger. His back is about to give out from all that cement. It's just ridiculously heavy. The entire load crashes onto him. Syrian moves on, asking Don if he's up to hear about Dan. He agrees, so Syrian explains Dane's violent reputation. He isn't much different than past leaders, but victims say two main things set him apart. He always leaves enemies badly hurt, unable to fight again. That blows his mind. Meanwhile, Siren's begging for help, stuck under cement. Back on topic, the second things is people call Dane unique, not merely strong. Davin asks what she means by unique. Siren admits she hasn't figured that out either. With Siren still yelling, the protagonist decides he'll just discover the truth himself. Siri shouts again, asking if someone's around. MC's job is to stop Dane. Focus shifts to now. Dong tells Daojian he didn't mean to fight. The intruders got punished due to a strict rule. They acted like this was some war game. He had no real option. When Dane hears war, he asks if Da leads Brunette. He already knows plenty about Da. He heard Brunette was empty, with no threat to his peace. He thought Brunette harmless and left it. But when rain fell to Davin, it felt like history repeating. He says he regrets not crushing Born before it was strong. Now, he wants to end the hero for good. Obvious issue, he's too big for this alley. Dane clocks this right away. Dabujan just can't squeeze through. Dabujan tries to leave. Someone calls for him to stop. They expected a fight, not him leaving. Then the book flares, revealing a father's memory. We're back where Dajan lives. The same neighborhood. There, Kima tells Jianyu this big snowy area gets slippery. She owes community service, but secretly wants time with Jianyu. He's glad for her help. Quickly, Kima asks if the Sun Shelter kids are on that bus. Ji-yu says the Sun Shelter kids did volunteer work together. Some filmed it for YouTube. Others passed out briquettes so people kept warm. Each kid was fighting personal struggles. Some hated uniforms but still got warmth. Slowly, they changed. Kim Yena thinks that's enough kids for now. They still need to locate briquette storage, so they'll go check. Jihan Yu warns the ice is dangerous and agrees they should check themselves. Kim Ya wants to know his meaning of love. He says kids crave it most. Love lets them grow and adapt to life. Kim Ya sees a boy in the shop. He's the one who messed up her confession. Dao Jin might be volunteering, but it's not clear. He warns a lady not to slip. The grandmother wonders if they're here to deliver briquettes. Kim Yana confirms, and Jihan Yu introduces himself, greeting Dao Jin. She thanks Jihan Yu for coming. Dabu Jin seems like a good kid, shaped by his grandmother. The grandmother appreciates their help. Kim Yana promises they'll defend love and peace by helping people. The grandmother says peace isn't only protected. You build it through justice. She keeps some thoughts quiet but thanks them both. Dabu Jin throws one final glance at them. Jian Yu feels that the grandmother truly meant what she said. Now, Daojin clearly recalls a memory linked to Dawin's father. He hears a sudden noise, and the wall erupts right next to him. Buljin says, peace isn't guarded, it's created, it's hard work, he'll do it himself. A single slap sends Dabuljin flying, tearing a massive hole in the wall. Dabuljin senses there's more to this than just a hit. Dabuljin charges and they smash through even more walls instantly. Doublegain vows to strike over and over till his rival can't fight anymore. Doan asks if this is really peace his way. It's harsh and full of violence. Dane says everyone, hero included, is the same way. Enemies like him endanger peace, hearts, and mind. Daojin insists he's not like them. Back at CI, Ji-hen Yu wonders if this is truly okay. Smoothing the cement isn't working, and he mentions he's heard scary things about Da-jin. They need Dawan to fix it. But then, who's left to guard Borami? That's CG's question, and it really eats at her. Deep down, what truly sets him apart? Isn't everything about who's strongest? MC asks Dajan what makes them special. Dane says, justice without power is pointless. Power without justice is just cruelty. The ground splits. Bujun swings at Dwin. He claims that difference is what makes him unique. MC strikes back and argues that it doesn't matter anymore. He clenches his fist and activates the stun punch, smashing Bujun down hard. Really, all that divides our hero is that both think exactly alike. Put simply, he shares the same belief. He's not like them either. Scene shifts, Yuki Province, Anyang City. Someone explains, during a thug gathering in Guanak, the Loud Friday got hit by a sneak attack. Da Bojan's marks from that encounter still scar the battlefield. Green-haired guy says of the four who stormed Ayang, Da Bojan was the most brutal. Everyone who fought him was left disabled forever. Even when people begged or promised peace, Daojan finished without pity. He never trusts words. He cripples them to be sure. Back with Dawin, Dane tells him victory is impossible now. He says it's all just wasting time. He grabs his arm and drives a heavy kick to Dawin's chest. Dwin insists he isn't there to stall. He uses speed, but seconds later, Bujun snags him by the waist. Da Bujun tells MC he's too wild. That blood-crazed maniac probably liked letting Dan hit them. Da Bujun isn't anything like that. He's in it for real, so MC can't drop his guard for a second. The odds of that happening are zero. He throws Dan, slamming him into walls and houses. After Lang was attacked, Da Bujun quickly dug up facts on him. In short, he knows our hero perfect. He knows the hero's father ran the shelter, and the hero is Gino's son. Right before the fight, Dane flashes back to telling Grandma he switched the stove coal. She asks if he sealed the hole and he confirms. She warns him to get Choi to patch it up or dangerous gas could leak. Dane says he already asked Choi, so she should quit worrying and eat. His grandma says he's gotten too skinny, and he jokes about it. She feels sorry for serving ramen every day, but Daojan shrugs it off. He eats at school anyway. She admits they have no savings, feels bad she can't do more for him at his age. Hearing this, Daojan says he's proud of her. Amid gunfire and chaos, she ran south, saving her daughter alone. That's how Da Bujan became her grandson, so he hates hearing Grandma say sorry. Then someone knocks, calling to see if anyone's there. It's Sun Shelter volunteer. They're here to drop off carbon briquettes. When they spot Daojan, his size stuns them. Now, Daojan regrets not destroying them all then. Dwin stands asking what happened with him and Sun Shelter. But then, something seems off to him. He can't explain it. He rubs his eyes and checks again. Only our hero sees the new light leading to a house. Something big is starting. He must follow the light now. He's got 3 minutes. Fail, and he gets penalized. This hit out of nowhere. Bijun-dae asks why he's losing his edge. Darwin ducks out last second. He begs for a break. Only 3 minutes, and failure means a penalty. Bijun-dae wonders if he's joking. MC can't tell why an event appeared mid-fight. 2 minutes now. He must go. He bolts through the streets. It's still far off. Time's almost gone. The clock's cut shorter than he thought. Suddenly, the wall next to him blows apart. Jun-dae claims he knows this spot. No matter how quick or small Darwin is, Ben can always catch him. He slips away by descending. The system says his skill just stopped. Of course, Darwin won't fight now. He needs to reach the house. He's almost there. Just a bit further. Bijun-dae appears, guessing the protagonist's hiding. Inside, Don comes to the meeting spot. The white door glows. He finished the event. Now he can use the white key, the prize for beating the Denge. It lets him open the white door. If this event triggered mid-fight, it's for a reason. What's inside? He's seconds from knowing. He steps through, scene shift. Now we're in Gyeonggi, in Anjang City. The earlier guy mentions the notorious Friday incident. Anjang failed then for one clear reason. All 3 sectors fought each other. Wanuker struck suddenly, and Anjang fell before fighting back. The girl asks if history will repeat itself. Wanerg now mirrors their past, tearing themselves apart. Their division makes them easy targets. Tiger Jacket guy says, Anjing has united. Time for vengeance. Wanark will be destroyed from now on. Every Anjang member will hit the battlefield today. They plan to wipe out everyone before nightfall. Anyang used to be the city full of clever, cheerful folk. But its wild teens weren't happy or smart at all. They lived flirting with darkness, building power near Wanak by Nyang. This closeness sparked constant clashes, and infamous Friday ended in disaster. After that, Nyang's youth gangs faded into history. Kim watches this on her phone, but ends up ignoring it and thinks about changing short. She flips to a documentary where a bowling ball smashes into Mars. Now we enter Kim Jong-wool's room beside the bully HQ. She sits calmly, sewing with needle and thread. Kroon Hae in front of her chants hedgehog, hedgehog, hedgehog. He crafts a hedgehog from needles mounted on a tray. He pricks his finger by mistake, and Jong-wool just asks why he's here. He admits being alone scares him. Jong-wool notices his nerves. There are fights everywhere in Wanak. Shanghai muses that maybe everyone will die, leaving him alone. Jong-wol keeps sewing and suddenly mentions a butterfly. While changing from pupa to adult, a butterfly is most fragile. Growth brings danger. The same's true for gangs now. Hearing risk makes Seon Hai thoughtful. A sudden dog bark rings out. Jong W's alarm. He asks about the noise, and she says it's just her phone. Sanangi still gets goosebumps. He just can't get used to it. She checks her phone, then says time to head out. The calls from the director: Wanak E University Hospital, Seoul General Hospital, Korea Medical Center, Korea National Hospital. Gang wars are flaring, leaving Wanak's hospitals full of wounded from the Bully Association. Emergency rooms and wards overflow with Bully Association members. They just keep fighting each other non-stop. He wonders if Sengi thinks things will be okay. Wanak district is easy prey, just like a cat hunting fish. The sun says not everyone is left wide open. One group hasn't stepped in yet. Now we shift back to Anjang. A truck rolls downtown until the driver spots something and halts. He sticks his head out and finds a crowd ahead. The driver shouts, reminding them this is a road. Why camp in the way? Are they nut? Do they want a death wish? Are they looking to be sent off? He begins to swear as one of the group walks up. Then the guy claps his hands together. The driver asks why he's clapping and drawing attention. The one-legged man simply lifts the truck. The airbag explodes in the driver's face. They call this momentum. They're charging ahead and won't let anyone block. This guy runs the new Anjang. The gothic girl says, exactly, they'll push forward and roast some fruits easy to grab and eat. Jenny is her name, straight out of new Anjang. We 3 missed out on the last fight. This isn't like that Wild Friday. Now revenge is finally here. That's Kang Jun-ho from New Anjang. This spot splits Anjang from the Wanak district. This round, we're the ones busting into their base. A guy on the truck mocks, asking if that's impressive. All he does is fluff up some whipped cream. The driver freaks out as the truck starts to tip. Crow Shanghai jumps down, steadying the truck. He did it instantly. That's Shanghai from Wanok Bully Council HQ. Everyone recognizes him instantly. Jenny wants to know if he came alone. Shanghai says sure. He claims that, but is too scared to go alone at night and brought a friend. All the thugs get frozen by needles. They must not move or they'll be dead. She's Kim Chong W of Wanok Bully Council HQ. Juho asks how they figured it out. Someone else replies it wasn't clear until this wild entry. Of course they knew. That's Cho Minul, the Wanok Bully Council's fate. Junho asks why he's here. Min says something right before they start fighting. Wanok's changing fast, and those three can't mess it up. None of them step into Wanok and won't make it back on their own legs. Anjang was hyped as the city of tomorrow, but all that grew there were doomed young troublemakers. Most belonged to three gangs ruling Anjang, fighting non-stop over scraps of power. Their leaders held true control. Man, District Hangwan Dong, Sodong District, Jenny, Heilong Chong District, Kang Junho. People joked that unity in Anjong would wipe out Seoul. But no one hears the odds, as Kim Yang always rushes to change the video. She's clueless about what's wrong with YouTube's suggestions. She doesn't get why these clips pop up, but shrugs it off. She's too lazy for her job, wondering about YouTube life, binging reviews for Lazybone. In Anjong, the truck driver jolts awake again. He's stunned some punk kicked his truck. Sani reports the damage, spooking him, but shrugs. If the cargo's safe, he's fine. It's really fine. How can he even think that? Doesn't he see his state? Kim Chong-wol mutters it's a shock. Anjang's three groups finally united. Kong Jun-ho claims it's only natural. It's all due to Wanok Bully Count. Jenny says when enemies appear, people lean on each other. She's fragile too. Kim Jong-wol offers a subtle smile. She then wonders if someone was secretly helping. It feels too targeted for this alliance to be random. She's curious about the hidden backer. Sangiji steps out, urging the driver to bolt. Stay a minute longer and he'll lose his car too. Right then, a fierce blow rocks his face. Time crawls, the hit flings him into the junkyard. Dongok demands to know why the driver's hanging around. In a flash, he cuts their drive short. Kim Chong-wol stays silent. Noise rises. Suddenly, Kim Chong-wol gets grabbed. An invisible force snatches her away. It drags her deep into the tree. She hits the bamboo and readies herself. Something got her before she knew it. She's certain she felt nothing. So what was that? Jenny says Chong-wol looks delicious. Wasting him fast would be a waste. She plans to savor every moment. Chong W tells her that won't happen. A needle whizzes past. He won't let up the attack. Jenny dodges, sneaking around to sweep. He truly seemed like easy prey. She leans back to dodge, then freezes, stopped cold. Chong-wol tells her to freeze. She'll get hurt if she moves. Jenny just laughs at that. To her, he's being too gentle. Chong halts there. Almost invisible threads have wrapped her up tight. Those same threads dragged her in. She must watch herself now. If she moves wrong, the wires cut deep. Stillness means safety. Meanwhile, the driver flees, chasing rescue. Chong-wol pauses to rethink. So, will he fight every one of them alone? He spots his opponent looking calm, but Chong-wol refuses to fake. Only 4 were sent in the Wild Friday chaos. But Chong-wol's crew is even worse. Suddenly, a massive crash rings out. They should realize this arrogance will be their end today. At the junkyard, shattered earth and smashed cars surround them. Dong is soaked in blood. Shan stands totally trapped. The beating was savage, his face streaming blood. Dawon steps inside through the stark white door. It's only blank whiteness here, and he has no clue why. He's still clueless about the purpose of this place. Suddenly the door vanishes and something new fills the room. A capsule vending machine. Jump back to Se-hin. Dawon, frustrated, calls out his lifeless act. Se-hin heads to truck. That mark isn't blood but car oil. He recalls MC's point about fighting momentum. Not even cheap flicks have tension unless there's a corpse. Ida clenches his fists tight. He tells Sign, jokes kill momentum, so he's dropping everyone now. A crushing fist comes out of nowhere. Seekin shrugs that oil never washes off easy. He wipes his hands on Dongok's jacket, making Dong lose his grip. Shan slips by the car, showing Dong still doesn't get it. Momentum fuels situations, power just spills out. It controls everyone's moves, planned or instinctive. Shan calls that boring, then loses his ponytail. He's got oil smeared on his shoes too. Dong claims he'll show what momentum really is. Shan dodges a high kick before Dong finishes explaining momentum's definition. Tong Sek laughs, saying light bodies won't slip, but heavy ones slide on oil. Meanwhile, the system tells Dawon to twist the lever on one end. It reminds him of an old object he played with as a kid outside the shop. The odds flash up. 1 star at 78%, 5 star a 1 in 100 million shot. Stars make it feel even more like a video game than before. It's fun, but with 5-star odds that bad, maybe another rare girl is coming. He keeps replaying it in his mind, but can't know without trying. It's been so long since he felt this alive. He twists the lever, but first, nothing. Then the lights suddenly cut out. A glowing capsule tumbles out of the machine. It's gleaming, definitely a special. It launches skyward like a firework. Darwin is just completely lost. The capsule spins and dazzles him as it races closer. A quick, blinding flash, and then everything's back. That wild moment can mean only one thing. He just got a 5-star item. Massive score. The system urges him to open it. What could be inside this time? Inside, he discovers earrings shaped like Shanghai. Elsewhere, Bujin thinks Dewan is hiding here. The second you run from a fight, you lose your peace. But when he enters, Darwin's already gone. He's sure Darwin went in, no way out except this door. Suddenly, he feels the protagonist right behind him. MC was at his back, then suddenly vanishes to reappear. There's no use running anymore. Only a strong, heavy body brings peace in the end. Dewan stands still, unmoving. Meanwhile, back in Shanghai, things suddenly shift. In a flash, he dodges, and the attack misses. Dong Seong is sent flying, completely impossible. Byun sees this happen too. Dan uses the same move as Shunga. The earrings hang from his ears now. That symbolic item links Shou, Shanghai, and him. Weight doesn't matter to Da or Shanghai, though people say it does. Before more fighting, let's flash back years to Bijun's block. Sun Shelter volunteers arrive with coal, knocking to check in. His grandmother guesses it's volunteers and sends Bujun. He opens up and one says the place is dirty, then admits he meant a messy video. The group has been laughing at that video's mess the whole time. The others found the video hilarious. They call it gross and nuts, then say they're coal volunteers from Sun Shelter. They spot huge Bujun and freeze instantly. He tells them to repeat themselves. Bujun hesitates, but they definitely said something. The volunteers check if he's alright. Bujun stays silent. Fear freezes him. They drop the coal and one gives him cookies. They bake them themselves. They wish him a warm winter. Someone jokes he's too big for a few cookies. Bujun feels weak, crushing them. Now Bujun asks about Darwin's strange new vibe. His every move seems different, like he's changed. Bujun can't follow his motions at all. Did Darwin become like a ghost here? Jun stares at his hand. He's clueless about how Darwin moved. Then it hits him. Sean was like this too. Somewhere else, Dongguk doubts his own eyes. Maybe Seyuan did it alone? Seyoungan lifts his palm, saying he's unsure as well. Laid back as ever, he wants to finish the fight fast, but his strike gets stopped. Same with Bujun. He knew Dwin spelled danger. Hits rain down on Bujun, and even his size can't stop the damage. Dong's struggling too. He digs in, slinging dirt straight at Seon's face. Grime stings his eyes. Dong charges from behind. Meanwhile, Dawan also gets seized. Bijun grits out, the protagonist forgot, once I grab someone, it's over. He promises to end him this time to protect the peace, but Dan interrupts, wanting answers. What makes him chase peace so hard? He needs to know. The question burns in him. Byun hesitates and MC smashes him down. Bijun can't slow down, speed takes over. He remembers those vicious comments about his filthy house. In front of the furnace, coal in hand, he recalls those boys' pity. They dropped off coal and cookies, pitying him. He's furious they felt sorry. He wants them gone. Rage blinds him. He can't stop. So why is he frozen with fear? His eyes land on an old newspaper. Peace follows war, so peace must work. He remembers his grandmother. Peace isn't magic. During walks, she'd ask if he was okay. He'd lie and she'd talk of sacrifice. To find peace, she had to face enemies too. His anger fades, he lets the coal fall. He's sworn to ruin and erase them. He'd do it only for peace. Now, Dan spots something off about Byon. He wants to know why Bujun's shaking so much. Bijun tells himself to stay calm. Peace, peace. If Don's destroyed, peace grows. Tear him apart, leave nothing. His jacket gets grabbed. Suddenly, Ujin lunges to finish him. But instantly, he's the one tossed, slammed into a wall, arm destroyed. Looking at his broken arm, panic rising as he screams at the mess. Seconds after, Dawin stands right beside him. Now Bujun gets it. His peace is a lie spun because of Peace Soup, his grandma's shop. Doan's figured out everything. A brutal punch crashes into his face. He fought not for peace, but because he loves the suffering. The protagonist threatens he'll leave Bujun helpless, ruined like others. But first, let's explore Bujun's history. In the cafeteria, a student asks if those two used to be tight. The other nods they were inseparable before. So why did Bujun act like that? It began when someone mocked how much he ate and teased his appearance. Why does friend with glasses even ask that sort of thing? The boy claims he was just goofing off like they always, but Jun insists mocking people just creates more problems and ruins harmony. For Bijun, it's always about peace. Peace, that's his core motive, and he warns the boy with glasses too. He has to wipe him out before he's a threat. Now, as Dan nearly snaps his arm, Bijun pleads for mercy. MC isn't backing off. Suddenly, something slams into him. Pain slices through his ribs. Pure agony. Feels like they're shattered. Maybe from that hit before. Sean's sink ends, the item he had is breaking down. Bujin tells Don the pain is just starting. He'll break every bone to stop him from ever causing trouble again. Our lead kicks in a system skill, activating his kick card. Bijun preps for another powerful blow. Both hit at once, their clash storming up a fierce wind. Doan tells Bujin his peace talk is just cover. All he wants is to fight, and MC isn't allowing it. They trade heavy punches, neither giving up. Bijun grabs his head, but Davin counters fast, striking his face's weak spots with precision. Bijun swears he's not being violent. Then he slams a fist into his gut. He sees his punch as pure justice. Dan goes flying. Bijun calmly waits for the impact, calling his punch a peace offering. Bijun says his fists only protect peace. Another flashback hits. It's the Sun Shelter kids' last day volunteering. They're handing out coal, and one drops a bag. A friend asks, "What's up?" He blames it on the coal's strange shape. That's when John shows up. One boy spots him right away. Bijun tells them he's relieved they're around. He's been searching for them. The boy says hi, mentioning they brought coal over yesterday. He asks about the cookies, but June stops him to ask if they're cursed. Did they think he or his home was beneath them? They gave him coal, dropped off cookies. Were they snickering behind his back? The boy says no fast, but June claims he's heard they're bullies from other patches. The boy is confused. Bijun assumes they're parentless, runaways, or scarred by life. He's heard Sun Shelter is where the troublemakers gather. Bijun believes tough childhoods create future criminals. He calls them devil seeds. He feels they don't belong in a peaceful place. That's why he wants to break them first. At that moment, Gino steps behind Bijun and says, "You're misunderstanding." He defends his kids. "Yeah, they made mistakes, but they want to change." Bijun takes it in, claiming he finally sees things clearly, so Bijun blames peace shakers like Jin. Now he tells Don he wouldn't get it. He says Don's just that foolish Go's son, the guy sheltering devil seed. Next, he tries to crush the protagonist, but MC jumps away. He tells Bijun that he's spoken of peace non-stop, yet only gotten more brutal. Bijun asks Davin what he'll do about all this. The pressure builds and all he wants is to squash him. Davin feels his bones nearly snapping. Bijun claims it's all for peace, but before finishing, he swings forward, slamming his skull into Bijun's nose. Bijun asks how long Davin can really bear this. Davin says he'll last till the end. He refuses to let this warped peace win or to watch Bijun destroy others for kicks. He plays the stun impact card just before Bijun falls. He takes one last glance at the peace sign. Davin hits him hard with all his strength. Now you feel it too. This is what it means to lose your peace. The quest ends, and back in the forest, Jenny tells Chong-Woo it's starting now. From here on, she asks how Chong-Woo wants this pain. It's been days since the fight. Chong-Woo showers quiet. She walks out with only a towel. She pauses at the mirror, hiding her chest as if concealing a painful secret. But first, there's what happened with Jenny and Chong-Woo's fight. She was in real trouble. Jenny warns if the threads move, they'll just bite in more. That only sparks her excitement. Now that she's looking, that outfit really hides things. She needs to see what's beneath it. She's dying to see straight through her. The bamboo starts quivering. Threads slice bamboo as Chong-Woo frees herself, warning Jenny not to get close. Jenny quickly moves back, dodging her counter. Now things have gotten truly difficult. Chong-Woo looks more alive, which Jenny relishes. Chong-Woo slides sideways to dodge the blow. She slips past another strike too. Jenny wonders if Chong-Woo is hiding something. Chong-Woo ducks before a slash takes her head. Is there a cherished secret beneath those clothes? Chong-Woo admits that's not up for discussion. Brighter moonlight sharpens Jenny's hunger for answers. What's hidden there? Jenny says she wants a taste of that tempting flesh. She cuts across Chong-Woo's chest, but a trio of needles rush her before she sees anything. Jenny arches back fast, evading them. She jokes Chong-Woo's manners are harsh. Food should tempt the eyes first. Chong-Woo uses needles to fasten her ripped clothes, hiding her secret again. She says straight out she's not food. Jenny insists she just wants to have fun with it. Their fight tears the foliage, with Jenny scoring several cuts on Chong-Woo. Chong-Woo's annoyance grows as her bag spills needles everywhere. Jenny snags a leg around Chong-Woo's face. Using her threads, she locks Chong-Woo's arms tight with her leg. The bamboo keeps them steady, and Jenny whips back, slamming Chong-Woo with a suplex. Now Jenny's about to discover Chong-Woo's big secret. She declares she'll check her insides right now. The move leaves Chong-Woo clearly rattled. Jenny reaches for Chong-Woo's chest. She takes out the needles and finally sees the secret. But what it is stays hidden from her. Chong-Woo fires a kick backward, but Jenny leaps away in time. Jenny claims Chong-Woo is concealing something wildly tempting, almost obscene. Chong-Woo charges right at Jenny. Jenny admits that temptation is impossible to deny. For her, that's the perfect main course. First step, she wants to cut Chong-Woo into neat, small pieces. She twines her hands, tries to yank the threads, but bamboo-held ones won't budge. Something's off. Pulling should have worked, she's certain. Chong-Woo reminds her that the top rule of traps is staying unseen. But Jenny's threads are already pinned down by those needles, now useless. Jenny finds that twist fascinating. But Chong-Woo lost her weapon too. Now it's pure hand-to-hand. With Chong-Woo's state, she can't face a brawl right now. She wants it done quickly. Hurting someone herself feels off. Even so, since Jenny saw her secret, Jenny wonders if she fights better unarmed. Chong answers no. Jenny's the only one who's seen it, so she must erase Jenny's memory with this final needle. Jenny realizes Chong-Woo had hidden one needle more. Chong-Woo flings it straight at her forehead, and Jenny instantly locks up, motionless. After this, Jenny will be left fatally weakened. She says sorry, but she had no other option. Meanwhile, over at the junkyard, Dongse dangled from the claw crane. Shanghai had completely thrashed him. Shanghai orders him out of the claw. Where's that fire gone? He urges him to come to his senses. He can't be dead. Good, he's just knocked out. But come to think of it, those Anzong guys are the real worst. Changing Jules the only one wild enough for this, standing amid dust at Wanak's gate. His hands dripped with blood. Who's next then? Who wants Wanak's rage? After a few hours, Jong-so waits at the bus stop. Bruised everywhere, his bones creak strangely, but he still finished the job. He thinks back to Shang's words about Davin. He doesn't see himself as strong, just different, set apart, unlike the ones wrecking peace. Difference was key, maybe strength, maybe history, or maybe something deeper. All this seems to boil down to one specific kind of moment. Elsewhere, we see Shanghai. Someone asks if he's been waiting long. He flinches, thinking an enemy is coming. But it's just Chonggul Shanghai snaps. Are you mad? You're a woman, your clothes. Her mom scolded her for that style. She shrugs, it's only a bit untidy. She yanks her skirt, tearing it shorter instantly. She asks Jungho Hai, better now? Now she really looks desperate. Jungho Hai wonders if there's some other issue. On top of jokes, he senses danger is on the way. Someone steps forward from the swirling dust, but no threat here. It's just Chong Min-juel, swiping his face with Juho's jacket. Remember? Juho actually wore that jacket. It's smeared with blood. Chong Min-juel tosses it aside after wiping himself. He stops and thinks. He decides most blood is probably cleaned off now. Chong Hul remarks the fight looked brutal. Chong Mingju grins, saying it was brutal, so cleanup's big. Changgul reminds him he called the cleanup crew hours before. Chong Mol says everyone gives it their all. He's always grateful. It's time to head back to headquarters. Their peace quest is done. He's about to receive his reward for the mission. The reward item glows as Davin stares in confusion. Glowing light drifts close. It morphs into a glowing sphere. This sphere is clearly unique. He gets a tide pouch, unties it to look inside. His reward, a golden key for a sealed skill, plus a transcendence orb to boost a random skill. Doin, after so many chapters, can finally unlock something new. There's another reward waiting. Completing the quest lets him view Jin Yu's final, his father's memory. A few minutes tick by, but nothing changes. Seems something failed, until Kim Yena appears, checking if he's alright. Shocked, Davin asks what's she doing here. He thought he'd never see her face again. Kim Ya mentions an accident from volunteer work, leaving the protagonist puzzled since he never volunteered. Then he sees this is just a memory hologram. She was actually talking to Dane's dad. Jeno shrugs, saying it wasn't really an accident, just some trouble. From that moment, Dao Jin vanished. That's why worry eats at him. Even now, he still puts others above himself. Kima thinks that's adorable. Jeno thanks Yena, saying her help made the work a success. He's sure the shelter kids gained a lot too. He genuinely believes it. She can't hide her feelings anymore and confesses her love. But a Sun Shelter kid calls for Jin, so they say they'll head to the shelter first. Jin says okay, and adds he'll go by the district office first. Every kid chooses their own path, but it's tough. Sometimes they stray, get lost, and face the fallout later. When that happens, he hopes Sun Shelter's lessons steer them right, like a guiding sign. That's what he wrote, his wish for the kids to find direction, a lot like his father's word. A system alert tells Dao there's still one last item left unchecked. Turns out, the last item is the pouch, except it's not really a pouch at all, it's a swimsuit. This swimsuit adds 30 water resistance, 20 flexibility, 50 charm. For some reason, that feels a bit off. Suddenly, the phone rings. It's Kim Yena on the line. He says hello, and Yena repeats his name excitedly. She suddenly asks if he owns a swimsuit, and Dayan is caught off guard by her question. He says yes, and Yena quickly follows up by asking how many friends he has. MC is lost about her reason for asking. He figures those girls are actually his friends. Turns out, Yena is scheming something special. If he has friends, she wants them there. The exact head count doesn't matter. She hopes he invites everyone out for a beach day. She never spells it out, but it's clear. Let's rewind a few hours. Someone says that in Mapugo, young people explore lively bar streets. In Jiangdongo, young foreigners chase new brand pop-up events. But what about Wanaku? So what exactly is Wanaku supposed to offer? This man is the sole mayor of Wanaku, Kim Makong. The officials are all stumped. Looks like no one knows a thing. He gathered the young officials for fresh ideas since he had none left himself. He's ready to shock them awake. He swings a golf ball. It appears to aim toward the team, but it's just a trick to reveal the covered board. The mayor's been obsessing over this project for ages. It's named Young People's Favorite Waku, a stylish tourist city blending classic Korean homes with modern vibes. A few barely follow his words. One hears space farm cities, and another suggests listening first. Hidden beneath Mount Wanaku lies lesser-known Hanok Village. The mayor wonders about turning it into a hotspot, since even mayors now hype towns on YouTube. Official TV has lost its spark. It's outdated and so dull now. What they need most is someone to create a new sub-channel with unstoppable energy. Anyone joining must handle this camera and shoot the vlog. Earlier, the girls didn't understand. Why bother with a promo video? Their work never stops building up. Who actually volunteers for this? Jump to now, Kim Jenny records her first promo vlog. She mentions the weather is warming up. Today, she chugs straight espresso instead of her regular iced Americano. The coffee beans taste amazing, sourced from Ethiopian Urichev land. Davin wants to ask her something. Why shoot in a parking lot? Jenny says it's great weather for outings. Then she asks if he has any dreams. He's completely confused. Jenny says she'll go viral, steal subscribers, cash in on views, film ads, and crush it as a YouTuber. She'll definitely quit her job soon. Dayan understands and asks her to chill out. The camera shakes on screen. So when does the crew arrive? Time to leave for Hanuk village. The lead says they'll be here any minute. Jihan appears and tells MC the stabilization is off. Jihan, a broadcasting academy grad, suggests lowering exposure and using a wide shot. Jihan's handled plenty of me's. He can boost energy yet keep the shot centered. Suddenly, something grazes his neck. She overheard intense video, got curious, never expected her husband's interest. She finds it adorable. It's Hyun Jinsu, self-named love guru. Dylan assures Jins this isn't that kind of video or a weird hobby. Someone else arrives, apologizing for running late. She was grocery shopping and got excited knowing they'd go as a group. It's Erin, the group's cooking aide. She brought fresh food for Davin plus a whole octopus. That makes him anxious. Yet another shows up, listening to tunes. The music's so loud, everyone nearby hears it. She pulls off her headphones, clueless about all the stare. It's Miji, the dance pro. The main lead says her headphones weren't plugged in, so her music blasted out the whole way. She blushes, and Erin steps in to help her relax. Only one person still hasn't shown up. Chien rides in and asks Dayan what's really going on. She expected news, but he just called her to hang out. She's Lee Jae, a motorcycle aide. Doesn't MC get the council chaos? He asks her to wait, but C grabs his neck and asks if he wants to risk it. Dwin E tries to explain, but he's not sure she'll take it well. Earlier, C John said she'd called all Wennick friends to hang out. He said it wouldn't work. Jenny asks why. Wannick's under threat. With two top ex-reps present, he can't relax while it's risky. Then suddenly, Davin receives a new mission. Fulfill Jenny's request. System missions don't pop up for nothing. There's definitely more to this. Maybe it is just a hangout, but it sure feels like there's a secret plan. Jenny grabs every young rep's attention. She says she's a government worker and new blog head. This trip spotlights Hanukkah's modern and classic flair. She urges anyone excited to yell so they can roll out fast. Doan suddenly gets nervous. It feels like he's missing something key. Meanwhile, at City Shop, still under construction, Sihan mentions spreading cement again today. The others are running a bit behind. We head to Hanuk village. This one's all Jenny's vlog. The village sits right at Mount Wanuk's base. She's picked it for filming. Wana is proud of this spot, like Chief Secretary Jenny. Dane is floored, seeing she's got top gear, including a drone. She means business. Jenny nods, asking if his friends finished unpacking. The main character says everyone's excited. She smiles. Time to record. MC wonders what she means. Yuri Hanuk village has calm vibes and smart upgrades. The guest house is private, plus a huge pool fills the yard. It's been ages since Jenny pulled off something like this. She can't recall when she last wore a bikini. It feels embarrassing. Dan says pool shots always draw views. John adds bold thumbnails get more clicks. Jenny dreams of 1 million followers. She gathers the other girls around. A system alert pops up. Jenny's finished her task. She films an intro, the goddess civil servant, bringing young people ready for the pool, all in bikini. A new quest starts. It's labeled The Secret of the Body. Just before Jenny said this was it. A fancy pool villa, old Hanuk, totally modern. She insists students today would love it. Jenny's dedication is obvious. Even the camera feels it. She chuckles. Right now, Dwan's brought cute friends who'll help shape Guanok's future with Officer Jenny, the special goddess civil servant. Coincidentally, this pool's a hit with kids too. We jump back to the present. Everyone's already changed into swimwear. Jenny waves the girls over to show their swim style. Erin finally gets why Jenny wanted swimsuits packed. She's pumped to swim after so long. Min wears a bikini under her shirt. Others insisted, but her shyness made her cover up. Jenseo gripes about the heat and offers sunscreen to everyone. Seo didn't bring a swimsuit and never wanted one, so she wonders why she got this loaner. Jenny replies that swimsuit is from her youth swimming class. They all look great in swimwear, and Jenny's thrilled. Her tricks are hooking viewers, fueling her ambition. Doan warns the camera picks up her real thoughts. Time to boost views by playing in the pool. He's puzzled by the setup, nagged by the sense he forgot something. Maybe he left his socks behind. Sehun comments that cypress wood just stands out. Natural look will pull in customers. He's getting hungry now. He wonders when the rest are showing up. At Hanukkah, Jenny underwater says everything's set. Finally, it's time to start filming. First, she frames their legs with underwater shot. Then, everyone jumps into the splashing. The vibe's upbeat, bright, and free. Minuel says it's tranquil. Dao finds it immature, grown-ups splashing around like kids. His seat suddenly shifts under him. The protagonist and Jihan lift the chair, all caught on camera. He asks if this boosts rating. Dawon assures him it does. Jenny commands, "Throw me." The chair soars straight into the pool. Water splashes Minuel, and Jihan urges her to check her outfit. The splash reveals her bikini. She demands nobody look. Jenny says it looks great. A frog lands right on Aaron's chest. She stares down, confused, then hurls the frog away in fright. Jenny cheers on the frog, and Dawon asks if that was intentional. Jenny admits she can't reach her back and asks MC to rub oil on. He freezes at the request as Jenny keeps filming. Next is the bikini straps. Ken questions if Jenny has a death wish. Jenny bolts, yelling for help. Seeing everyone have fun relaxes Dawon. Maybe coming here was smart. Suddenly, someone blasts the protagonist with water. They accuse him of staring with bad intentions, branding him a pervert. MC leaps into the pool, yelling he's not. Everyone splashes each other, amping up fan service. They snap a few Instagram shots, then swim underwater. Jenny hauls Manuel out, then stretches out to sunbathe. Later, she edits the video. They grill meat and shrimp, loving Jenny's barbecue. As they eat, the conversation kicks off. Davin observes from afar. It all feels absolutely calm. Then a system message pops up. Their break is over. Mission time starts now. That night, Dan meets John. He recalls fighting Bijin felt different than usual. He soon figured it wasn't the first time he felt. He'd only ever lost to So Young. He couldn't have beaten Yuang without the blood-red key. That same rush hits when he faces true strength. Jihan explains some are just born with the great body. The goal, ask Yan about the great body. Jihan tells him, you can't train your way to an ultra-strong body. He learned it only comes from your bloodline. If that's a fact, why is the system handing him this challenge? He needs to know why. He asks Jihan how he proved this. Jihan says Jonathan insisted you just touch a person to know. Too bad, Jihan doesn't have that ability. Dane hoped Jihan was the one, but that was a false hope. Jihan mentions another method. Excited, he says. He wants to try it. Dayan warns it could be risky, but the protagonist says it's worth it. He refuses to wait. Suddenly, Diane disappears. One moment later, he's right next to Dan. He delivers a crushing hit, launching Dane back. The moon goes blood red. Diane warns him. The body's secret is revealed. Now Dayan must defeat Dayan. Diane tells him he lacks the great body. If he wants to survive, he must endure. He taps the Academy's mind control skill. Cut to the pool. Cedramon trains underwater. Then suddenly his face shifts. A chill strikes, and he instinctively rockets upward. He's being hunted. Something triggers primal terror in him. He bursts up, gasping, and yells, "There's a crocodile here!" Before he can finish, Jonathan calmly interrupts. "That's not a crocodile, that's Elizabeth. He's had her since she was young." Cedramon gawks at him, stunned. Jonathan doesn't wait. He says he found her as a baby in joint Amazon training. With her mother gone, she joined his family. Cedramon wants none of it. Why put a crocodile in the pool? Jonathan pauses, then explains Cedramon ran because he didn't fight back. Deep down, he knew he had no other choice but escape. It's simple. There's a barrier between their kinds that can't be crossed. Bones, muscles, skin, and reflexes. Each creature has its own growth limit. Train as hard as you want, but humans can't outmatch a crocodile's jaw strength. To show it, Jonathan tosses a chicken to Elizabeth, and she rips it apart with scary power. Sedum watches wide-eyed, while Jonathan keeps talking. But there's an exception. You need a great body to beat wild beasts. At the same time, Dwin gapes at John in shock. He asks John to hold on. Is he crazy? And why now? John locks eyes and firmly says, "You wanted to see if you had the great body." John leaps into the water before Davin can move, getting right up close. He seizes MC's head and suddenly shoves him underwater hard. Bubbles fly as MC fights to break the surface. Jihan yells for him to stop holding back. Under mind control, Jihan can't be soft, and Davin better give his all or get hurt. MC quickly jolts into action, triggering his transcendence power. He snaps Jihan's grip with his freezing card, landing a brutal hit that sends Jihan reeling. Jihan pulls himself together, but Don has no clue what caused his friend's strange shift. MC guesses Jihan learned this mind trick at the academy. Did he really have to fight for real? He didn't want to hurt Yan, but Jan demanded all he had, no time for mercy. As he wrestles with it, something odd catches his eye. Blood drips from his hand, making him stare, stunned. Jihan's bite flashes pain down his arm, sharper than expected. Then Jihan lunges, clamps his face, and snaps, "Shut up!" Next, he smashes a wad of mud right across Dayan's eye. Silence matters all around them. People are trying to rest, so the fight must stay quiet. Somewhere else, Yan Young fine-tunes the camera with care. He grinned, announcing the camera was set. Then he asked if the girls were ready for Dreamland. Min shot back, telling him to hold up. She still had to finish changing. Jensen sighed, saying she had to look good, but worried if morning puffiness ruined it. Erin quietly scanned the menu, saying she might try the bazaar stew tomorrow. Sion, sporting bazaar pajamas, thanked Jin Yang for lending her sleep gear. She asked why it was full duck-themed. Muel just laughed, saying it matched her. Jinzo called it adorable. Sion then looked around, wondering where he went, and Mule explained he left with the camera. Jin Yang stepped out, clear in his purpose. His aim, find boys, film more fan service, and boost their channel's appeal to female viewers. But when he opened their door, shock hit him. No one home. Where were they? Back with Dwin and Jan. He cleaned his face, eyeing Jan with determination, amazed by his fighting. Could he score a body like John's? John simply said those genetics couldn't be earned, only born with. Sadly, Jan missed that lottery, but the protagonist sensed people with those gifts seemed different. The protagonist stayed silent while Jan explained that's why he challenged MC. Both squared up for another fight. Their fists crashed, forcing them apart. Now Davin understood John's demand for all-out fighting. Time to push himself to the limit. He triggered his booster skill, dashing forward. But as the strike neared, Jihan stopped abrupt. Jihan apologized, conceding defeat. It was over. The protagonist, confused, asked why. Jihan sighed, saying he couldn't maintain mind control much longer. A fresh system pop-up appeared. Mission's done. The battle answered Dane's question. He stared at his hands, stunned. Did he really have the great body? Next, in a Hanukkah home, a shadowy figure calmly sipped tea, then set the cup aside. With a long breath, the person muttered the village felt extra noisy today. Sounded like visitors were here. Maybe it was time to find out. He spoke about the great body. Did Jan really think Dan could have it? Jan said, a normal person's vibe is just different. MC didn't feel special at all. Don's heart sank. Had he been hoping for this power when nothing made sense? So why was there a mission about the body's secret anyway? Jin Han said maybe it hadn't awakened. Even if born with the great body, you needed a specific trigger. Dane couldn't give up now. The great body talk was done. Reward received. He got a seal fragment, a piece from the sealed box. Now, we're in Dane's room. The box takes 6 pieces to unlock. Suddenly, the box moved, then shook violently. After rattling for a while, it stopped. Something strange was locked inside. Morning came, the rooster crowed, and the village dog answered. Someone said guests from the district office had come to film a village promo. The dog barked, froze, footsteps echoed nearby. The shadowy figure said no wonder things felt wild. Dog trembled as they approached. The figure stroked its head, told the instructor they'd visit the market to greet guests right. This turned out to be Hanok Village's top suite in Wanok district. There's chickens, rabbits, and so many animals here, you can see them all. Yenna called everyone to admire the sweet donkeys in the stable. They got so wild they even started going at it on camera. The male donkey flashed a big grin at the girls and the lens. Aaron and her friends shrieked in embarrassment at the awkwardness. Saroma covered, at best, one of her eyes. Jinzo watched, thinking it looked like true love. Darwin muttered about how irritating the whole scene was. But then, something brushed against his leg. The village dog started humping the protagonist's leg, making it even worse. Yana told everyone to move on to the next bit, the traditional game. With a cheeky laugh, she told the public service goddess to do her thing. To make the shot enticing, she nudged the star to play it up for the camera. Hearing that, MC figured out exactly what Yana wanted. John announced they were set for the seesaw scene. Darwin asked Ya if she was sure she wanted to do this. She said of course, then, using the falling hawk card, he made the scene extra dramatic. With a single hard kick, he blasted Yana sky high. She shot up so far, she was gone. Next up, it was time for the traditional swing scene. Dane shut his eyes, charged up, told Yana he was going for max power, and used the special card. Then, at full power, he sent Yana out of the village again. Then everyone set up for the giant shield kite stunt. Doan asked Yana if it was safe, but she swore she'd do it for YouTube fame. She turned into something truly unstoppable. He used his booster skill. Yana took off well, but the protagonist's power snapped the kite string. Yenna soared upward again and vanished. Now, the group went to the etiquette school. The village instructor greeted the visitors, checking on their health. Darwin didn't know why he knelt or asked that. The instructor explained it was a respectful greeting for an elder. The bow meant, "How are you?" This man was Namchgong Suhi, the etiquette teacher. He greeted them at the school and promised a quick intro. His speech dragged, but really, they just taught manners here. He rambled so much, Side joked he sounded like a rapper. Someone asked why they were there, and Aaron said this was the big trip. Gio complained the fabric was sticky. Jihan had never done etiquette school, and Don spotted his odd excitement. Jinseo wanted to chat with the village head, but Namcho Bongsui quickly corrected her. He said he was just an instructor, not the head. Jinseo then asked if they were alone as students here. The instructor fell silent, and Don instantly didn't trust him. Right then, the same dog popped up again. Mi wanted to know why it followed him so much. He suddenly remembered something. Where'd Yenna go? She'd slipped away to vape. The hit left her head clear and mood up. Fresh mountain air mixed with smoke tasted oddly good. This was living in her eyes. Someone behind Yenna apologized but told her no smoking there. They asked her nicely to follow the rules. Back inside, the instructor boasted, etiquette school is Wanak district's pride. It's famous around Incendin. With shaky words, someone asked, was this Incend? Da pressed for her reason just as someone burst in, this odd person dripping red from their clothes. The dog shrank away as that stranger came close. Once the figure saw him, they instantly froze. He had taken out 2 ex-representatives. How did Dane even dare to show up here? Even he could see the main guy was rude. This was the ex-representative of Incend. His name was Namek. Before moving on, there's a quick flashback about Namshell. A few high schoolers were careless, lounging in the seats for disabled riders. They joked around, ignoring the frail woman clearly needing somewhere to sit. Suddenly, someone intervened, calling them out on their behavior. He orders the teens, give that seat to the elderly woman. The boys just glare at Chelgongsh's face in silence. With their smug grins, they ignore him and keep chatting. Chelgongsh snaps. He sees them as disrespectful. He hits one hard, blood splatters across the old lady's face. Everyone panics. Chongsh can't let this go. He refuses to accept disrespect. The other teen freezes, completely terrified. She stammers an apology and gives up her seat at once. Only violence knocks humility into people. For him, manners mean harsh lessons. With the seat free, he instructs the woman to sit, then we snap to now. The village dog cowers in fear. Dane never guessed this village belonged to the Incend representative. Too many eyes are watching. He knows fighting here is impossible. He must be subtle. Thankfully, there's no clash. Chel bows deeply, apologizing for butting in. Next, he looks down and inspects his basket. Meat juice oozes through, staining everything. He promises he'll clean up the mess later. Dane asks, stunned, if he's really just leaving. Chel signals class is starting. He won't waste energy fighting like that brute. Before leaving, he slips in to quietly whisper only to Dan. Then he's gone. Jinso wants to know the guy with the mask-like face. And honestly, he really does look the part. MC stays tense. Sion questions what he said, but Davin shrugs it off. Etiquette class carries on. Jinso asks the teacher for some good humor. The teacher shuts it down. He's here to teach, not joke. Jinso still calls him village chief. The local dog plays with the girls, but their teacher tells them to stop. Jigen speaks up with a question. He asks what sets Western and Eastern etiquette apart. Teacher approves. Sigan tells Jagan to stop with time wasting so class ends faster. Yeda strolls in, asking Dawan if class really drags. Teacher catches her comments, asks if she's filming. Jana admits yes, but she'll trim parts. Outside, Gong Shou is clearly irritated. Noise that loud in class is just rude. They should respect him. He's teaching, yet they act out. The teacher calls Dan. He wonders if he's the one called. The teacher asks if he's free tonight. At Wanak district office, the Seongdong mayor says Wanak is always calm. Seongdong is packed with tourists, making today a tough one. Wanak's mayor mentions renovating Hanok village for tourism. If news spreads, the area will overflow with guests. Seongdong mayor guesses he means Uji village. Wanak's mayor nods, noting the etiquette school stirs up drama. What's he saying? The Sangdong mayor hints at ugly rumors about the place. People say it's where folks wind up dead. Meanwhile, the girls snooze together inside their Hanok village room. Yana sleeps beside Sion. Suddenly, someone yanks the door open. Dong Shaol can't stand rude people. He thinks violence teaches manners and aims to do it now. He enters the girls' room, instantly hearing a voice challenge his boldness. He doesn't know who said it. Jinso and Aaron both sleep soundly. He takes a step. Ma asks why he's here. She uses an academy rescue move with expert first aid bandage. She muffles him so the girls stay asleep. Clearly, Gong Xiu's the rude one. Mu wakes at the noise but spots nothing wrong. Maybe it was just his imagination. Meanwhile, Dong meets the teacher. Dong asks why he's out here so late and so far away. Does the teacher have urgent news? Looks like the main character still hasn't caught on. They just shouldn't have come. The teacher apologizes to Davin and tells him to disappear. Back with the group, Gong Xiu calls surprise attacks rude. He guesses fists will solve this. Minnie says fighting isn't real manners. At the same time, Dayan orders the hero to leave. This place was always bad news. He says, sorry, but MC needs to vanish. Minnie admits she hates fighting but must act now. She springs a taekwondo kick, backflips, and hammers a kick at his head. Gong Xiao claims it's not fighting, it's a lesson in etiquette. Hits come hard, but both keep it quiet to avoid waking anyone. Minnie heads to the bathroom. The instructor warns Dan there's no mercy now. Whoever he's up against, he must remove Gong Xiao. That part is certain. He urges him to go now. Remaining is risky, especially with Davin being hunted. That kid has lived here since he was small. He was polite, strong, kind, till everything flipped overnight. It all began when a student yawned in etiquette class. Gong Xiao heard the yawn across the room. The instructor will never erase that look. It was pure terror, like a ghost returned. Everyone who saw that face was shattered inside. Gong Xiao informs the instructor that interruptions are finished. He'll personally enforce discipline now. This is something Don should realize. This afternoon, Gungol used that exact face in class. He's targeting the protagonist this time. The dog approaches Dan to warn him. At first, the protagonist is confused. Meanwhile, Gong Xiel questions Jan about the lesson. John insists violence doesn't teach true manners. Gong Giel disagrees, flat out. He just thinks John needs more hits. John's stunned, he justifies punching people. Yan grabs Gong Giel's neck, moves fast with Ikido. The first hit, Yan instantly knows something's wrong. This guy is far from normal. He has something astonishing inside. Gong Giel says John's holding back too during the fight. For him, it's respectful not to unleash your power at once. John admits his master forbade the technique, but now he must use it. Right as Gong Giel moves in, Minyel appears and asks about the noise. He doubts reality since his eyes won't open. Gong Yixiel gets irritated. An unwanted visitor halts the battle. In that instant, Jihan knocks out Mal with a hit to the neck. It's safest if Mal remains unconscious. Gong Xiao scolds Jihan for losing focus mid-left. He's being disrespectful again. Dan sprints to locate Gong Xiao. Arriving, he scans the chaos. The dog barks, leading him on. Getting closer, the MC spots John's body in the fountain. What on earth happened here? Who hurt him? Suddenly, a system alert pops up. We flash back to the classroom. Gongol clearly hated seeing Dane there. He challenged Dane to a legit fight tonight. He waits at the temple, ready to school Dan. Dane's goal, defeat Gongol. Gong Shaol says punctuality is basic respect. To show it, he arrived here first. Rather than discipline his pals, he came. But the protagonist was 10 minutes late. He wanted Borome's rep, the protagonist, to give him a reality check. Darwin urges Gong Shaw to start training him right now. Sojun's at his grandfather's village, training with the bull. As the bull tugs chains, Sukjun powers through push-up. He's already hit past 99. The bull yanks so hard the chain breaks. One more rep, he'd make it. Now he has to try again tomorrow. His grandfather says he's done for the day. He's told to head back to Bora. Sojun jokes about Grandpa's height and is told to hush. Grandpa decides it's time to head to Seoul, training or not. Truth is, the training never really stops. A big physique runs deep in this chosen family. Still, the same gift can show up differently depending on growth and timing. Sukjun has insane growth potential, just not in height. Teal Gong knew Dewan lacked manners, just not this much. MC says he's heard all this. Humans, peace, now manners. Sounds like all the old reps were extreme. He throws a hawk kick. Shell Gong insists it's not Dwin's fault. No manners at all. He just missed out on real education. The greatest luck is finding a teacher for that. Their etiquette lesson starts right now. Then he hits him with a savage punch. The hero dares Chell to talk on. He'll destroy that nonsense mindset now. Chelong says Don doesn't get it. That only happens if MC wins out. Then, a lightning-fast flashback to his father. In the car, Sunshelter boys ask Jen Shul why etiquette school. Jen Shul says being suspended doesn't mean no learning. He urges them to see this as a fresh lesson. Most boys hate it, except one who stays silent. Seconds later, the car halts. A massive rock blocks their way. They nearly turn back, but Xiaolong easily lifts the rock. He greets them, says they're from Sun Shelter, and will guide them to etiquette school in Ujeri. Cha Gong has shown amazing physical talent since childhood. He manages feats others only dream about. Dane uses a flurry of hits, but as he lands a blow on Cha Gong, it instantly feels wrong. It's like he's hitting something tougher than flesh. Cholong explains he learned why as time passed. People call it the great body. Some gifts are set at birth. Darwin's ordinary body won't ever beat that gene level. The protagonist knows both great and dangerous bodies are next-level awesome. But he's got his own asset, something equally unreal. He smashes the orb of transcendence. It activates the second it breaks. A random player skill instantly levels up. Da vows to crush Cha Gong's rules and shatter his legendary body. In CG, Sahon has just finished the restaurant's new mascot. He names it David Sahon's Extreme Snack. The statue flaunts a powerful build. Scent upgrades it, making it fragrant too. Renovations couldn't be going better so far. Suddenly, someone bursts in. He scans the room, asking why it looks ancient. If a snack shop wants to look fresh, it needs vibe. Or did Sun just pick ugly decor? Han's jaw drops when he spots Sokyong. If you know this is a snack place, forget being trendy. And if it's a snack place, why have an appetite-killing statue? Han shrugs him off, not interested in a nobody like him. He wants to know where Dayan is. Meanwhile, MC triggers the orb and vows to rip Chelgong apart. But it's hopeless for him. That just won't happen. The new move is Blind Spot Strike. Using it, he targets a blind area on the rival. Yet, something is off. Nothing happens at all. It doesn't faze Chelgong. Dwin is baffled there's zero damage. Chong calls it cringe. He's stunned someone would play around instead of showing respect. He's met brats like that, rude ones who badly need less. At etiquette school, Jingle's bunch smokes to chill out. One girl threatens to torch the place, but the oldest reminds them Jingle ordered this. Then Tieta students appear. One tries to flirt with the girl. Chong is shocked. Minors are smoking at Tieta school. For him, that's totally not okay. The blonde, tattooed guy gets upset, but his friend holds him back. He snuffs his cigarette and tells everyone else to quit it too. Cholong glances at the tree, saying it means courtesy. Under warm skies, the tree thrives. They should learn manners here too. Two guys call him a killjoy, but the quiet one notes Choji's body is impressive. He's obviously above the average student. Now Dan feels shocked that transcendent skill is so useless. Chong tells him to head back where he came from. As Cho turns, Don spots something on his back. The new Transcendence drains 1,000 mana and lands defense-piercing critical hits. That shows he discovered a weak spot. Gong admits liking the MC's drive. MC uses boost and strikes the blind spot. He scores a critical hit with one touch. Now he's finally going all out. Dane disappears to pull off Hawkspin. Gong is about to learn what serious means. Another critical lands, instant and fierce. His great body has a flaw, a hidden weak spot. Cut to the other heavy hitters. Sahan says Hakyong-jong showed up after Bonchan fell apart. Sahan is just a standard Bormei member. If Sakyong wants the rep, he's got to beat Sahon, the vice rep, first. Bormei hands out titles by talking skill. If it was by strength, Sahon jokes he'd be rock bottom. Then Sukyong-jong would rank below a pig's tail. Maybe he's like a plant, needs water to truly grow. Seong-jong calls him immature. Doesn't he notice it yet? Their physiques couldn't be more different. Seek skips the talk and lands a punch. Power versus power collide. Flashback, glimpse of Seek-jong's harsh training. His grandfather and the bull float by while Seong-jong sits in the waterfall's churn. He wakes to danger as the boat barrel towards him. If he hadn't shattered it, he'd have died. His grandfather claims destruction fills everything alive. People began by destroying, killing, and stealing. Those blessed with strong bodies destroy as naturally as breathing. But he must not forget this. A body is only the pond's surface. What's inside the pond truly counts. So what will you place in yours? A carp or an emoji? In the now, Seokong asks where he trained. He's amazed a small guy is this skilled. Size doesn't matter, they're just built differently. So why does Seowang judge bodies in front of him? Seek-jong admits Seowang's body is good, perfect to be broken. His guillotine crushes Seek-kong's neck, but it just tickles. Now he wants to smash that mosquito. Can Seek-kong take one more hit? Seokong knees his chest. Something strange shakes Seek-kong. That attack feels like a bug bite, barely a tickle. Then Seek-jong crushes his head and the smoke vanishes. What was that? Just a mitochondria nibble. Now we watch Seokong train. Normal bodies pushed to the edge, forced to surpass human limits fast. It's a nearly flawless body. Seong points out that no matter how intense the training, isn't it still beneath the great body? Can it truly take on the original? His master reminds him daily perilous training gave him the strength to protect others. So, does he fear his body will crumble stopping a fist made for smashing? He needs to show grit and grinding beat raw talent. Just because Seowang intentionally took a hit doesn't mean Seokong should feel smug. So this is what a great body looks. Seek-jong wonders how Seek withstands all his blows. Simple, an ultra-condensed adamantine body won't budge. When Seokong heard Seokong-jong, their old foe, was coming to Borame, he got furious. He hasn't been this mad since Dane became rep. He still hates no one asked him before letting Seokong-jong into Borame. He fixes his statue's head and declares he'll kick Seekong out, wielding his vice-rep power. Seek-jong vows to fight with every ounce now. He'll reveal the power hidden within. Right before contact, a text notification breaks in. It's a robocall. Why pop up now? The caller claims to know Hadawan's secret. Before moving ahead, we flash back to his father mentioning the Sun Shelter kid. Cho-jong questions, what really is Sun Shelter? Jaeon says it's like a crash course in manners. They push troubled teens back on track there. He just praised those boys haven't stirred up chaos. Chaol-gong insists he's handled every messy issue. Meanwhile, Sun Shelter punks gang up on their hooded friend. Peer pressure triggered it. The instructor steps in, scolds them, but the blonde kicks him and taunts, daring him to stop them. Back to now, Dane hits the weak spot, but things go wrong. Chel-gong sees the hero's non-stop focus on one spot. He lands a hit without even fully turning. Right then, their blows slam into each other. Dane tries to sneak up, but it's way too obvious. Targeting weak spots is rude to Chaol-gong. Davin slips on the cushion as Chaol-gong attacks fast. The punch misses, but it's devastating anyway. He wasn't nearly this powerful before. It's clear he'd been holding back all along. A single strike knocks Davin from the room. Chelong says MC will learn real manners soon. In the earlier flashback, Glass's kid urges his friends to quit, but the blonde shrugs him off. So, Glass's kid slaps him repeatedly until he listens. He orders everyone to apologize right now. Both boys drop and apologize directly to the instructor. Chol-gong watches and catches on as the Sun Shelter crew walks in. Violence seems the only path to their hidden manners. Don swings, but Chol-gong mocks his two soft punches, comparing them to empty candy. If that's a punch, Dane says he'd rather get hit by a car. Fabric covers the area, and through a blanket, he glimpses Chol-gong's shadow. Chol-gong announces round 2 is starting. What's round 2? Hide and seek. Hiding isn't on the table because it breaks the code in a fight. Davin grumbles he's tired of etiquette talk. He hoists him up with a bedsheet and fires off Thunderstrike. The sheet blinds him, and that's the etiquette lesson gone. Doan slams him with a charged punch, all while Guancho beams. He grips his neck and hurls him hard back inside. That power he's packing shatters Dane's limit. Guancho appears again, driving his fist into the gut. He tosses him outside again, sending Doan slamming into a tree. Guano hasn't shown this edge in ages. He clenches tight to conceal weakness. Violence bursts out now and then. The urge is too strong then. The same old flashback rolls. Jindo now knows all they've done. The blonde tries explaining, but Glasses boy cuts in, bows, swears it's over. Everyone bows, but Glasses kid knew Guancho was observing all along. Dane's hopeless at this rate. Guancho shifts into a tale about the tree. The tree tried hiding from the gods, so they hit it with lightning in anger. Lightning left a scar and made it stand tall. He's saying violence forces manners until the village puppy tugs on his leg. Flash to the past. The blonde empties gasoline into Guancho's cabin. He definitely isn't doing it by choice. The kid with glasses is forcing him and thinks Guancho's a fake, always preaching manners but trash-talking everyone, and he hates it. The guy in the black hood was supposed to light the fire. He has to obey, but Guancho stops him cold. Setting fire to a house isn't exactly polite. The boy with glasses snaps, he can't take it. He yanks off his shirt for a fight, but Guancho just crushes his skull with ease. He's ready to teach the other a lesson too, but the puppy's mother gets in his way. Guancho's sick of people never learning manners. The pups bark at him for killing their mom. Guancho ends their lives with zero mercy. To him, violence forces people to behave, and that's proof enough. Only the puppy we know today survived it all. Scared out of its mind, the puppy finds a sliver of courage to move. Doan shouts for the puppy to run, but history repeats itself. Misi can't react fast enough to save the animal. Reality hits hard. It's brutal. That tiny puppy never grasped the idea of courtesy. After remembering Guancho's story, Dan asks if it was real, but then learns his golden key unlocked nameless will. It rounds up the pain as power and hits back stronger. That's huge, because Dane was already stockpiling lightning damage. Lightning slams straight into the tree and Guancho. Guancho calls out Dane for his lack of manners, but Dane throws it right back. He says the gods want Guancho beaten until he learns his lesson. If violence shapes manners, he's going to make him bow. Guano demands to know where this power came from. Don just cuts him off and strikes his weak spots. Dane comes in again and launches him back with insane force. He'll keep hitting until he learns how to behave. Next, the old story Guancho shared return. The animals bowed low, showing the gods respect. One tree didn't see why anyone should bow, so it mocked them, twisting its limbs in defiance. Then lightning struck. The gods punished its pride. It's had to be upright since a living lesson in respect. Guancho was amazed and wanted good manners himself. Now Davin slams him, but Guancho stands firm. Etiquette means you don't drop easily. Plus, he's sure more people still need manners. Dawan knees his face, barely phasing him. Elsewhere, Unzoom learns Shingo-ju has vanished. His watchers let Shingo-ju slip away again. A cameraman tells Unzoom Guantanol is fighting Davin. That guy isn't like the other. Unlike Lango Bijunde, Guantan is far stronger. Doan just can't keep up right now. Brute strength isn't enough yet. Guantano attacks like lightning. The MC thinks that's just talk. Gol insists it's true. Every beatdown forces people to rethink things. Still, he never quit. He honestly believes violence can teach others. Doan's answer is another round of fist. Guanrol just hopes he sees real respect now. But does he really believe this? While pounding someone, does he actually think this is teaching anything? One last hit smashes his face. The tree finally splits apart. Guancho swore he'd never fall, but now he's down flat. Mission's finished just like that. Far away, Shingo watched the whole thing. He searched for Davin all night. Next morning, life feels normal again. Arena's cooking up something bizarre in the kitchen. It's chicken soup jammed with candy and gummies. She wants to toss an octopus but finds it missing from the pot. As Miji rests, suddenly something hugs her from behind. She expects one of the girls, but it's Slick, the octopus. She hurls it out and it sneaks off elsewhere. Now chills in the hot springs, clearing her mind. She spots a bald thing in front, tentacles lift up. Cyan leaps and drags the octopus out of the bath. Now white-haired Jinso, trying to tan, feels something wet on her back. She thinks it's Dane with oil? Bottles untouched. She whirls and sees it's the same old octopus. It squiggles away to a new target. Jihen's cleaning up after last night. Now the octopus moves his way, but seeing he's not a girl, it wobbles off without a fuss. Dane bounces back fast thanks to his healing. The puppy's not just alright, it's thrilled. At least things didn't fall apart even more. All credit goes to Nameless Will. Without the lightning, he'd be finished. He's sick of enemies constantly getting tough. Then he notices that octopus here too. The puppy jumps for the octopus, but suddenly stops. Dawn thinks it's instinct, but the octopus begins to speak. Now, at last, they meet face to face. He recognizes the voice System Knight, the system administrator. It hijacked a living creature's body just to talk to Dane. With its power, it created a world separate from reality. That's why everything here feels so strange. But that's not what matters most. It appeared to say he's getting closer to the truth. That truth hides in Genosha's memory. We all want to know why thugs obey him, and that answer, the true reason, should be found. Everything leads back to Genoshi, but his father's past is still a mystery. That truth sits at the end of this search. Dan keeps wondering why he gets these missions. The administrator can't say why. More importantly, it's here to warn him he's at risk. And then, the scene shifts. A cameraman calls headquarters reporting Shingoju met Borai's representative in Insen. But the problem, he switched course himself and went somewhere else. That's a problem. Back to before, the octopus says its missions were predictions until now. But recently, something odd happened. Now he must take down Shingoju. Missions usually start after you see the target. But without Davin noticing, Shingoju showed up in Dale while he slept. Luckily, he switched his route. But every foe so far has broken human limits, and Davin survived only due to gifted tools and skill. There's no guarantee his luck will last. That's why he's about to face a real test. To unleash his hidden power, the protagonist must awaken at sea. But we're still stuck on one thing. Why must mastering and refining the body happen in water? Both masters say it's nearly impossible to stand in water. So, the body instinctively fights to stay alive in it. The hardest part is bearing the pressure, but this also toughens up the muscle. Basically, water is the ultimate spot to trigger the great body. Humans and Earth are both mostly water. If the great body beats water, he can conquer everything. This theory on the great body is wild yet exciting. Davin is about to face that same water test, and for safety, they brought a small orb for him to breathe underwater. The administrator shows up again, now shapeshifted as a mini dragon. So why send him here at all? Dan still doesn't know, but here's where he'll stir his own strength. They call this place the Sea of Mermaids, and obviously because it's filled with actual mermaids. Even so, this realm is virtual. None of it physically exists, and she's far from the only mermaid around. All types swim here. But how does this link back to his true power? His goal is to spot a unique mermaid among them. Trouble is, there are so many, and everyone looks stunning, or at least exactly the same at first glance. Then he spots something that singles one out. This mermaid looks like a fish on top and bold. Catching it should be simple, but the mermaids complicate things fast. If he fails now, he's stuck here for good. Meanwhile, CJ brings cake to the guy in black in a room full of plants and finds him at his usual routine. Davin warns the mermaids back, but one sweetly clings to him. He resists her charm, but then the others latch on too. Feeling trapped, he whips out that secret gadget from under his pants. Yes, the sleek black swimsuit. He slips by, shimming through the water with no problem. The fish dashes off, but Davin could tag it quick. A mass of anchovies suddenly forms a massive sea beast. Davin says, "Hold up," but the anchovies barrel right into him. Some leap straight into his mouth. That buys the fish more time to escape. Moments later, he spots the fish napping on a log. He moves fast to grab it but sees a sealed tag on its foot. Suddenly, the sea quakes and whirlpools burst open. The fish figures it out. Wait, Dan snatches its legs, stopping another escape. Meanwhile, with Singo, he finds worn-out books on the table. One holds his etiquette certificate. A photo drops out, Gino and the tormentors from school. Gino is there, alongside his own killer. Davin yanks the ankle band off the mermaid. Right then, the mermaid snaps back to normal. That bracelet changed her into that. She thanks him with a kiss and joyfully swims off with her friend. After finishing, he asks the administrator what's next and why it turned into a whale. That happened because Davin underestimated the little dragon form. With the last fragment, now he can open the box and awaken his core. With everything done, they separate and go their own way. His underwater breathing power fades away. He's forced to swim up to the surface immediately. Davin hauls himself out and heads back to reality. He then notices a photo. His father with those same thugs on the board. The instructor informs Davin that Chol Woo left last night with his thing. It's a relief since everyone should be safe, but secrets remain and the girls find the fallen tree. Davin blames lightning while she keeps filming anything for YouTube. There's one issue, the camera never rolls. So did she gain nothing since day one? Feels like the whole adventure was pointless. Back home, Davin places both parts into his collected box. Once both are set, the box unlocks and he finds a key inside. This will unlock Darwin's trait. Meanwhile, Siam finds said statue in the shop. At that moment, her phone rings. It's our hero calling. He asks for Shimuju's location. He plans a visit. Now Dane has unlocked the great body. Next, we see young man's abandoned prayer house. It's off limits, but a young filmmaker sneaks inside hoping to find something special. He creeps through the blackness and finds a symbol on the wall. He moves on and suddenly faces the cult follower. He starts talking, but they spot him instantly. The boy backs away, scared, bumping into Shin Woo, who blocks his escape. He's told fate requires him for sacrifice, all for someone's wish. Shang reveals more about the cult. They're not after any cash. They treat Shin Wooju like a living god. Rumors claim Shin Woo's dad started the cult, with Shin Woo as the heir. This next fight won't go like before. While riding, Don spots someone passing by. Our hero finds the spooky house, almost fleeing immediately. But retreat's not an option now. He needs to test this awesome body, so heads inside. Awful timing or not. Same glowing room, same Shin Wooju fanatic. He tries talking, but nobody responds. Mentioning Shin Woo freezes them. They shut him up early. With nothing left, he mocks Shin Woo. For that insult, they order his execution by cross. Da raises his hands to Shin Woo. John calls it pure cinema. But let's rewind to just before he hit the doorstep. That passerby from before was Jin's, the black cap guy. Back inside, a follower quotes a fake Bible verse to justify shooting Davin. Our fool snatches the arrow midair in one hand. The others rain arrows, but Dao blocks them with hands and mouth. That's the power of this body. Cultists rush with daggers, but he's a breeze to dodge. Even swarmed, MC dances through slow as if underwater. The cultists drop, grovel to Shin Woo, vowing they'll win this time. Sadly, none of it mattered. Doan's already adjusting to the new body. Elsewhere, Chongwoo tells Mule someone's coming to headquarters. It's weird he found the base, but no one needs to freak out. They've already sent someone to fix it. I bet that's CMJ, though it leaves me uneasy. Meanwhile, Dan tries to interrogate the followers, but they all pass out, sharing nothing. His mission window suddenly updates, saying he can't go on since Shin Woo lost. Shin Woo lies in the street, and Jin Seo's responsible. Calling it a defeat is kind. He nearly killed him, so what's up? The next day, Dan walks into Takobaki. He's greeted by an attack. He blocks it single-handedly. They spot that Dowan has the new body. Our hero shrugs, but Seoan behind him demands an explanation for her ignored call. Dane tries to justify, but Seoan lands a brutal kick. Next time, he'd better answer, he apologizes quick. They sit because those two have something to share. They reveal a call came in, about Darren. During a fight, the voice on the line said he knew the hero's father's real story. He said proof was on a USB for Yunshuk, and Jinso tampered with the brakes. Yunshuk tried to answer, but the call ended, leaving Hu clueless. Hu wonders if Dane's dad is alive. As silence falls, Hu bows his head apologetic. Just thinking of the name burns it into memory. Meanwhile, a mystery man who'll matter hears huge news on TV. A body is found at the abandoned house, but no cameras make solving it tough. It's odd how quick the police jump on cases like this. Feels like they've already chosen the ending. It was like that with Jim Hughes' death too. He just hopes Darren heard and can handle it. If MC wants justice, that's his call now. Next day, we're at Hunji's botanical garden. There, a gardener is filling pots. Heading in, she hears a parrot mouthing lines, then spots a chair, meaning that boy was just there. In the next scene, Officer Yana plays tennis with our hero. She serves, but Dao slams it back, nearly knocking her out. She wants to keep playing, but that's not why he's here. They sit and ask if he knows more about the shelter. At first, Yana claims she doesn't, but after he asked, she dug up something new. She snuck into the Wanok office to check records, but found nothing on shelter. It looked like someone wiped it out. While there, Yana finds a paper by her side. Dan doesn't get why miners would hide sun shelter files. Yana realizes it's a hospital document. She first thinks the hero is sick, then sees it's his dad's death certificate. Cause of death says accident. At Yana's, a YouTube video runs, but Dan's reveal haunts her. She can't get past it, so she hunts for a way to help. Then the YouTube video mentions a time capsule, sparking something in Yina. She sneaks into Huji Botanical Garden, hunting the sun shelter's old time capsule. The problem? She can't recall where it's buried. Suddenly, Yana hears a noise, ducks fast, sure someone's watching. But it's just a bird. She digs again until something interrupts her. Actually, someone's already here. Kim Yena freezes, panic gripping her. It's only been 13 minutes since Jong W. Kim died, and cleaners wiped up all the blood. They review cameras, pull car dash cams, but the body remains. It lies hidden behind the car. Once finished, they head to Shanwol Prayers. Kim Yena freaks out, scared losing her job if discovered. Quickly, she tells the boy she just wanted a bathroom, and he barely glances at her. She relaxes until the parrot startles her. She jumps, then shrugs it off and moves on. All she wants now is to leave. But then the bird says something key, or more like, repeats one sentence. Yang once said, "I killed Jingu myself." Meanwhile, Seon reveals something big. A team called Lego erases all traces from headquarters, files, and even body. Dig in the wrong direction, and you risk everything. People can disappear too. At that moment, Yasin goes elsewhere, Kim Yena shadowing him. Why? She heard him confess at the botanical garden to killing Jin Yu, but she needs proof.